1885, outside the town of Seneca, Illinois. Farm couple Patrick and Matilda Rooney were celebrating Christmas Eve with a jug of whiskey. The middle-aged couple were well known around town to be heavy drinkers, so it might be that reason that the two had largely reached a point where they relinquished much of the work around the farm to their son as well as their farmhands. One of these farmhands was a man named John Larson. Now John, he'd decided to go in and spend the evening with the Rooneys, sharing the Christmas spirit, and more importantly, sharing some drinks. But around 8 p.m., after an evening of partying, he decided to call it a night. He would walk upstairs and go to bed. And it's here that something odd would occur. John would wake up in the middle of the night, having a coughing fit. He found it hard to breathe, and because of this, he was restless for a few minutes. However, he shook it off and eventually rolled back over and fell asleep. The next morning, John woke up to an acrid smell and a haze in the air, and strangely, he looked down at his pillow and of all things, seen Sut, which was certainly odd. A little confused, he got up and made his way downstairs for breakfast before a day of hard farm work. But as he went by Patrick's bedroom, or, in some versions, a rocking chair in the kitchen, John noticed something didn't look right with Patrick. Upon a closer look, he realized that Patrick was deceased. From what, he could not tell. Meanwhile, he did not see Matilda anywhere. He would walk around the house looking for Mrs. Rooney, but it was like she vanished. He would quickly leave to tell the neighbors that something was very wrong inside the house. He also told their son, John Rooney, who then sent for a doctor and the police. But since this was the late 19th century in a small town, a doctor would not arrive from Port Huron, Michigan until the next day. This man's name was Dr. Floyd Clendenden, and he would record upon entering the home, finding an unpleasant smell, which is probably not surprising. He would examine Patrick Rooney closely, and he was able to determine that Mr. Rooney had asphyxiated due to smoke inhalation from a fire that seemingly come from the kitchen. Walking into the kitchen, the doctor would make a note of a large table with a candle on it that had been burned down one side. Next to the table was a large hole in the floor. It had been burned through and left a 2.5 foot by 3 foot circle. Through the hole, the underside of the house could be observed, along with a pile of ash and bones. The doctor found a human skull, a cervical bone, some vertebrae, part of a right femur, and a badly burned ilium. The most shocking part was there were 2 badly burned but recognizable feet still sitting in Matilda's shoes. The burning of her corpse left a pungent smell and a greasy soot residue on the walls of the house. Detectives originally looked at murder, but it just didn't add up. John Larson had spent the night drinking with them, and he was the obvious suspect, but there were a couple of issues with this. First, how in the world did John, who was most likely drunk as well, kill Matilda in such a way that her body caught fire and reached a temperature of an estimated 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit, yet he somehow was able to keep the rest of the home from catching on fire, excluding the hole in the floor, that is. But that wasn't the biggest piece of evidence that ruled John out. Remember the soot found on his pillow that morning? It had left an outline in the shape of John's head, showing how he had laid the night before, which explains why he had the coughing fit that he had. If he had not closed the bedroom door, he would have died as well. Actually, 2 weeks after this whole weird mystery, he would die anyway from lung damage caused by the fire that night. His autopsy showed he had breathed in the same soot and greasy residue that had killed Patrick. Detectives then turned to the couple's son, John Rooney, who stood to gain financially from his parents' death, but after finding no evidence whatsoever of an accelerant being used, John Rooney too was also cleared. So we're brought back to a theory that has been discussed on this channel before, that of spontaneous human combustion. That is the theory that people burst into flames from some kind of reaction inside the body without an external heat source. It is viewed as a pseudoscientific concept, and experts claim that it is not possible. Yet Matilda's case is almost unexplainable by any other measure, and back in the late 19th century, people were more open to the idea of it, and her cause of death was officially ruled spontaneous combustion of the human body, which then led to the death of her husband Patrick and her farmhand John 2 weeks later. Both the doctor and the police pointed to a large amount of alcohol the couple had consumed as a possible factor. They believed that the buildup of gases in the body, combined with a raised blood alcohol level, could have led to self-ignition. Not surprisingly, modern investigators reject this, which leads to the modern-day theory. That is, Matilda became ignited by an external source of heat or flame, most likely the candle on the table or a cigarette she was attempting to light from that candle. In either case, the alcohol in her body plus the wick effect, which is the theory that a person has kept aflame through their own fats after being ignited, kept the fire from spreading beyond it, which would explain why the house didn't catch fire. However, even this theory is not conclusive, and over a century later, no one knows exactly what happened to Matilda Rooney. The Pumina is an alleged giant snake that has been spotted a few times in the western Katanga regions of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, especially near Lake Apemba. The snake resembled that of an African rock python, which are usually sized between 10 to 16 feet long, but this snake is said to be between 38 to 46 feet long, with a head estimated to be about 2.5 feet. The snake, if real, would be the largest python ever spotted. Even as far back as the 19th century, Mary Kingsley, who was an English ethnographer, who would record that she had been, quote, assured by the missionaries in Calabar that there was a python brought into Creektown in Reverend Mr. Godey's time that extended the whole length of the Creektown Mission House veranda and to spare. This python must have been over 40 feet. I have not a shadow of doubt it was, end quote. But that's not even the oldest recorded sighting. Going back to the 3rd century BC, the general Marcus Attilius Regulus would remark upon reaching the river Bagratus that once the battalions went across the river, an enormous snake rose up from the reed beds. He had a flattened head and glowing lantern-like eyes that stared at them. They estimated that it was close to 100 feet, so the Romans decided to move downstream to cross, but the snake followed them, and then it struck and seized the soldier into its jaws, crushing the man before drowning him, and supposedly it would strike each time another soldier tried to cross. The general ordered the catapults to hurl immense rocks at the creature. Once it was wounded and tried to flee, a stone would hit the leviathan between the eyes, shattering its skull. The soldier would pull it ashore and skin it, and it measured to 121 feet. This skin would remain on display in a temple in Rome until 133 BC. The snake, if real, has long thought to be the same type of snake as Pumina, an African rock python. However, the most famous sighting of this snake comes in August 1959, when Belgian pilot Remy van Leerd claimed to have seen the enormous snake while flying over the Katanga. He would say, "As we had a camera on board, I decided to make several passes over the hole where the snake was in, and was able to let the man take a picture of it, and I made certainly between 4 and 6 passes right over the hole where the snake was in. By then, I was already flying for 25 years, so I have a very good experience of measuring things, and I would say the snake I saw was close to 50 foot. The mechanic on board was able to take a photo, which you can see here. It's somewhat of a surprise that although there are multiple alleged sightings of gigantic snakes, and I'm talking 40 feet plus, there's never been any solid proof presented. We do know the official record is close to 33 feet, and that one was shot on the north coast of Sulawesi in 1912, but other than that, there's no tangible proof of this snake. So does Pumina exist, or are people just bad at estimating sizes? Rodney Marks from Geelong, Victoria, Australia, was an astrophysicist who in the late 90s was lucky enough to work at the South Pole Station in Antarctica, but it would turn unlucky on May 11th, 2000. The 32-year-old would begin having difficulty breathing while walking up to the remote observatory and base. He would become increasingly sick over the next day and a half, eventually vomiting blood. The doctor on base, Robert Thompson, would note that Rodney had 2 needle marks on his arm but had no drugs in his system. That doctor would give him an antipsychotic medicine which sedated him almost immediately. But Rodney would return to the doctor 3 more times, and on that third and final time, He came in complaining of hurting all over, and then less than 2 hours later, he was dead. The National Science Foundation would issue a statement saying that Rodney had apparently died of natural causes, but the specific cause of death had yet to be determined, which sounds kinda weird that this 32-year-old just dropped over due to natural causes. This case would get a little bit of media attention, with some dubbing it as the first South Pole murder. Meanwhile, Rodney's body would be put on a sled and allowed to freeze for nearly 6 months over winter before it could be flown back to New Zealand, where America had a base for its Antarctic activities. Once there, an autopsy was done that established Rodney had died from methanol poisoning, but because of the jurisdiction issues in Antarctica being so complicated, the investigation was kind of slow. New Zealand would eventually take up the investigation, and they found that Rodney had ingested methanol almost certainly unknowingly. Suicide was quickly ruled out as he had just entered a new relationship, and his very important academic work was almost completed, and he had no financial issues. Hindering the case is the National Science Foundation and Raytheon, who have not been very cooperative. They wouldn't even tell New Zealand detectives who was on the base. They said they had no report that contained the full roster on site, which, sounds kinda like BS. The lead investigator would finally get the details of the 49 people that were there, but only 13 of them replied back to the investigator's request, most likely afraid of losing their coveted position. Strangely, in September 2008, the report from the investigation was released, and it basically said they could not find any evidence of a prank gone wrong, nor foul play, nor suicide. This has obviously led to lots of speculation. One theory in this case is that Rodney, who was a huge drinker, may have purposely drank the methanol in hopes of getting a high, and substitute for not having an alcoholic drink. However, this was looked at by detectives, and they did not believe that was what had happened because there was ample supplies of liquor on the base. Another theory was that Rodney had been poisoned by a bottle of alcohol which he brought to the base. It's thought that this unusual looking bottle that had Portuguese writing and a picture of a shrimp on the label could have been purchased somewhere in Southeast Asia, where travelers are known to get poisoned by tainted alcohol. The doctor in all this, Robert Thompson, is odd too, as he had a tool available to him that would have helped diagnose Rodney's methanol poisoning, but he didn't use it because it was not working properly since the battery was dead. Although it would still turn off and on, he would just have to calibrate it each time. But instead of, turning it on, calibrating it once, and leaving it on, or even fixing it, Thompson declined to do this. In fact, the machine was said to be easy to repair. Thompson also had internet access and a satellite phone, where he could have reached out to other doctors. However, he claimed that neither of these were working either. And most bizarre of all, Thompson would do one interview only about this incident, and in 2009, he disappeared. October 24th, 2013. On a dark, rainy morning, 22-year-old Rutger Hale of Queenstown, New Zealand, was driving down State Highway 6 near Lake Kauai as Rutger and his partner, Danielle Euler, were traveling along when they would see a white four-wheel drive truck, or utility vehicle, coming down the other side of the road, when all of a sudden, a beige-colored object about the size of a tissue box, or brick, was rocketing toward Rutger's vehicle. This object crashed through the windshield, hit Rutger in the head, then exited through the rear window. Danielle would quickly grab the wheel and lift Rutger's foot off the accelerator, and the car ran off the road into the ditch. Rutger was pronounced dead at the scene, but what's even crazier is this object was never found, or identified, in spite of a massive search for it. Danielle would say that the item came from somewhere between the driver's window and the back of the vehicle. Crash investigators at the scene also identified tire marks on the road that were consistent with another vehicle slowing and doing a U-turn before turning around and leaving. The wound left on Rutger was described as unusual. It was semicircular and about 80 millimeters in diameter. Investigators concluded that it was possibly stainless steel, man-made, and had a sandpaper rough surface and was coated in soil, although a U.S. Army materials and manufacturing specialist would contradict this and stated that it was unlikely to be steel or any high-density material. He also concluded that it had a reasonably sharp corner of about a 5mm radius. They also found that it most likely slid off the deck of the vehicle and did not disintegrate on impact, but it was just somehow lost. And without the other driver coming forward, we'll probably never know what it was that killed him. In the winter of 1954 and 55, pet owners in Bladenboro, North Carolina would be hit with a series of strange animal killings that have never been fully explained. The mystery started on December 29th, when a farmer would report that a large cat-like beast had attacked one of his dogs and dragged it into some underbrush. This beast would go on to become known as the Beast of Bladenboro, or Vampire Beast, or Vampire Cat. In its first attack, the farmer described the creature as being sleek, black, and about 5 feet long. The dog obviously died, by the way. 2 days later, on New Year's Eve, 2 more dogs would be attacked. The resident would go out to their kennels and would spot a significant amount of blood. He would state that they had been torn to ribbons and crushed. He followed up by saying one was killed at 10:30 and was left lying there with pools of blood on the porch. At 1:30 in the morning, he came back and killed the other dog and took it off. They found it 3 days later in a hedgerow. The top of one of the dog's heads was torn off, and its body was crushed and wet, like it had been in the creature's mouth. The dog's lower jaw was also torn off, which sounds absolutely vicious, but this creature wasn't done. The next day, on New Year's, 2 more dogs were found dead on a farm, and then a night later, on the 2nd, another farmer found his dog had been killed, and yet this was still not enough to feed the bloodthirsty creature, because on January 3rd, 2 more dogs were found killed. Finally, after this, an autopsy would be performed on one of the dogs, and it was reported that the dog had no blood in his body at all. Over the next few days, 1 more dog would be found. In addition, a pet rabbit was found cleanly decapitated and still warm, while 1 goat was found dead with its head flattened. So what in the world was doing all this? Well, similar descriptions to that the first farmer offered seemed to be confirmed by others. One said that the animal was about 4.5 feet long, bushy, and looked like a bear or a panther, while another said that it had a smaller one, indicating that it had a cub, while others reported hearing strange noises like a baby crying. A group of hunters from Wilmington actually spent the night tracking the creature for about 3 miles. According to them, the tracks left indicated that the claws were at least 1 inch long and that the animal weighed about 80 to 90 pounds. There was also a smaller set of tracks found beside the bigger tracks. On January 5th, one of the days when the attacks occurred, a woman said she seen a mountain lion near some dogs 3 houses down. The animal would then run towards her, only for the cat to turn and flee after she screamed. The police would actually be called, and they described the tracks as being bigger than a silver dollar. Law enforcement did try to track down the creature, but the dogs wouldn't follow. I can't blame them. The searches would grow from a few people to 100 to a week later when 1,000 people went out hunting for it. By this time, authorities would deem it was unsafe for that many people to be out in the woods with guns hunting for this creature. So they implored citizens to go back home, and about a week later, a farmer would finally kill a bobcat about 4 miles from the city. The mayor at the time quickly claimed that this was the cat responsible and wrapped the whole thing up. But this cat looked nothing like what was seen. Plus, bobcats are not even that big, and most people believe the mayor just said it to bring a sense of calm back to the town. To this day, no one is really for sure what was stalking the dogs of Bladenboro. Most seem to agree that it was a feline, but what kind? A lot seem to think it was a cougar, aka mountain lion, aka catamount, aka panther, but they are allegedly extinct on the East Coast, outside of Florida. Another theory was that it may have been a coyote or a wolf, which wolves aren't supposed to be that far east either. Another suggestion was a wolverine, which they are not supposed to be that far south. One off-the-wall suggestion was that it was a wild police dog, which led to a more feasible possibility that it was just a wild dog. August 4th, 1989, Dallas, Texas. Keisha Birts would give birth at her mother's home to a baby boy she would name Emmanuel Birts. Afterwards, her and her mother would go to the nearby Parkland Memorial Hospital, where the baby and mother were both monitored. The two would end up spending about a week there until they were discharged on August 11th. The next day, a woman came to the door and introduced herself as Deborah Manning, a social worker, who was making a follow-up visit from the hospital. Deborah would tell Keisha she was there to follow up on the eye infection that Emmanuel had been diagnosed with in the hospital. A month later, on September 12th, the social worker would show up again. This time, she would bring a letter informing Keisha that due to her drug use while pregnant, it was possible that Emmanuel had contracted HIV. She said that she would need to take him to the hospital immediately and get tested. So Keisha stated that she would go with them, only for Deborah to make up an excuse saying that she couldn't go, and told Keisha she would return the next morning for Emmanuel. The next morning, Keisha would get up and go to the hospital to talk to the medical staff about her baby. She would leave Emmanuel in the care of her mother, Hermaine, and sometime after this, Deborah would show up to take Emmanuel to the hospital, just as she said the night before. But when she got there around 9 a.m., she would tell the grandmother, Hermaine, that she would have to go back because she forgot the car seat for him, and she would end up returning about an hour later at 10 a.m. She would then pick up Emmanuel from Hermaine and put him in the car and stated they would be back by 2 p.m. Keisha was still at the hospital at this time, trying to find out why they had ordered a HIV test for her baby. Strangely, Deborah would leave without asking for Emmanuel's eye medicine, and you can probably see where this one is going, because at 2 p.m., Deborah did not return with Emmanuel. That night, around 8 p.m., realizing they had been conned, Keisha would call the police. An investigation was launched, and they found out pretty quickly the Child Protective Services hadn't authorized Emmanuel's removal from the home for any reason. Furthermore, Deborah was stated to have wore a white lab coat and surgical pants as part of the con, and real social workers wore street clothes. Both of Emmanuel's parents would test for HIV, and both came out negative, meaning that Emmanuel didn't have the virus. Both would also take polygraphs and were cleared as suspects. Investigators have stated, obviously Deborah Manning was an alias, but they also believe this woman most likely had a long history as a con artist, and that she probably had done something similar to this before. They were certain, too, that she had gotten a hold of Emmanuel's medical information. She was described as being in her 30s, 5'6", and 145 pounds. She had sandy brown hair, although it may have been a wig, and wore heavy blue eyeshadow, and spoke with a foreign accent, most likely African. She had spoke about owning a van a few times, but they never actually saw what vehicle she was driving. Over 30 years later, and there hasn't been one sighting of Emmanuel or his abductor. As far as theories go, it's very possible he is still alive and doesn't even know he was abducted. Another theory was that he was sold into an illegal baby adoption ring, or was abducted to use in welfare fraud. The last one is probably the worst theory, because it's likely she wouldn't have kept him around after going through with the fraud. May 10th, 1950, Benjamin Mills of Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, would go mushroom hunting around 4 p.m. along an abandoned portion of Route 522, more specifically near the Hancock Bridge, about 3/10 of a mile away from the Maryland-West Virginia state line. While on his hunt, he would glance over an embankment to see a full head of curly red hair. Obviously, he was shocked to have found a body, and quickly go to the sheriff's office. Detectives would respond and found the nude body of a white female laying partially under a fence. She was scratched up and muddy, which led investigators to believe she had been dragged to the area, and even though she was found nude, there was no signs of a sexual assault. However, around her throat were markings that suggested she had been strangled with a garrote, as well as having blunt force trauma to the head and neck. The victim was estimated to have died 2 days prior. The woman was believed to be between 35 and 50, and had red permed hair, about 5'5", and between 120 to 130 pounds. She had several scars, a couple that were strange. One Y-shaped scar on the outside of her right wrist that was around 3 inches long, and a W-shaped scar in the center of her forehead. She also had a 10-inch hysterectomy scar, and 4-inch appendectomy scar. Her hands were noted as being very small, with freckles covering up the backs of them and going up her arms. Detectives actually had a few leads at first. One was she was spotted on a bus from Ohio. In fact, the bus driver would go to view the body several days later and identified her as being the woman he dropped off in Hancock, Maryland at 12:35 a.m. on May 5th. She had ridden from Columbus to Hancock and asked the bus driver how to get to Needmore, Pennsylvania. He let her out at a highway intersection and told her he would stop at the next station and send a taxi for her, but when he stopped, he could not find any taxis. Other leads came after this, and those two went to dead ends. The body was exhumed in 2007, and DNA was taken, and that too led to nothing. Another strange fact in all this was, for some reason, Maryland State Police would be the early investigators on this case, in spite of the fact that it was on the West Virginia side, albeit only by 1/3 of a mile. At some point, the investigation was turned back over to West Virginia law enforcement. I do not know if that possibly hampered the investigation or not, but nearly 75 years later, and there was never even a suspect named. Even stranger was no one was able to identify the woman that would become known as the Morgan County Jane Doe, even though she had that weird W-shaped scar on her forehead. It's really kind of crazy that she wasn't identified, although it was 1950 and the media wasn't as widespread, which led to the theory that this woman was brought from a very great distance, maybe several states away. In the autumn of 1795, a surveying expedition ran by Henry Jackson was making their way up Upshur County, West Virginia, and were heading into the deeper remote areas of Elk River and its tributaries, like Holly River. At this time, there were no settlements in the area, so the expedition would take a horse pack to carry provisions, along with hiring a man named William Strange to be the cook. One evening before an early season snowstorm, Jackson would tell Strange to take the supply zone up ahead where a settlement was located and to set up camp there. The rest of the crew would continue to survey the area and would meet him at camp that evening. Strange was told to keep along the left fork of the creek to its mouth, where he should then move along Holly River until he come to a junction with Elk River. However, due to the thick growth of the forest, Strange accidentally took the right fork towards Elk River, not the left on Holly River. After traveling for a while, he realized his mistake and decided to backtrack. He set off again in a different direction, only to come to a fork he didn't recognize. He was confused and now nervous. He knew he was lost. He decided to stop and tie the horse to a tree, most likely in an attempt to try and access different paths without lugging around all the supplies. By that evening, the survey crew would reach the spot on the intended camp, only to realize the Strange never made it. At first, the crew was unsure what to do and apprehensive about sending a search party into the unknown. However, several men would finally head out to look for him, and they would find the wrong trail that Strange had taken, and they followed it up. They would come up to the pack horse, which was still tied to the tree. In the area, they saw a man's tracks leading in many different directions. They didn't know which one to try and follow, so instead, they would fire a shot up into the air, hoping that Strange would hear it and come to them. They debated firing more shots up into the air, but they were deep into Indian territory and were afraid that any roaming Indians might hear and ambush them. They would continue to follow a set of tracks though, a few miles further into the mountains, and then the track was lost. They would have no other option but to go back home. After returning and telling the others about what had happened, other searchers would go out to look for William, and they too found nothing. It wouldn't be until years later and many miles away that a hunter came across a decayed gun thought to have belonged to Strange that was stuck in a split in the rocks. Bones were also found nearby, but most of all, a beech tree nearby was found with a carving that read, "Strange is my name, and I'm on strange ground, as strange as it is that I can't be found." This tree was said to have stood on what was then called Turkey Creek. However, it was renamed Strange Creek after William's disappearance, which is the name the stream still bears today. Now this story has many variations, and no one's sure which path he took or where this beech tree is, where his remains were found. Even the words carved onto the tree have been told in different ways. However, many people have gone to look for it, but too much time has passed to confirm almost anything about it. A local, now deceased historian named Charles Carpenter spent years going over the tale and surveying the stream and countryside, but was never able to find that conclusive piece of evidence, although he did say the tale is based on an actual historical occurrence, but it was no doubt embellished. How much is unknown. With all likelihood, the bones and tree will never be found, but some still search for them to this day. November 10th, 1985. A hunter in Bear Brook State Park in Allenstown, New Hampshire, would come across a gruesome discovery. The man would see a 55-gallon drum near a burned-down store. Curious, he went to open it. Inside, he found the bodies of an adult female and young girl, both wrapped in plastic. After calling authorities, an autopsy would be ordered, which determined both had died from blunt force trauma. And at the time, with DNA still in its infancy, there was no way for authorities to identify the victims. All they knew was that the woman was between 23 and 33, and the girl was between 8 and 10. Years would go by with no progress being made on the case. And then, on May 9th, 2000, it would only get more complicated when the remains of two young girls were found near the first discovery site. These bodies, too, were in a metal 55-gallon drum and had also died from blunt force trauma. These children were estimated to be between 2 and 4 and 1 and 3. Detectives were certain that the 4 murders had occurred roughly at the same time. In fact, it would be revealed that during the original investigation in 1985, police had searched the area for more remains and never found the drum, which they later attributed to it being too far outside the proximity of the first one. It would take 14 years for DNA profiling to finally establish that all 4 victims were maternally related, which meant that the woman could have obviously been their mother, but possibly even an aunt or older sister. A year later, this would be narrowed down even more and established that the woman was the mother to at least 2 of the children. Furthermore, it was shown that the woman and children lived together in the northeastern U.S. between 2 weeks to 3 months before their death, and this mystery is probably not going the direction you think, because we actually know the guilty party. A man named Robert Evans was identified as being the father of the middle child, but not related to the other victims, but was still the prime suspect. It was also learned that the name Robert Evans was an alias, and by 2017, the man was finally identified by DNA as Terry Peter Rasmussen, also known as the Chameleon Killer, who had several aliases. Unfortunately, he had already died in prison in 2010 for the 2002 murder of his wife. 2 years later, in 2019, New Hampshire authorities would announce the identities of 3 of the victims. The female adult was Marlise Honeychurch, who was the mother of Marie Elizabeth Vaughn and Sarah McWaters, all who went missing from California around Thanksgiving 1978 when she was dating Rasmussen. So where is the mystery? That would be the identity of the 4th victim, the 2 to 4-year-old, whom detectives still have no idea who she is. They do know that Rasmussen was her father, but there has been no identity made for the mother, if that woman is even still alive. By 2021, though, they would state they believed the child's mother had relatives in Pearl River County, Mississippi, but the girl herself was probably from Texas, Arizona, California, or Oregon. She had wavy brown hair and possibly had anemia during her life. This one is still pretty active, and it's just my guess, but I believe this girl will be identified fairly soon. September 9th, 2019. A woman named Sarah Lee in Asheboro, North Carolina would exchange several texts with her 33-year-old son, Brandon Embry, as the two stayed in regular contact. So it was strange to Sarah that the following day, she would receive only one text from him at 6:30 in the morning. At first, she tried not to be an over-worried mom, but at some point later that day, she would begin to call him, yet he never answered. Again, she tried to put the thought off that something was wrong. The following day, she would call him again, and he did not answer. Again, not wanting to pry, she let it go. Until the next day, on the 12th, when she still had not heard from him. Sarah and Brandon's sister Rachel would finally go over to his apartment. However, he never answered the door, even though his truck was parked outside. Sarah would call the police, saying she knew something was wrong. She would also call the property manager to come unlock the door. When the officers entered, the first thing they noticed was how messy the place was. They also noted running water coming out of the back area where the bedrooms were, and in here, they found a nude Brandon unconscious on the floor near the door. He had numerous bruises, cuts, and lacerations to his head. They also noted a large pool of blood under his head, and he appeared to still be bleeding. They also cited dried blood on his face, hands, and wrist. He did have a pulse, but he was drifting in and out of consciousness. The bathroom and bedroom were a disaster area. Someone had stripped the bed linens from the bed, and a bloody sheet laid on the floor. Bloodstains were found on the mattress, pillows, walls, nightstand, windowsill, and sliding closet doors that had been dislodged and now lay beside Brandon. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, the shower was running and the toilet tank lid was busted and lay on the floor next to the toilet, which had been pulled from the wall and was leaking. Someone had also clogged the toilet with huge gobs of toilet paper. The mirror was also shattered. Sadly, Brandon would die the next day. Detectives would start their investigation. They found contusions on his back, which were consistent with being struck with a hard object, such as a metal rod or bat, and could not be self-inflicted. Several drug tests were performed, but they came back negative, although he had taken some Benadryl. Investigators also found a pair of handcuffs, suspected drug paraphernalia, and a black phone, along with several needles, which Brandon had a prescription for. There were also unopened cans of beer and women's beauty products. Even more strangely, Brandon's front door could only be locked from the outside, which led detectives to naturally assume whoever done this left Brandon injured as they walked out and locked the door behind them. Investigators would then run a report on his phone calls and found one interesting call that was traced to a woman that he knew. Now, I won't give her name here because she's never been formally accused as a suspect or even a person of interest, but you can easily find her name online. And this woman was having an affair with Brandon for a while, and according to her, she was about to leave her marriage for him. However, Brandon wasn't murdered, or at least, according to the medical examiner, who didn't even go to the crime scene, because apparently in North Carolina, medical examiners do not even have to go to the scene. That's where this mystery gets really crazy. In spite of what all detectives found, and despite their original conclusions that he had been murdered, the medical examiner ruled that Brandon died from pneumonia. And I wish I was making that up, but I'm not. Basically, the investigation was closed after this, and Brandon's mother has long claimed there is a cover-up by the police, and that the aforementioned girlfriend, or her husband, was involved. However, as today, the case remains closed. 43-year-old Charles Rogers was an American seismologist and pilot who lived in Houston, Texas until 1965. Charles was known to be highly intelligent and spoke 7 languages, as well as having a talent at finding gas, oil, and gold for the companies in which he worked. And Charles lived with his elderly parents, 81-year-old Fred and 79-year-old Edwina, in the Montrose neighborhood of Houston. Now Charles, in spite of all of his intelligence, was a tad weird. He was reported to be a recluse and would only communicate with his parents by way of notes slipped under the door. Neighbors would even report later on that they were totally unaware that Charles even lived there, as he usually left before dawn and didn't come back home until after dark. And that June, the nephew of Edwina would call the police to report that he had been calling his aunt for several days and could not get a hold of her, and he requested a welfare check. When Houston officers arrived, they would knock but get no answer. They would eventually force their way in to check on the elderly couple. They didn't see anything weird, but did notice some food sitting out on the dining table. One officer would curiously check the fridge and seen numerous cuts of what he thought was washed, unwrapped meat stacked on shelves. He assumed it was a hog, and in true horror scene fashion, as he closed the refrigerator door, he noticed 2 human heads visible through the clear glass of the vegetable bin. The heads were that of Fred and Edwina Rogers. Looking back up to those unwrapped cuts of meat the officer thought was a hog, well, those were the dismembered limbs and torsos of the Rogers. Police would begin to search the area for other remains, and while they didn't find anything in the home, organs would be found in a nearby sewer, which had been flushed down the toilet. Detectives determined that the Rogers had been killed on Father's Day, and an autopsy showed that Fred had been bludgeoned to death with a claw hammer, his eyes had been gouged out, and genitals removed. Edwina had been beaten and shot, execution style, in the head. The bodies were dismembered upstairs by a person with some knowledge of anatomy. There was little blood in the residence, and it appeared to have been cleaned thoroughly. The little blood that was found was in Charles' room, where they found a blood-stained saw. A search for Charles was launched, and he has never been found. And I don't want to go too deep down the crazy rabbit hole, but 30 years later, a book was written which linked Charles Rogers to the assassination of JFK, and it's claimed that Charles was a CIA agent who impersonated Lee Harvey Oswald in Mexico City, and then later on was the actual assassin of JFK, and that the reason he killed his parents was because his mom had discovered that he was behind the assassination. Yeah, that's crazy, so I'll move on. Another more sensible theory has been proposed. One was by a Houston couple who investigated the case for years and concluded that Charles did indeed kill his parents. They claimed that he killed them because his father was abusive while both parents were known to be con artists. According to them, Fred was a bookie who was engaged in illegal activities such as gambling and fraud, and they further claimed that the parents were stealing large sums of money from Charles. So he killed them, fled to Mexico where he was aided by powerful friends, then made his way to Honduras where he was killed in a wage dispute with miners. Although to me, wouldn't it just have been easier for Charles to move out? Other theories say he escaped to Canada, while others claim he was living off the land in Big Thicket National Preserve. Adolfo Bresciano, or better known by his stage name, Dino Bravo, was a professional wrestler known mostly for his run with WWF from 1986 to 1992. But wrestling, like a lot of professional sports, is still just a business. At the end of the day, it's about making money. And at the end of his run in 1992, WWF felt they no longer needed him and cut him. But Bravo had become accustomed to the high lifestyle. He drove a Mercedes and had a big home, and now all of a sudden, that income was gone. And Bravo, being a guy that had no experience in any other business except wrestling, didn't know where to turn to. Not that he could have tolerated being a 9-to-5 guy, but he didn't have many options. However, Bravo did have one connection, that of his uncle, Vincenzo Catroni, who was the head of the Catroni Mafia family in Montreal, and he had long offered Bravo a job to come work for him, and he actually did at one point, working as a chauffeur. Yet, Bravo did not actually want to be involved with the criminal underworld, even though he was assured by his uncle he could make great money. However, with his money running out and being forced to borrow from his mom, he eventually gave in and became involved in the cigarette trafficking that started up in Canada in the early 90s. A lot of people were doing it as basically just a form of tax evasion, but Bravo would actually do really well because the indigenous peoples that were smuggling the cigarettes in were huge wrestling fans, so they started dealing with Bravo only, so much so that he had a monopoly, which, I'm sure didn't make the other smugglers happy. But he also drew the attention of cocaine dealers. One in particular was a huge name in the trade and asked Bravo for a cut of the cigarette deal in exchange for a cut of the cocaine deal. And apparently, this would eventually lead to an incident where Bravo would set a shipment worth $400,000, almost $850,000 in today's money, in a warehouse for this guy to pick up. And the cocaine guy waited to pick it up 3 days later, and the police were waiting on him. This led to Bravo and the other guy blaming each other, with Bravo claiming he should have picked it up the first day like they had planned. About a week later, Bravo's wife would enter her home to find Bravo had 11 bullets in his head. There was blood everywhere. There was no force of entry, and there was snow on the ground, yet no shoe prints. Detectives concluded that Bravo let someone in, most likely to watch the hockey game with him, and at some point the suspect most likely said he needed to go to the bathroom, and then when he returned, he just shot him in the head. They reached this conclusion because the remote control was still loose in Bravo's hand, and apparently, if he had been shot from the front, he would have seen it coming and tensed up, thereby gripping the remote. And to this day, the murder is unsolved. It does seem like Bravo at least suspected it was coming, as he had told Bret Hart shortly before his death that his days were numbered. However, it should be noted, it's never been conclusively linked to his cigarette smuggling. On the morning of December 15th, 1969, in a small town called Nixa, Missouri, 20-year-old Caroll Blades would make her way out the door to get some gifts for Christmas, and after returning, she began to set up her Christmas tree. Her husband Larry, who worked night shift, remained asleep in the bedroom, and Caroll was going to wake him up at 5 p.m. in preparation for his shift that night. So in the meanwhile, Caroll decided to head to the laundromat to do some laundry. Later that day around 3:45 p.m., the phone began to ring at the Blades' home, awakening Larry. By the time he was able to make it to the phone, however, the person had hung up. He would take a peek outside and notice Caroll was still gone, and he lay back down to go to sleep. About 3 hours later, Larry would awake again when the phone started to ring. This time, it was one of Larry's friends, and he spoke to this person for a few minutes and got off the phone. It was then he realized that he overslept and that Caroll was still gone. He would call Caroll's cousin, whom Caroll would often go visit after doing her laundry, and her cousin had not seen her either. Larry would then ask that cousin to go over to the laundromat and check on her, because at this time, Larry's car was still with Caroll. Caroll's cousin Sue would get to the laundromat and noticed about a quarter of a mile away from the laundromat, sitting on the side of the highway, was Caroll's car. The car had been driven hard. There was mud on the windshield and scrapes on the side of the doors. Caroll was nowhere around, and the car keys were missing, but found later in a large field that separated the highway from the laundromat. The police were called that evening, and the lead investigator was a man named Sheriff Buff Lamb, which is a great name for a sheriff. Now Lamb was controversial. He wasn't shy about roughing up prisoners or bending the rules, so it's no wonder that the somewhat stubborn Lamb would tell Caroll's husband Larry, along with her family, that Caroll simply left for another man, which of course upset Larry and her family. Even more upsetting was that the police department just left the car unlocked on the side of the road for days before taking it to the police station parking lot, where it remained there again unlocked for 160 days, so long that someone came by and wrote "Wash me" in the dust on the car, not knowing it was evidence. However, law enforcement did get one good lead when 3 people came forward and stated that on the day of her disappearance, they would see a man park Caroll's car on the side of the highway and get out of the passenger side. When he noticed the witnesses seen him, he would take off running past the laundromat to the woods. The man would pull his jacket up over his head to hide his face, but he would actually run into a tree limb and it pulled his jacket down, and the witnesses got a good look at him. And in this small town of 800 people, none of the 3 witnesses had ever seen this man. He was described as being white and 5'9" to 5'10", about 150 to 160 pounds, with a dark complexion and black hair that was combed back. And that was pretty much it for a while, until a year later on Christmas in 1970, a farmer would stumble upon the skeletal remains of a young woman who had been left lying against a cedar log. His farm was just south of Nixa in Ponce. After processing the scene, it was quickly established the woman was Caroll. Sheriff Lamb would now start to point his finger at Larry, in spite of the fact that he passed 2 lie detector tests. They would eventually clear him, and the case would become a disaster for Sheriff Lamb, with it getting to a point that people began to wonder if he was just that incompetent, or if he knew more than he let on, or if he was just covering up for someone. And at one point, he was even named a suspect. It's been over 50 years since Caroll disappeared, and the only movement on the case was when a man was arrested in 1977 in connection with Caroll's murder. However, his name was never publicly released, and he was let go and never charged. Just a warning on this one, it's a bit disturbing. If you want to click forward, I will give you a few seconds. Okay, February 3rd, 1981, at around 7 a.m. on Watson Island, Florida, a city park employee traveling through an access road which ran through a Japanese garden would spot the body of an unidentified woman. The employee, upon realizing the woman was dead, would call authorities. Detectives would shortly arrive to the scene and looked over the area and determined by the amount of blood left that she had been hit by a vehicle that then crushed her skull. Her body also had many injuries from being dragged by the vehicle, which left a trail of bloody tire prints. Strangely, the woman had been barefoot and only partially clothed from the waist down. Jeans and high heels that are presumed to have been hers were found in 2 separate locations on the island. It's thought that they had been tossed from a vehicle, most likely the one responsible for the hit and run. Although it's unclear what actually transpired, it's almost certain that the act was intentional, as whoever done it drove over her twice. Investigators would come up with the theory that she was a sex worker killed by a client or her pimp, stating most likely an argument between the two led to the girl leaving the car voluntarily or being tossed out. This other person then angrily ran over her. However, none of this can be proven because there's no evidence or witness accounts. Additionally, the original case files are lost, but it should be noted this garden, which was designed to be a tourist attraction, had the reputation of being a hotspot for a romantic rendezvous, so this theory is very conceivable. In addition, there was a newspaper article found that was written the day after the incident, and the article claimed that an autopsy suggested she may have been beaten prior to the hit and run. The victim's age range has changed several times over the years. Detectives originally believed her to be 15 to 20 years old, but later estimates cited anywhere from 12 to 26, but the most recent estimations have narrowed it down to between 12 and 18, while some have noted that her being 5'2" and 90 pounds is indicative of the victim being about 13 years old, which makes the whole thing more disturbing when you learn that her jeans had the words "Wet Dreams" written in bleach on the back pocket, along with her novelty bikini underwear that had the words "Rest Area Visitors Welcome." The most obvious theory is that she was trafficked and murdered 40 years later, and detectives still do not know who this young girl is. May 1967, in Hannibal, Missouri, 13-year-old Joey Hogue, who, like a lot of boys, loved the outdoors and the thought of exploring, would come across a cave that had been recently exposed by some construction work near his home. He would get his 11-year-old brother, Billy, and their 14-year-old friend, Craig Dow, and the trio set out to explore the cave on May 10th. The boys' parents, however, found out about this later that evening and forbade them from visiting again. But, boys being boys, they would go again the next day when their parents were gone. Armed with only their flashlights and shovels, the boys would sneak away from their older sister, who was supposed to be watching them, and made their way towards the construction site near the highway, and the boys did not return that evening, which alarmed the parents, who obviously had a good idea where they were, and they went to the cave to search for them. And when they didn't find them, they alerted authorities. When police were told about this, they feared the worst, as they had already gotten reports of a cave-in that day. An enormous search and rescue would begin, and it would actually end up becoming the largest cave search in U.S. history, with every known passage searched 3 times. By the 12th, 2 days later, searchers started to believe that the boys never actually made it to the cave, although at least one unconfirmed witness account reported to have seen them taking a shovel in. Searchers now began to wonder if they had left to go to explore different caves, or maybe even deeper into the woods. The exhaustive search was finally called off after not finding one trace of the boys, and the disappearance was a mystery for years. But kinda one of those where everyone just chalked it up to the cave. However, in 2006, construction workers again returned to the area and again found a new small cave. Authorities will quickly go check this cave out in hopes of finding some remains, and again, they came back empty-handed. And this has kinda left the door open that maybe something more sinister happened. One theory that has been discussed was that of John Wayne Gacy, who was actually traveling to and from Hannibal at the time. Gacy, as you know, was convicted in Chicago of killing 33 boys between 1972 and 1978 and was suspected of killing many more. His home was about 300 miles from where the boys went missing, and furthermore, witnesses did report seeing a mystery man at the top of a local cliff just days before the boys vanished. This same unknown man inserted himself into the search operation after the boys went missing, and then he himself vanished. Could that have been Gacy or another predator? Another theory was that the construction crew was at fault and covered up an accident. Apparently, this construction crew immediately went to covering up all the holes they had left right after the disappearance, and this is in spite of the fact that the mayor ordered the holes to be left open to conduct searches in them. It seems that many think the boys went down into one of these, exploring, which didn't have any caution tape around them, and the construction crew inadvertently buried them. In fact, one of the original searchers would do an interview in 2018 and stated that he thought the boys were underneath the road. Finally, you have the paranormal theory, which largely stems from the fact that Joey Hogue had written about seeing a UFO shortly before he went missing. In 1971, a man named Walter Elliott Jr. would come across a peculiar discovery in a pond in Phippsburg, Maine. This pond, called Spirit Pond, he would find 3 small runestones, in which one of these contained a total of 15 lines of text on 2 sides, while another one contained a map with inscriptions, and that map has often been proposed to depict the landscape visible from White Mountain, the highest point of the area near Spirit Pond, or possibly the northern tip of Newfoundland. The inscriptions contain several instances of the use of pedantic numerals, which is not unusual for runic inscriptions. The first person to actually study the stones was a professor from Harvard named Einar Hogan. After transcribing them, he found the individual runes used to be inconsistent with 11th century Norse, and that the text contained only a few Norse words in a sea of gibberish. He would also note some odd things about the inscriptions, which directly linked them to the Kensington runestone inscription, and for that reason, he concluded the inscriptions came at the earliest 1932. But his reasoning for that may be that at that time, only 9 words could be translated. However, a full 20 years would pass when, in 1991, a complete coherent translation of the entire 97-word text was completed and satisfied no one, as no one could agree on a definitive translation. Although, one of the commonly retold versions is that the stone tells the story of a sudden storm and the fearful Vikings trying to save their ship. One of the biggest clues in the inscription was it mentions a thermal lake described as a bathing lake using the Norse word lauga, which was unknown in Newfoundland until this translation. This alleged thermal lake is Gander Lake in Newfoundland and is identified as Thorfinn Karlsefni's settlement area, which features a bay, river, and lake which match the historical descriptions. He called the area Hop, which is the name of a bay back in Iceland, and that bay is where Karlsefni's home was located. But the weird thing here is, Gander Lake is not recognized as a thermal lake, and is relatively cold. However, it does have one unique feature: it does not freeze over, and it's the warm vapors off the lake that may have led to Thorfinn Karlsefni to later record they stayed there that winter. There was no snow at all, and the livestock was able to fend for themselves. The Spirit Pond Memorial Stone describes 4 geographical features: a strip of land found by Håkon, a common Norse name, a bathing lake to the west, an enormous region, and a nearby headland. And the area where the stone was found has the lake to the west of the sea, a long shoreline, and a ridge at the top that forms a strip of land, and across the lake, a wide panoramic view of what you may call an enormous region can be seen, and of course, a headland to the south. The Gander River also flows into the lake, eventually spilling out into the sea, again matching the saga's description of a river flowing down into a lake and into the sea. So are these stones legit? You decide. January 9th, 1970. Reg Williams planned to meet his fiancée, 25-year-old Jennifer Mary Beard, in Milford, New Zealand, where the two planned to go on vacation. But Mary, who was hitchhiking to get there, would never arrive. After some time, Reg got nervous, because Mary was not known to be the type to just not show up when she had plans. Reg would call the police, who immediately did a sweeping search for Jennifer between Fox Glacier, which is where she had been seen on New Year's Eve in the company of a middle-aged man in a greenish-blue vehicle, and at the gates of Host, which is a small town on the west coast of New Zealand's South Island. This area was not easy to search, as it was swampy and covered with dense native bush, but the searchers went far off the track as they could and found nothing. A family eventually came forward and told police they had helped a man get his car running at a rest area near the northern approach of the Host River Bridge about 1:20 p.m. on New Year's Eve. They would even confirm the man was driving a greenish-blue 1953 to 1955 Vauxhall, which fit the previous descriptions. Police would go to this bridge and search, and it didn't take long, just a few minutes, when they came across the partially dressed body of Jennifer. She was partially hidden in the bushes. Her body was severely decomposed due to the elements. Her track pants were neatly rode down to her knees, and her hiking boots were still on. The clothes of her upper body had been ripped apart and were around her neck. Investigators deduced she was relieving herself under the bridge when she was interrupted by someone who pulled off a brutal sexual assault. She was then left there to die, and the rucksack and camera Jennifer was last seen with was not near the body and has never been recovered. The exact cause of death could not be pinpointed, but police believe she had been strangled. Detectives would spend a lot of time in the early part of the investigation searching for this vehicle, as they found many witnesses along the highway that had seen Jennifer riding in the car. Unfortunately, there were some 33,000 Vauxhalls in New Zealand at that time, and police had to manually check all of them. There were a couple of witnesses which helped investigators some. One was a family who was driving in the area that day around 1:30 p.m., and they had seen this car coming up behind them, and this guy, he was obviously in a hurry, because he blew by the family at a high speed and on up the road out of sight. The family would continue on their way to their destination, turn around, and then head back, and when they headed back, they would pass that same car again, this time coming from the other way, which meant the man had left the road at some point, and it was most likely then that the murder occurred. Another man, a mechanic, said this same guy came by to get something fixed in his car, which had probably occurred when driving the old vehicle at such a high speed. He also said this man was in a hurry, and he also noted that there was some camping equipment in the vehicle. However, this was not enough to apprehend the killer. There have been multiple suspects over the years. The first one was a suspect for a long time, and he was interviewed, but they never had enough to charge him. That man came forward in 1988 and spoke to a local newspaper, and stated that he unfortunately fit the description of the wanted man and had a similar car, but he was innocent and just at the wrong place at the wrong time. Another man, named Reginald Wildboar, was set to be arrested in 2003 for crimes against a child, but before he was arrested, he killed himself. Reginald had confessed to a close friend just days before this that he had killed Jennifer. However, most investigators now believe the strongest suspect is a now deceased man named Gordon Bray. June 14th, 2000, 20-year-old Amanda Tusing was visiting her fiancé, Matthew Irvin, in Jonesboro, Arkansas. The couple had recently gotten engaged after dating for a long time. Amanda, or Mandy as her friends and family called her, was hoping to become a veterinarian. After spending the day with Matthew, she stated she was going back to her parents' home in Dale, which was about 45 miles away. But that night, a fierce storm rolled in, bringing with it heavy rain. So Matthew tried to convince her to spend the night, as he didn't want her driving in the bad weather. But Mandy was adamant, and she said she would call him when she made it, and headed out sometime around 11:30 p.m. But Matt didn't receive that call, and by 1:30 a.m., he began to worry. He knew Mandy's parents had set a 1 a.m. curfew for her, and knew she had plenty of time to make it. His worries became too much, and he would end up calling her parents. Her parents, of course, were also concerned, and her father would set out from his apartment and head towards Jonesboro, taking the route Mandy would have taken. Meanwhile, Matthew would leave his residence and meet Mandy's father, Ed, halfway. And it wasn't long until Matthew, driving along this lonely stretch of road in the middle of a terrible storm, spotted her car, followed by her father, who showed up shortly after. He was sitting under a well-lit area on the side of the road. Matthew first assumed she had broken down. They would then call the police, who noted the keys were still in the ignition, and windshield wipers had been stopped mid-cycle, and the radio was still playing and had been set to her favorite station. They could also see her wallet laying in the passenger seat, and a still chilled drink in the cup holder on the dash. That drink was about 3/4 or half full and was still pretty cold. Most importantly, there were no signs of a struggle. Mandy's family and fiancé were stumped. So were the police, who would launch a search for the young girl, with help from local volunteers the next morning. But Mandy wouldn't be found that day. It would actually be 3 more days when, on June 18th, a resident found her body in a rain-swollen ditch, about 12 miles west from where her car was. It appeared as if she had been tossed off of a smaller bridge into the flooded waterway, and even more curious would be the autopsy, which originally said she had drowned, but this was later changed to undetermined, and there was no trauma and no evidence she put up a fight. She had also not been sexually assaulted, nor had nothing been stolen. Investigators started off in a bad position. The terrible weather that night washed away any clues, and Mandy's waterlogged body prevented the medical examiner from making an accurate autopsy. But detectives believed she had been suffocated, and they came to this conclusion because they found her nasal passages did have water in them, but her lungs did not, meaning she was dead before hitting the water. The case quickly went cold though, and over the next decade, detectives interviewed 200 plus people, and it led to nothing. Investigators have had various theories on what could have happened. All in all, they really had nothing, and since they were totally devoid of physical clues, the investigation has largely had to go on tips. And as far as theories go, Mandy's family, as well as a lot of armchair detectives, have one that we hear all too common. They believe that Mandy was pulled over by a police officer, or someone impersonating one. Mandy's mother Susan even said in interviews they had always told her if she got pulled over at night to pull into where there was a street light. So the theory makes sense, and law enforcement even believe it because they have given lie detector tests plus interviewed every law enforcement officer employed in the area at that time, and all of them were cleared. However, investigators do believe a man impersonating an officer is responsible. On Thursday morning, August 16th, 2001, in Prattville, Alabama, a woman named Marie Stroud would head off to work, leaving her 2 daughters at home on summer vacation from school, the eldest being Lisa, who was left to babysit her younger sister, that being 11-year-old Shannon. The family lived in a mobile home park of a small farming town and basically knew all the neighbors. Shannon was friends with nearly all the kids that lived there and knew all of their parents. And on that morning, Shannon got up early to go outside and play with some of these kids without telling her sister. And when her older sister woke up at 9, she wasn't particularly worried, as it wasn't unusual for Shannon to spend the whole day out playing only to come back that night. When Marie returned from work that evening, she realized Shannon was not home for dinner, but didn't think much of it at first. But when she didn't arrive by dark, she started to get nervous, and by 9 p.m., after not being able to locate her, she would call the police. And props to the police, who took the case very seriously, almost immediately launching a task force to find the 11-year-old, yet they found no sign of her. Shortly under a month later, the devastating terror attacks of September 11th would occur, and basically any media coverage of the missing girl evaporated. But police and her family kept focused on the task at hand, but sadly, there just wasn't any sign of her. But this would change on October 6th, nearly 2 months after Shannon disappeared, when rabbit hunters found the remains of her body. She'd been bound with a rope and put into a plastic bag, the remains set in a wooded area on public hunting property about 10 miles north of Prattville. One of the hunters would eventually state in an interview that he had passed the bag multiple times and just assumed it was trash, before he finally got curious enough to check it out and seen the remains. Now the disappearance was a murder, and police still had 0 clues, and the case went cold. Yet, they did have a theory. Shannon was known to be extremely kind and almost naive. She helped many neighbors in the area and was known to be a good kid. It's for this reason detectives have stated that Shannon almost certainly voluntarily went with someone. Now, if she knew this person or not is another question, but that person took advantage of her trust. In spite of the case being cold, the task force met regularly. By 2016, the Alabama Bureau of Investigation's Cold Case Unit began working on Shannon's case exclusively. And early that next year, a special investigative grand jury took a look at the case and re-examined the evidence, the first grand jury of its kind in the county in 25 years. One thing that came out was something about a sketch that had been drawn years earlier when a young girl had came forward stating she had seen a man with Shannon right before she disappeared, which is great, right? Well, now this young girl was an adult, and she came to the grand jury and admitted she made the entire thing up to try and help the police find Shannon. Just an honest mistake from a scared child, which set the investigation back to square one. Over the years, there have been a few persons of interest. Some of these have been ruled out. Others never had that key piece of evidence for an arrest. Over 20 years later, we seem to be no closer to knowing who killed Shannon. June 18th, 1985. A man named Bob Armstrong would take his two daughters, Regina and Christina, and drop them off at the babysitter's apartment in southeast Orlando. They would both hug and kiss before he drove off to work. As sometime after lunch, the two girls, along with the babysitter's young son, would head outside to play. As they were jumping and running around the courtyard in front of the apartments, a man approached them around noon and spoke to them before walking back off. However, he came back shortly and spoke to the children again. This time, he would offer Christina and the young boy $2 each to stay and watch at the nearby apartment, which he claimed belonged to him and his wife. He told them he was taking Regina with him to pick up his grandchildren and would be back within half an hour. And, of course, that's pretty ominous. And when the two didn't return, Regina's sister Christina began to worry. It dawned on her that something awful could have happened to her little sister. She, along with the babysitter's son, rushed back to the apartment where she tried to explain what happened. Unfortunately, the babysitter locked the bedroom door and ignored her, thinking she was playing around and being dramatic. It would be a full 2 hours later, when the babysitter's boyfriend showed up, that Christina finally got to tell the babysitter the whole story. It was then that the police were finally called, and they did a door-to-door search. They even took horses up to the wooded areas, brought in sniffing dogs, took a helicopter, but found nothing. A week later, 100 Navy cadets joined the search in what became the largest manhunt in Orlando history. A composite sketch of the abductor was also created. The man was white, 6 foot medium build, and dark hair, between 37 and 40 years old, wearing a plaid shirt, faded jeans, and a gold watch with Roman numerals. His upper lip had been split, as if he had recently been in a fight. He was also missing 2 teeth on one side of his mouth and had a tattoo on his left forearm, and he smelled oily, like a mechanic. Christina also noted he smelled like alcohol. After the sketch started making its way around, a 7-year-old girl from Cocoa Beach, about 60 miles away, would tell her father that it was the same man who tried just days before to abduct her. Apparently, he crept into her room after prying a window screen open and unlocking her bedroom door. As he tried to lift her out the window, her older sister began screaming, alerting her parents, and the man ran off. Thousands of tips poured in. One in particular was from an assistant manager at Popeyes. Apparently, a man came in that looked exactly like the sketch, and he asked the cashier to open a can of ravioli he had brought with him. The cashier glanced at the sketch hanging up in the store, and then back at the man, and realized it was him. He then ran out of the restaurant to a brown car and sped off. The cashier called police, and this story seemed legit because Regina's favorite food was ravioli. There would be numerous sightings over the next year, but none of them panned out. Sadly, a skull and dress were discovered at a construction site. Crazily enough, police didn't make the connection and put it in an evidence locker and forgot about it. It wasn't until a new police chief took over that a connection was made to Regina, and the dress was identified by the father. Apparently, the last police chief, who had gotten fired, just threw it in the locker and never notified anyone. Regardless, the case went completely cold, and outside of one suspect on death row, whom they eventually ruled out, not one person of interest has ever been named. And close to 4 decades later, Regina's murder is still unsolved. July 17th, 1966. Henderson County, North Carolina. 2 men were on a dirt road near Lake Summit at a place where people dumped their trash. They had been clearing some brush and brought over some limbs and brambles to get rid of. It's here that one of them would notice in his field of vision that of a mannequin. The two would move in closer to get a better look and notice it was not a mannequin. It was a person, actually 3 people, who had been bludgeoned to death. That of Vernon Shipman, Charles Glass, and Louise Davis Shoemate. All 3 had head wounds, but Charles and Louise had puncture wounds to their chest and necks, 21 and 17 respectively. The bodies were placed in a semicircle. The men were clothed, but Louise had some clothes removed, and it was obvious she had been sexually assaulted. Vernon was left with an 18-inch long piece of scrap iron laying on his neck. Charles's crutches were laid over his body in the shape of a cross, and a whiskey bottle was tilted off of Louise's neck. Nearby also lay Louise's prescription sunglasses and purse near the 2 men's wallets. The 2 men were well known in the community. Vernon owned a music shop in town that Charles managed. Louise, however, was an outlier. She was a 61-year-old factory worker from Asheville who kept to herself. No one is sure how she knew the men, if she did. The triple murder obviously upset the town, which was fairly small, and it caused rumors to swirl, which is partially fueled by the fact that both Vernon and Charles were gay. Before the discovery of the murder victims, a missing persons report had been filed for the men, but the police assumed they were partying somewhere, because they were gay. Or, that's what the police chief at the time said, although it's possible he didn't mean anything by it, because Charles was known to throw huge parties that had 100 or more people. As detectives started to investigate deeper into the murders, they found a huge pool of suspects. Apparently, Charles had relationships with quite a few wealthy prominent men all over Asheville and Hendersonville. Like a lot of cases from this time period, the crime scene wasn't handled properly, with many residents coming from the area to view it. In fact, days after the scene was processed, people reported finding human remains that were missed. Detectives did start retracing the steps of the trio and found that there had been several sightings of Vernon's vehicle the day of the murder. The last sighting came around 6 p.m. when a resident named Ronnie Hollyfield would see Vernon on a single-lane dirt track. Charles was with him on the passenger side, and a woman with an odd smile he did not know was in the back, along with a man that wore sunglasses that he did not know. This man was obviously the lead suspect now. He was 40 to 50 years old, white, with light-colored thin hair. Their car was later found by some youths who pushed it to the location it was found, parked in grass, weeds, and briars about 6 miles from the crime scene. The keys were still in the ignition. In the years since, 6 suspects and motives have been narrowed down, ranging from murder for hire, jealousy, revenge, and one final one that had a long criminal history. That one was the most likely suspect, and he was named Edward Thompson Jr. In the past, he had kidnapped 9 people, sexually assaulted 5, and killed 2 in a crime spree in 1968. He would actually be arrested for other crimes and would die in prison. He was said to have told others he was the responsible party, but due to the fact he, as well as other suspects, are all deceased, and the fact that all the evidence has been lost, this one will most likely never be solved. July 19th, 1920. The Caroll A Deering, an American 5-masted commercial schooner, would depart from Puerto Rico and arrive at Newport News, Virginia, to pick up a cargo of coal to be delivered to Rio de Janeiro. The ship was captained by a man named William H. Merritt. On August 26th, after clearing the Virginia Capes and heading for Rio, Captain Merritt fell seriously ill, and the Deering headed for Port Louis, Delaware, to drop him and his son off. The Deering Company then recruited Captain Willis Wormwell as a replacement, and they set off September 8th and safely delivered the cargo without incident. Wormwell gave his crew leave before departing on December 2nd, where they stopped for supplies in Barbados. It's here that this odd story would start to play out. The first mate, who had been recruited along with Wormwell, would get drunk in Barbados and was overheard complaining about how he was unable to discipline the crew without Captain Wormwell interfering. The first mate was abusive to the crew, according to the captain. The first mate also complained about how he had to do all the navigating due to the captain's poor eyesight. So while drunk, he stated he was going to kill the captain before they made it back to Norfolk. He ended up being arrested at port for public drunkenness, but Captain Wormwell forgave him and bailed him out of jail and set sail. The ship would not be sighted again until January 28, 1921, when it was seen by a Cape Lookout lightship. The captain of that ship, Captain Jacobson, said a tall, thin man with reddish hair and a foreign accent, who was obviously not Captain Wormwell, was speaking through a megaphone and told him that the vessel had lost its anchors in a storm off of Cape Fear and asked the ship's owners, G.G. Deering Company, to be notified. Jacobson was going to report it, but the radio was out. But he did note that the crew seemed to be hanging around the quarterdeck of the ship, a place where they were not usually allowed. The next afternoon, the crew of another vessel spotted the Deering sailing a course that would take them directly to the Diamond Shoals, which are an infamous cluster of underwater sandbars hidden beneath the winds that are thought to be responsible for up to 600 shipwrecks. However, that crew reported seeing no one on the Deering's deck. 3 days later, the boat was sighted at morning by the Coast Guard station at Cape Hatteras. The vessel had ran aground with all sails on the outer edge of the Diamond Shoals. At first, rescue ships could not get to the vessel due to bad weather, but finally reached it on February 4th, just a few days later, and they found the schooner was completely abandoned. The steering equipment was damaged, the wheel shattered, and the rudder disengaged from its stock. The log and navigation equipment were gone, along with the crew's personal effects and the ship's 2 lifeboats. Some food was also being prepared for the next day's meal at the time of the abandonment. To this day, theories abound. One was a hurricane, although it doesn't explain why the men exited the ship in an orderly manner instead of a panicked one. Another theory was that of pirates, but no concrete evidence of this ever came up. Some suggested rum runners stole the ship to smuggle liquor, but that was deemed very doubtful. Some point to the aforementioned first mate's threat to get the captain. It suggested he led a mutiny. He would also explain why the man that held the Cape Lookout ship was not Captain Wormwell, nor an officer, and why the men were just out wandering about. Another crazy theory was the crew was rescued by the SS Hewitt, which sunk after and lost all hands on deck. Finally, are the paranormal theories, such as sailing through the Bermuda Triangle. Right off the bat, I have to tell you, this is one of my favorite mysteries ever. I had actually heard it years ago, and I've always wanted to cover it. The story allegedly occurred in 1593, and revolves around a soldier who was guarding the governor's palace in Manila, in what was then the Spanish Philippines. The governor of the Spanish colony on the other side of the world was Gomez Perez de Marinas, and without going into all the details, the governor would actually end up being killed by Chinese pirates of all things. Now if we go to the following day of his assassination, we get back to the heart of the mystery, that of the soldier guarding the governor's building. This soldier, sometimes named Gil Perez, would begin to find himself dizzy and exhausted, which might not have been super uncommon when standing out in the sunlight guarding all day long. Regardless, this soldier would lean up against the palace wall and let his eyes slowly come to rest, but it was only a few seconds before he snapped back out of his slumber and awoken, no doubt hoping his superior officer did not catch him asleep on watch. But upon waking, he was in for a different shock. No longer did he see the Manila government building, nor did he see Manila. Instead, he saw the main square of Mexico City, about 9,000 miles away from where he had fell asleep. As he started to walk around and take in what had happened, the Mexico City guards seen him in the wrong uniform and went up to question who he was. He would begin to tell them what had happened, even going over the news of the assassination of the governor of the Philippines, which was still unknown in Mexico since news spread so much slower back then. The authorities started to suspect this man was nothing more than a deserter who came up with a story to cover up for abandoning his post. They would throw him in jail and charge him with desertion and being a servant of the devil for some reason. However, months later, news finally reached Mexico's shores via a galleon from the Philippines that the governor had indeed been assassinated. But not stopping there with the weirdness, one of the ship's passengers would go to Mexico City where he came across the imprisoned soldier. He would tell the authorities in Mexico City and made a statement verifying that this imprisoned soldier, Gil Perez, was 100% in Manila the day after the assassination of the governor. The authorities were now even more perplexed. The soldier whom they thought was a deserter with a fanciful story had actually brought them news from the Philippines that he had no way of knowing unless his story was true. So they actually released him and allowed him to go back home. So what gives? The story first came to prominence in the early 1800s when it found its way into magazines and collected stories about legends. One writer was able to trace the origin of this story to an account by Friar Gaspar de San Agustin in 1698, who cites the story as fact, although he didn't know the soldier's name, and blamed the whole event on witchcraft. We also have in 1609 a well-respected soldier / historian, Dr. Antonio de Morga, who was stationed in Manila the day of the assassination, who recorded that everyone in Mexico did know of the news within the day that it happened, yet no one could trace down where the rumors had came from. So, what happened? A lot of skeptics cite that the whole thing was nothing more than a legend, and there were other miraculous stories from the Spanish Philippines at the time, so it wouldn't be unusual, and generally, I would agree with all that if it wasn't for Antonio de Morga's account. He was a reputable historian, verifying that somehow Mexico was aware of the news shortly after it happened, which might be why some have stated the whole thing was an unexplained paranormal event, such as an alien abduction, or that he somehow teleported. Andrew D. Basiago is a Seattle lawyer and political activist who submitted himself as candidate for president in the 2016 election. He ran on a platform consisting of 100 proposals, such as increasing wages for women, protecting Social Security, protecting the electrical grid, making Sasquatch a protected species. Wait, what? Yeah, in addition to normal proposals, Basiago wanted to do the following: making Sasquatch a protected species, declassifying America's time travel arsenal, the living presidents admitting they were given foreknowledge of their destinies by this time travel arsenal, extraterrestrial disclosure, admitting atomic explosions attracted ETs, and that we have several treaties with other planet civilizations. Do I need to go on? It's possible that Basiago came up with all these other proposals because of his past. See, he is the founder of a group dedicated to disclosing data about Project Pegasus, which is described as classified defense-related research by DARPA, in which the U.S. defense community achieved time travel. According to Basiago, the program began in the 70s and used children in its experiments because they could adapt well to the strain of moving between past, present, and future, and strap in for this one because Basiago claims he was one of these children, and he went back in time to Ford's Theater on the night of President Lincoln's assassination. Actually, he went back and watched it 5 or 6 times, for some reason. He was actually even captured in a photograph at Gettysburg in 1863, which you can see here. Even crazier, as his travels back in time began to accumulate, he ran into himself twice on 2 different visits, a rarity to say the least. According to Basiago, he got to try out 8 different time travel technologies throughout the project, but most instances involved a teleporter based on some technical papers found in, drumroll please, Nikola Tesla's apartment after his death. This teleporter consisted of 2 gray elliptical booms about 8 feet tall, separated by about 10 feet. Between a shimmering curtain of what Tesla called radiant energy was broadcast. This energy had the capacity to bend space-time. In addition, during this period of time traveling, Basiago got to go on a Martian exploration and colonization mission, along with a man named Barry Soetoro, who would later become Barack Obama. For what it's worth, Basiago's claims have been confirmed by another lawyer named Alfred Weber, who claims the US had time travel technology for at least 4 decades. But it should be noted, Weber also wrote a book documenting his experience of a briefing between himself and Jimmy Carter aboard a UFO in 1973. So I mean, I'm not sure how good his word is. Also, for what it's worth, Basiago, since he has been given the knowledge from the future, he knows he will win either the presidency or vice presidency between now and 2028. So there's that. Although, I admit, I am sad we are not seeing him as a third candidate in the 2024 election. So what is the mystery in this one? I guess, is any of it true? Normally, I would say no, but I'm trying to remain unbiased here. So one of the first things people note about Basiago is his intelligence. He's a member of Mensa International, which means he's a genius, and possibly means that he would have been a great candidate for such experiments. Secondly, is the guy seems to believe wholeheartedly what he's saying, but I ask you, what do you believe? In the year 1830, somewhere in Latvia, a 16-year-old young woman named Emily Sauget would begin her career as a French teacher at a boarding school, and this young teacher, over the course of her career, would become known as a dedicated, diligent, and maybe most importantly of all, just adored by her students. So it's somewhat weird that this same teacher who was so loved would end up taking over 18 different teaching positions in just 16 years in countless different schools. Was it because so many other teachers were envious of her? Or did she just get bored of doing the same job for so long? Well, it seemed to be neither. Actually, the real reason is downright weird. She would take a job in 1845 at a place called Pensionet van Nieuw Elke, and it's here that bizarre things would begin to occur. At first, it was simple things like someone walking by her classroom and seeing Emily, and then seeing her a minute later somewhere else, and it would be all chalked up to hallucinations or the person just being mistaken. Similar instances would continue to occur, but as time went on, people began to see Emily in two different spots much further apart. Like in one instance, when Emily left the classroom to go pick some flowers from the garden, the 42 students who had been sewing would kinda be bewildered when they seen Emily sitting back at her desk, because from the window, they could also see her picking flowers in the garden. Apparently, these students were brave enough at least to go up to the doppelganger. Some even reached out to touch her, and although it looked like Emily in all regards, when they tried to touch her, their hands went through her. It felt empty. The shocked students would tell Emily on her return, and she just seemed confused, although she did later state that when she was picking flowers, she kept feeling an urge to go check on the children. The weirdness went on over the years between 1845 and 1846, and the class dwindled down from 42 students to 12, due to parents pulling their daughters from school because of the strange events connected to the teacher. The school would then ask her to step down, which she sadly did, but stated that this was the 19th time. It was hard to bear. When they asked what she meant, she revealed she had taught at 18 different schools in just 16 years, which many have taken to mean the weird doppelganger had followed her all that time. So what to make of this? Well, it was originally published in 1860 by Robert Dale Owen in a book called Footfalls on the Boundary of Another World. He claimed to have direct testimony from one of the students, that of Julie D. Goldenstolbe, who was actually a member of the nobility. Two authors would repeat the same story later after talking to Julie, but as far as real hard data on Emily, going by her age in 1845, that of 32 years old, she had to be born around 1813, and checking records from that time in Dijon, where she was said to have been born, revealed no families with the last name Sauget, although there was a baby named Octavie Sauget, the last name being spelled differently but pronounced the same way in French. It's thought that name could have been changed to protect the girl's identity, or it could be that since the baby was born to an unknown father, the name was changed to hide her illegitimacy. Another thing that might poke a hole in this story is the fact that in the previous 17 teaching jobs she was let go from, nobody ever came forward to report anything weird. It was just at this one school. Finally, this institution she taught at, no one even knows if it really existed, and if it did, where exactly it was located. So was this just a finely woven folktale? Or was Emily the victim of a phenomenon called bilocation, one person being seen in two different locations at once? November 14th, 1856, Dublin, Ireland. A chief cashier for the city's Broadstone Railway Terminal, named George Little, failed to report to his morning shift, which was seen as odd by people that knew him since he was such a dependable guy. So his colleagues, finding his office door locked, proceeded to break it down. It's here they found George, lying in a pool of blood. His throat had been cut, and his head was battered beyond recognition. Around the room lay piles of cash, hundreds of pounds of gold and silver, and the door was locked, and oddly, from the inside. The whole scene was confusing to say the least. Robbery wasn't thought to be the motive at first, because with all this loot laying around the room, the perp emptied only 3 cash boxes. Likewise, no one could really see George being targeted for revenge or anything like that, because he was known as such a kind man. And this is a really old case, but in 2021, author Thomas Morris would dig through the National Archives and found a cache of documents on the unsolved murder. Even interviews from persons of interest remained on file. Unfortunately, from the other documents though, it was found that dozens of people, from railway employees to curious members of the public, had trampled the crime scene. The detective in charge of the investigation was a man named Augustus Guy, and he learned George Little had been working late the day he was killed, staying in the office after the company officials left for the day. Yet this night had seen thousands of passengers due to the annual horse fair, so an unusually large amount of money was left for George to count. And it's here that Detective Guy learned that those cash boxes that had been emptied, that equaled an amount about 10 times what a laborer would take home in a year. The detectives would interview more than 40 employees. Several were caught in lies about where they were on the night of the murder, but he narrowed down the list to 14 persons of interest. The station was then torn apart, looking for clues, dismantling entire locomotives. Finally, the Royal Canal was drained, which ran by the station, and the murder weapon was found, a hammer and cutthroat razor. This eventually led to 5 different suspects being arrested and released. Now you may be wondering, the title of the mystery is James Spaulding, but the murder victim is George Little. What gives? Well, a local woman named Mary Spaulding would eventually come forward to detectives and cited that she knew who the murderer was, and that it was her own husband, James Spaulding. Now James would eventually be captured and would go to trial, where he was acquitted, largely due to the fact that him and his wife's relationship was toxic, and they couldn't be sure she just wasn't making up the story to ruin his life. But it's here the story takes a strange turn when a man named Frederick Bridges would enter the scene. Bridges was a phrenologist, and phrenology is supposed to be the ability to study one's character and abilities just by the size and shape of their cranium, which is largely known as a pseudoscience. However, Bridges totally believed in it and professed to be an expert. He claimed that since one could tell information just by the pattern of bumps and ridges unique to each skull, a murderer's brain would be unique enough that finding the killer would be easy. And after James was acquitted, Bridges saw an opportunity. He searched for the man and eventually found him, now destitute, and he befriended James and eventually convinced him to let him examine his skull, which must have been a pretty interesting conversation to have. Regardless, Bridges examined his skull and was now convinced he was guilty. This was the man responsible for the murder. He would reach out to people in the government and actually found some people at the very top a little receptive to his ideas. However, any support soon faded away, and phrenology was largely discredited just a few years later and mostly forgotten. But it's left many to wonder, what if James was truly responsible? July 1842, an Englishman by the name of Dr. J. Griffin, a member of the British Lyceum of Natural History, would arrive in New York. And Griffin, well, he brought something interesting with him. He had with him a mermaid, which he claimed was caught near the Fiji Islands in the South Pacific. News of Griffin's arrival, along with the news of a mermaid, was quickly circulated among the press and made its way throughout the country. Reporters would even go to Griffin's hotel demanding to see it, and he would give them a small glimpse of it, fully convincing them that it was real. Not long after this, P.T. Barnum, the biggest carny in history, visited the offices of the major newspapers of New York, where he explained he was trying to convince Griffin to display the mermaid in his museum. Unfortunately, Griffin was hesitant to do so, and Barnum, who had just happened to have prepared an advertisement in advance for exhibition of the mermaid, which contained the woodcut of a typical European mermaid, was now useless to him since Griffin wouldn't make a deal with him. So Barnum would give the woodcut to the papers, who decided to print it. Barnum would also distribute 10,000 pamphlets with depictions of the seductive mermaid around the city, which he no longer needed. This soon became a hot topic in New York, and Griffin agreed to display the mermaid for a week on Broadway. It ended up being a hit with the people, which led to it being displayed longer, and was finally displayed at Barnum's American Museum for a month. Griffin would even be asked to give lectures to the crowd. If this story sounds a little too fishy, pun intended, that's because it is. First of all, Dr. J. Griffin was actually a man named Levi Lyman. Secondly, he had not randomly met P.T. Barnum. They were actually associates. There was also no such place called the British Lyceum of Natural History. And the beautiful mermaid? It was nothing like the beautiful bare-breasted pictures that Barnum was passing around the city. Instead, it was like this small abomination. It would actually be revealed later that it was the top half of a juvenile monkey sewn onto the bottom half of a fish. The original had scales with animal hair superimposed on its body, with breasts that hung down loosely on its chest. The mouth was left wide open, with teeth bared. It was posed to look like it had died in agony. Objects like this had been made in Asia, particularly in Japan and the East Indies, long before P.T. Barnum had acquired his. This one itself was thought to have been made in 1810 by someone in Japan, in an alleged traditional art form amongst fishermen. It was sold to Dutch merchants, who then sold it to a sea captain named Samuel Barrett Eads in 1822. He paid a huge amount of money for the mermaid, but wasn't actually able to make much money exhibiting it. He would leave it to his son upon his death, who then sold it to a man named Moses Kimball, who then leased it to Barnum. Following the month-long display, it would go on a tour in the South, which ended up being cut short. It was then brought back to New York, where it split its time between Barnum's Museum in New York and Kimball's Museum in Boston. But in 1859, the mermaid went on tour in London and came back to Kimball's Boston Museum and disappeared. There's actually a couple of theories for this one. The first is that the fake mermaid simply burned up in a fire. The original thought was the fire in Barnum's museum in 1865 was the cause, but the records showed that it was in Kimball's museum at that time. So this led to speculation that a fire that had destroyed Kimball's museum in the early 1880s was likely responsible for the disappearance of the mermaid. However, some speculate that the mermaid was not in either museum when they caught fire. It's actually thought it ended up in Harvard's Peabody Museum of Archaeology and Ethnology. That museum does possess a Fiji mermaid, but it is unknown if it is the same one that P.T. Barnum had. Apparently, Kimball's heirs donated a fake mermaid to them in 1897, and Harvard's records showed that the Kimballs donated it before his museum was consumed by the fire. The problem is, the one they received had a small head and no breast, different than the one Barnum's was described to be. So we're left with the mystery. Does Harvard have the original mermaid? If so, why does it not match the early descriptions? Or did the mermaid burn up in a fire? Or did something else happen altogether? October 7th, 1949, 26-year-old Jean Spangler of Los Angeles, California, would leave her home around 5 p.m. The young actress, who was originally from Seattle, had appeared in bit parts of several movies in the late 1940s and would soon be on her way to becoming a household name, but not for a movie role. When Jean left her home that day, she would leave her daughter with her sister-in-law Sophie and said she planned to meet her ex-husband to discuss a late child support payment, and then was going to work on a night shoot for a movie. 2 hours later, Jean would call home and spoke to Sophie as well as her daughter. She would end up telling Sophie she had to work a full 8 hours and would probably not be home that evening. But Jean never arrived, and since Jean's mother was out of town visiting family, Sophie would go to the police to file a missing persons report. Sophie would tell police that Jean had planned on going to work at a film set after she met with her ex-husband Dexter Benner. However, when detectives checked with the studio, there was no record that Jean ever showed up. Detectives would start searching around to try and find any witnesses, and finally did. A woman at a farmer's market, just a few blocks from Jean's home. She had recalled seeing her browsing around at 6 p.m. and said it appeared that she was waiting for someone. Depending on the source, this is the last official sighting of Jean, but there are other sources that state she was seen at a club at 2:30 a.m. where she appeared to be arguing with two men. It didn't take police long to figure out that her ex was most likely responsible. I mean, just after a little digging into their background, they quickly found out that the two had a long, bitter custody battle over their daughter before Jean was finally awarded custody in 1948. But when police went to question Dexter, he would tell detectives he had not seen his wife in weeks, and his new wife, whom he had only been married to for just a month, confirmed and gave an alibi for his account, which would seem kinda hard to believe. But detectives would actually take the investigation into a different direction, so they must have believed him, which is really odd because after Dexter got full custody of their daughter, he would get into another custody battle with Jean's mother over refusing to allow her visitation with her granddaughter, eventually fleeing to Florida where he spent the rest of his life. So for someone that sure seems suspicious, it's odd that he never was seriously pursued. But maybe that's because, 2 days later, Jean Spangler's purse was found near the entrance of Griffith Park, about 6 miles away from her home. Both of the straps on one side of the purse were torn loose, like it had been ripped from her arm. 60 police officers and over 100 volunteers searched the 400-plus acres of the park, but found nothing else. Since Sophie told police that Jean had left the home with no money on the day of her disappearance, robbery was ruled out. Suspiciously, there was a note in her purse addressed to a Kirk, which read, "Kirk, can't wait any longer, going to see Dr. Scott. It will work better this way while Mother is away." And weirdly, that sentence ended in a comma, which led investigators to think she was abducted while writing it. This Kirk, though, was never located, nor was Dr. Scott. None of Jean's family or friends knew anyone by these names. However, when Jean's mother finally returned to LA and was interviewed by police, she would tell investigators that a Kirk had picked up Jean twice at her house but stayed in the car, so she never seen him. She also stated they had worked together on a set, but she didn't remember the studio. Detectives, meanwhile, would question every doctor with the last name Scott in Los Angeles, but none of them had a patient named Jean Spangler or her married name. Detectives would then find out she had once been involved with an abusive man named Scotty, but her lawyer would tell police she hadn't seen him in 4 years. The park would be searched again the following week, and this time, a volunteer's dog dug up a LA County jail uniform which had been buried in a shallow hole, but nothing else. And here's where we come to theories, and the first one is a doozy. Around the time Jean had disappeared, she had just finished a small part in a movie called Young Man with a Horn, starring Kirk Douglas, which led to a ton of speculation that the Kirk mentioned in the note was the famous actor. Douglas, after hearing this news, called police voluntarily and told them flat out he did not know her, and he done this while he was on vacation and before police even made the connection, which is odd. But when the head investigator called him back to learn more, Douglas then admitted they had talked and joked around on the set, but he had never seen her outside the studio. He would then clarify all this in a press statement by saying he told the detective he didn't remember Jean until a friend reminded him, which is possible. The plot would then thicken when Jean's girlfriends would tell investigators that she was 3 months pregnant and was talking about an abortion, which was illegal at the time. Witnesses who went to the same clubs and bars as Jean would tell police that they had heard of a medical student known as Doc who performed abortions for money. They tried to find this guy, but they were never able to, if he even existed. Meanwhile, another actor, Robert Cummings, would tell police that Jean had confided in him that she was having a casual affair, but did not mention the man's name. And to complicate matters, the media was now speculating that Jean may be one of the victims of an active serial killer in LA at the time, potentially even linked to the infamous Black Dahlia murder, whose victim, Elizabeth Short, bore a striking resemblance to Jean, as well as both women had movie aspirations. It wasn't just the press though. The police were attempting to tie the two cases, but were unsuccessful. Detectives would also run down a theory that it was related to gangsters that she was affiliated with, apparently from her time as a dancer at a nightclub. Detectives investigated these claims too, but once again, came up empty-handed. But just a year after her disappearance, one customs agent in El Paso would report seeing Jean at a hotel with with a gangster, Davy Ogle. When police went to that hotel, the clerk identified Jean from a photograph, but their names were not on the register. Speaking of Davy Ogle, he vanished 2 days after Jean, and he was never seen again either. Of course, he was under indictment for conspiracy at the time, so it might not be related, and the FBI informant later on told law enforcement that Ogle had been murdered by a crime group for talking to police. However, it should be noted that Jean's sister would testify that neither her nor Jean were acquainted with Ogle. There would be a few more sightings over the next 2 years, Southern California, Phoenix, and Mexico City, but these two led to nothing. The case would eventually go cold, and for the opposite reasons most cases do. This one had too many clues pointing in different directions. It was really hard to determine just who could have done something to her with so many potential suspects. Was it the famous actor, Kirk Douglas? Or did a botched abortion by Dr. Scott cause it? What about her ex-husband? Or did she run off with a gangster? Or could it have been the same man that was responsible for the Black Dahlia murder? (1973), Wichita, Kansas. A 13-year-old boy and his friends had a habit of sneaking into an abandoned missile silo that once belonged to Boeing Military Works just south of town. To do this, they would have to climb the old silo and go through a trap door to get up to the roof, where they would then capture pigeons in hopes of training them to become homing pigeons. Hey, this was the days before the internet. Anyways, one night when they went out, the sky was lit up brightly by the moon, and when they came up on the silo, they seen at the top what they thought to be a large, ominous figure on the roof. I can only imagine they assumed their eyes were playing tricks on them as they slowly made their way up to the silo, but what they saw would surprise them. They noticed the mysterious silhouette was actually a very big dog, which rose onto its hind legs in one smooth, startling motion. The boys whispered amongst themselves, and the creature overheard and growled at them, sending them to run back home. The next morning, the teens met up and decided that since it was daylight, they were brave enough to go back to the silo. But when they did, well, they found a disturbing scene. That was total pigeon carnage inside the silo. There were destroyed birds and beaks found everywhere. This is just one of several stories of the man-wolf, wolfman, or dogman, depending on the location. I cannot find if it was the original or not, but it is one of the earliest I could find. The sightings after this would kinda drop off afterwards, and strangely pop back up in the 2010s. 2016, in Osage County, a man driving a windy dirt road on a summer's day would see a group of deer jump out in front of him and run across the road. Luckily, he was going so slow that he was able to stop and watch them run down the hill on the other side. While waiting to make sure there were no more coming, he would be surprised to see that of a gray figure with a short sleek coat on all fours, about the same height as the deer. It had a dog head with cropped pointy ears and a short muzzle. It moved like a human would on all fours and was very muscular. He landed in the middle of the road and cleared the rest in one stride as it chased the deer back down the hill. Another story from phantomsandmonsters.com was about two ladies who had a scary encounter. Apparently, the story was sent in by the mother of one of the girls who, on her way to cosmetology school in the summer of 2008, was driving on a country road in Sedgwick County to cut over from a highway back home. They would come around a bend in the road when their headlights would sweep the road ahead, and standing near the guardrail of a concrete bridge was this huge canine creature. This cryptid, which was on all fours, was about the height and width of a cow. The muzzle had huge razor teeth with its lips back and snarling at them. Her daughter would then stomp the gas with both girls looking behind them as they sped off. These were some of the more interesting accounts of this creature, whatever it may be. But I ask you, does Kansas have their own version of the Dogman? Or is this the same one as the many other numerous sightings reported around the country? Or is the whole thing an urban legend? April 17th, 2009. 24-year-old Jelani Brinson of Anoka, Minnesota, would call his mother Alice Hamilton. Unfortunately, his mother could not hear the phone call due to her being in a restaurant called Mad Jack's, where the sound of the crowd muffled the phone ring, and Brinson never left her a message. This is just the beginning of a very strange night, because later after that phone call, Jelani Brinson would disappear. And the strangest part, he had called his mother from a restaurant called Mad Jack's, the same place where his mother was at. Amazingly, the two had no idea they were there at the same time, and they never bumped into each other. But how do we know this? Well, there's two variations to this story. One source claims that Brinson was there with friends, who would all leave the restaurant afterwards and go to another friend's home near the Anoka County Fairgrounds, while a different source claims that Brinson was actually at the restaurant to meet some girls he knew, and he left. He then stopped at his brother's and then back home before heading back out to meet the girls again, but changed his mind and went to a party near the Anoka County Fairgrounds. Regardless, he made it to the fairgrounds, and at this party, there were two co-workers or friends and one of their brothers. These friends would later tell detectives that about 5 minutes after Brinson arrived to the party, around 10 p.m., he would get up and leave the residence without saying goodbye, and they noted that despite the bizarre exit, there was nothing that had happened to prompt him to leave so abruptly. Now again, the story here deviates a little bit. Some sources say that Jelani actually got a phone call that upset him, prompting him to walk outside on the porch to smoke, and when he didn't return 30 minutes later, they searched for him in the neighborhood. That's when another friend, who apparently had been hanging out by himself in the basement during this party, seen Jelani heading south. Regardless of which version is true, the friends at the party would go search for him, but they could not find him. It would be the following day when his mother, Alice, would end up calling the police when she realized Brinson had missed work, as well as not visiting his daughter nor picking up his car. She had also called his cell phone numerous times, only to have it go to voicemail. She noted that any time in the past when calling him, he would always call back. Investigators at first really had nothing to go on, and they come up with a bizarre theory that maybe he jumped onto a slow-moving train and had left town. But everyone that knew Brinson stated that was out of his character. They were forced to rethink the situation. They looked deeper into Jelani and realized he had a clean record, and there was no sign that he was on drugs or that alcohol had played a role in his disappearance. The following day, the 19th, his mother and dozens of others began to search in the area with the police and 3 search dogs. It didn't take long to find Jelani's winter hat and one of his new tennis shoes on the other side of a neighbor's wooden fence near railroad tracks, just across the street from where he was last seen. The other shoe would then be found south of the tracks. Search dogs would then follow the scent from his friend's home to an area about 1.5 miles west. That trail ended about 100 yards behind a bar. The family and the police were able to view the bar's security tapes, which strangely never picked Jelani up. Emergency responders now began to search in and around the Rum River, which ran through Anoka, and it would be almost a week later, on the 25th, when an employee at the Green Haven Golf Course in Anoka would find Jelani. He was floating in the shallow pond on the course. The location was about 1,500 feet from where he was last seen across the street and over some railroad tracks. Of course, he did not have his shoes, but strangely, his socks were clean. Investigators have stated that this means he was placed there and did not go alone. However, when the medical examiner was brought in, an autopsy could not find any reason for the death. There were no marks on his body, he had not been injured, nor suffered any trauma. Foul play was ruled out, and there were no drugs or alcohol in his system. There was also nothing like a heart attack or brain aneurysm. And finally, he didn't drown. He still had his wallet, so robbery was ruled out. There were no signs of a struggle where his shoes and hat had been recovered, and his friends were all fully cooperative, and that's pretty much it. Over a decade later, and we still have no idea how Jelani died, or how he ended up in the pond, or why his shoes and hat were left behind. This case is extremely weird, which has brought out all kinds of crazier theories. They range from alien abduction to supernatural occurrences. There are simpler theories that, well, have all been ruled out. First, there's a theory passed around online that he could have taken a drug called GHB, which could have confused him and caused him to leave and go in the wrong direction and fall in. But he didn't drown, and no drugs were detected. Although, I'm not sure if that particular drug would be detected. It seems to me it would be. Secondly, was suicide, which was quickly ruled out since he showed no signs of depression, loved his child, and was said to be a very religious young man. And, even if it was suicide, how did he do it? Another theory was that he died at the party and someone panicked and left his body in the pond. But the weird part here that kind of rules that out was his body did not float around the pond. In fact, he was found with his feet resting at the bottom where he was anchored to that place, which would seem odd that someone would walk out and just stand him up like that. And again, everyone at the party has been cleared. Finally, we have the homicide theory again, one where no method of killing was ever detected. And this is where we get the crazy smiley face killer theory. I'm sure you have heard of it, but it alleges that 45 young men found dead in bodies of water across the Midwest from the 90s to the 2010s did not accidentally drown, but instead were killed by a serial killer or killers, and the bodies are always found near a graffiti of a smiley face, which is like the killer's calling card. According to that theory, the smiley face killer took Jelani somewhere and held him for 5 days before coming back and planting his body in shoes and hat. As crazy as that is, I guess it's as believable as any other theory. If you have followed the channel for a while, chances are you have heard me discuss the airship phenomenon that took place in the United States in the years 1896 and 1897. Sometimes it was just unidentified lights, but most of the time they look like an airship. This is one of the more interesting accounts that occurred in the Midwest. February 2nd, 1897, the residents of Hastings, Nebraska would play witness to an amazing sight, that of a huge canoe-shaped airship, which was approaching the small town at an incredible speed. The Zeppelin-like ship had bright headlights, which many of the townsfolk stared at with wonderment. This blimp, too, apparently had the ability to stop in mid-air, as well as moving up, down, sideways, and forward. Some residents reported hearing the murmur of a power source coming from the vehicle, while others said they heard the voices and laughter of the passengers, while all the witnesses agreed on seeing the red light at the stern of the ship and a row of 3 lights on either side, and a dim green light was reported by some. The craft appeared to have 4 large wings, 2 on each side of the body. Local newspaper articles at the time would note that the craft was actually first seen in the air the previous autumn at around 500 feet off the ground and a large distance away, where it stood for about 30 minutes before it took off in a northerly direction for about 2 miles and came back and descended back to an unknown location on Earth. However, the second appearance on February 2nd of 1897, the craft was observed about 800 feet in the air. When it was first spotted, the locals thought it was a star, but as it got closer, it was obvious to all that the light was artificial. The following night at 9:30 p.m., the large glaring light was seen drifting around for a few minutes and again left in a northerly direction for about 3 miles, where it stood perfectly still for about 5 minutes and descended about 200 feet, and then traveled again a further 2 miles, again stopping to circle an area for about 15 minutes before it finally landed. 3 days after this initial report, on February 5th, the Omaha Daily Bee reported that the blimp was spotted at Innavale, about 40 miles south of Hastings, noting that it had been spotted several times. The following day, it reached Omaha, and again was reported by several people. This time, it was reported to be heading west. Some speculated that since a similar aircraft had been reported in California shortly before it appeared in Nebraska, that it was the same one and was flying back. It's also here that we get our first description that sparks had been falling from the sides of the ship, indicating the craft may have been having some mechanical issues. It should be noted here too that some of the writers of the time would try to claim that the whole thing was a hoax, but due to the massive amount of witness reports, they could not dismiss it, although they really wanted to. But the fact that a state that barely had over 1 million people in 1897 had several thousand people attesting to seeing it made it hard to sweep away. What's interesting about these sightings are these are not an attempt to tell a story about alien visitation. The stories are presented as actual human crafts being piloted by human beings with human passengers. But these aircraft, well, these are not imagined. We all know airships, aka air dirigibles, are real. Heck, the most famous one was the Hindenburg, which ended up in an awful crash. But these craft were only in the development stages in Europe at this time, and the thought of them being developed out in the Great Plains of the US seems far-fetched. Although early models of a steerable airship have been tested publicly in the US since 1863, and several inventors were working on designs to make them feasible. Even the famous inventor, Thomas Edison, was accused to be behind the one seen in California and Nebraska. But that's what brings us to theories. Is it possible that some scientist, engineer, or tinkerer out in the Great West had really built an airship that was years ahead of its time and was causing sightings all over the Great Plains and West Coast? If so, why was the blimp never spotted on the ground? Why did the person continue to hide it? Why were most of the sightings at night? Who were the passengers, and how come they never discussed it? Some have speculated the whole thing was founded by a wealthy inventor from San Francisco, and that it was kept secret to safeguard its design from patent infringement. And since the reports stopped in mid-1897, it's possible that the craft met with disaster. It's fascinating if this really happened. Likewise, there's a theory from that year that this was really a secret government project which was hidden from the greater public. I like this one because it really shows that people even back then were not much different than us now. Finally, is the thought that the whole thing was a hoax that got out of hand. But I ask you, what do you guys think? Real or fiction? The French and Indian War of 1754 to 1763 pitted the French and their Indian allies against the mighty British Empire, whose colonies had a population of around 2 million, while the French colonies were way smaller at 60,000. The French, who had to rely heavily on their native allies, were not in a good position, to say the least, which is why Fort Duquesne, which had been established by the French in 1754 and would eventually become Pittsburgh, was under threat by British troops who were inching closer every day to the fort in 1758. The French knew they were outmatched. They had fewer numbers and artillery. Making things worse for them was at this fort lay the gold that was meant to pay the forces in the area, and since the French were about to lose the fort, they knew that losing the gold would amount to a disaster when the military could not pay their own troops. It's for this reason 10 men were ordered to pack up the gold onto 16 pack horses and move towards Fort Detroit to hide it. The men would depart, and depending on which source you believe, French scouts seen British forces up ahead closing in, or native scouts told these men that the British were closing in from the rear. Regardless, they knew they could not outrun them, and they had been told if trouble arose to bury it quickly, so they had to bury the gold fast, and in a way, they would know where it was. After successfully hidden, the British finally closed in and killed or captured all but 2 of the 10 men. Now, this was supposed to have taken place somewhere near Minerva, Ohio, and the story would have been lost if not for the nephew of one of those 2 surviving French soldiers who had found his uncle's journal in 1829, some 70 years later. That same journal also listed the clues to find the buried treasure. The clues stated that it was buried near 2 springs, with one of these being a half a mile to the west of where it was buried. In this area was a deer carved on a tree and another tree with a rock in its branch. Finally, there should be shovels buried in the ground beneath the fallen tree, and just 600 steps to the north where these shovels are buried is supposed to be the location of the gold. However, the nephew would never find it, nor has anyone in the past 200 years that has searched, although, crazily enough, all of the clues have been found. The 2 springs are believed to be Little Beaver Creek and Sandy Creek. Then one day, as a man was cutting down a tree, a strange rock fell from one of the forks above his head. Another man, digging in this area, found shovels buried in the ground. And finally, a storm that came through the area ripped some old bark off of a tree to reveal a carved deer. Yet, with all these clues, no one ever recovered it. So where is it now? It's thought that someone actually may have found the gold without needing the clues, took it, and never told anybody. It's also possible that one of the captured French soldiers ended up telling the British about it, perhaps to be let go, or perhaps under torture. And finally, since it's never been recorded that it was found, it's just possible it's sitting out there waiting to be discovered. September 21st, 1990, 21-year-old Veronica Blumhorst of Mantoda, Illinois, would leave her job at the grocery store at 1:05 a.m. and make the short drive back to her parents' home 4 blocks away. Strangely enough, it was the first time in weeks that Veronica had worked the night shift, as she had been recovering from mono. But this night, she felt sick again, and she decided to leave work early and go home to get some rest. So it was here she pulled up in the detached garage, locked the driver's door, closed the garage door, and exited the garage. The next morning, her adoptive father would get up and go into his job, but when he got there, he would get a call from his son, who would state that Veronica was not home, which immediately struck out as odd to Paul, because Veronica had intended to take her younger brother to school that morning. Paul, who was a firefighter, would return home at 10 a.m. and walk through the house, calling out to her. He then checked every room, including the attic and basement. Not knowing what to do, he would call his wife at work to see if she knew that Veronica had came home the night before. She would tell Paul she had woken up at 2 a.m. to see that Veronica's car had made it into the garage, as she could see it through the window. However, she did note she didn't remember hearing her come into the home. Paul now went to the garage to inspect the car, and everything seemed normal. About this time, Veronica's boyfriend Jeff showed up looking for her, or some sources say that he called. Now Paul was starting to fear the worst. He would then drive over to his other adopted daughter's house to check with her sister, who told him that Veronica had a doctor's appointment that day and that she had plans to go with her, but Veronica never called. Now it's at this point that something a little strange happens. When Paul arrives back home, the police department was there waiting. Veronica had been reported missing, yet Paul did not know who had reported it. It ended up being Veronica's boyfriend. Now everyone started searching. Luckily, since Paul was a firefighter, the entire department came out to help, along with volunteers from out of town. But the search proved fruitless. As the day wore on, it started to slow down, and the whole thing was over in about 2 to 3 weeks. It's like she vanished into thin air. Somehow, between exiting the garage and walking to the front door, she disappeared without a sound, and without a trace. Her keys, purse, clothing, as well as the VHS tape she had been carrying, were never recovered. Dogs traced her scent from the garage to a nearby alley, where it then lost the trail. Now, just like in almost every case, you look at the significant other first, and in this case, Veronica's boyfriend of 5 months was a man named Jeff Averka. Detectives would interview Jeff on September 23rd, just 2 days after she disappeared. He would tell police he thought she may have called him at 9:30 p.m. on September 19th, just 2 nights before her disappearance, to tell him she was going to the doctor the next day because she was pregnant. He then went on to say it was possible he picked up Veronica that night and got into an argument with her and pushed her, and that she got, quote, hurt real bad, end quote. And he further stated that on the night she disappeared, he wasn't sure what had happened. However, Jeff was released and never charged. And you may be angrily thinking, what? What the heck? How was this guy not investigated more? Well, unfortunately for Jeff and detectives, he had actually been injured in a prior motorcycle accident, which impaired his memory as a result. And this wasn't some scheme where he was playing dumb to trick law enforcement. He had legit neurological problems, which was verified by medical experts, and the fact was, his word just wasn't reliable. His father's residence would be searched a year later though, but nothing was found, and no evidence ever linking him to her disappearance ever came up. The FBI would actually come in early on this case, and are still actively investigating it, actually contacting the family in September of 2022. Although no suspects or persons of interest were ever named, they have stated they believe she voluntarily got into the car of someone she knew after she parked her car in the garage. As far as suspects, it's divided. Some think Jeff, but he didn't really have a motive. He wasn't abusive, nor mean to Veronica, and they were planning on getting married. Others believe, however, it could have been him, while others point the hand at law enforcement. Veronica had dated a police officer in the past, but she dumped him because he was possessive and domineering after just a few dates, which he did not take well. Some would even say he was a stalker, and it frustrated the family. He was allowed to help investigate, while another lead was that of a police officer that lived beside the Blumhorst. This officer was said to be having an affair with a neighbor, and some believe that neighbor was Veronica. so it could be that Veronica walked to his house after getting home that night, which could be why the investigation never went anywhere. Of course, that is all just speculation. On April 16, 2008, 23-year-old Fort Benning soldier Robert Hornbeck had been out on a night bar hopping with an army buddy in Savannah, Georgia. He was set to be picked up by his father afterwards, and he would arrive later on and call Robert to see where to pick him up. But when Robert answered, he would tell his dad, "I'm on the stairs," and then, strangely, the connection went dead. His father went to search for him, but didn't see him anywhere around. He was perplexed, and later on, when he seen that this was now an urgent matter, he would contact authorities as well as family. The family members would begin a search, and they spent nearly 2 weeks combing the Savannah Historic District looking for him, hanging up his photo in store windows and offering a $10,000 reward. Yet, no one came forward, and it would be 12 days later when a downtown hotel would contact a maintenance man after receiving complaints of a foul odor in the lobby. When the repairman arrived, he would go check out the industrial-sized air conditioner, and in an area accessible through a maintenance door lay Robert's body in the hotel's ductwork. He had been struck by a large spinning blower wheel. It appeared accidental. This is a case sorta like Elisa Lamb's, because no one is sure how Hornbeck actually ended up in the maintenance area of the hotel, or even what he was doing there, because he was not a guest. He got inside the hotel through an employee entrance door that was supposed to be locked, yet there was no sign of forced entry. Hornbeck's father stated his belief was that he had too much to drink and simply got confused and ended up in the wrong spot. But for that to have happened, he would have had to cross the dark, empty ballroom and gone through a maintenance door, climb up 13 steps like they were a ladder, go down a dark hallway next to the AC unit. Then, on the unit itself was 3 panels, a large one and 2 smaller ones, and Hornbeck had went through the middle door, which was just 14 inches wide, and cold air would have blasted him in the face as soon as he opened it, but yet he still crawled inside and through the ductwork and somehow got past the first rotating fan blade, where he made it even further before being hit by the second blade and dying. Why he did this is unknown. July 25th, 1977, Yakima, Washington. An abandoned van in a hardware store parking lot would be searched by employees after a nearby business reported a foul smell coming from the vehicle, and they would find something shocking upon checking, that of a deceased individual who had been mutilated. Due to being in the van at least 2 weeks in the middle of the summer, the body was so decomposed that it was initially reported to be that of a man. It was only after an autopsy began did they realize it was a woman. This woman would never be identified, and it's been hit with setbacks from the get-go. Many of her records, including dental, were lost. Her clothing was accidentally thrown out by a janitor. Her body was exhumed for testing in 2004, but the skull was missing, due to the fact that it had been sent to the University of Washington for further study in the original investigation, which was the procedure back then. Luckily, they were able to extract DNA from a femur, but that still has not helped much, and there's still no identity. The victim's death was caused by strangulation, although she had been victim of other abuses, such as being hit in the head 3 times with a heavy object, stabbed, strangled, mutilated, and left face down on her hands and knees in the back of the van. And the only theory police have is she may have been a sex worker that met up with the wrong client. It's believed she was around 18 to 28 years old, 5'8", and 130 pounds. She had a 5-point star tattoo near the top of her inside right thigh, which was odd for that time period. The woman also had her uterus removed, which again was also odd because she was younger. The van had sat on the fenced-in parking lot for over a year, and it had not been used because it had bad brakes. However, the owner never kept the door locked, which allowed someone to dump the body off there. This is a case where there were just a ton of tips, but none panned out. One caller, a notary public, stated that a woman came into her office with divorce papers and she thought it might be the Doe. One man called, saying it was his ex-wife. Another man gave a name of a dancer he knew at a strip club. Another detective for the Olympic National Park reached out because a woman had vanished at Mount Rainier. A owner of a cafe thought, based on the description, he had seen the woman hanging out in the area. And let's stop there for a second, because I want to elaborate on that part. The words, based on the description. See, her body was in such poor condition that a composite sketch could not be made, nor was there a portrait taken. So not only did she not have a name, she did not have a face. It's like she never existed. However, authorities did believe one thing about her. They were almost certain she came from out of town and probably had not been in Yakima very long. They believed this because, again, if she was a sex worker, the majority of them that were in Yakima came from out of town. One detective estimated around 90%. The whole area at that time seemed to be a place for drifters. A cold case team is currently working on this one, but it's going to be an uphill battle trying to find an identity. (1891) Albany, New York. Michael Griffith was hunting along the Hudson River when he saw something moving upstream. This creature he thought was a turtle, so Michael would do like any of us, and he decided to shoot it. He would then drag it out of the water and take it back to his hometown in Troy, where the local newspaper covered the story, because you see, this wasn't a turtle. This cryptid was about 2 feet long, and its back was covered with coarse hair. The underside was the color of human flesh, and its features and trunk had a striking resemblance to that of a female child. It had wings measuring 20 inches from tip to tip, 4 legs, 2 fins, and a tail somewhat resembling a pig's, and it had a well-developed chest and breastbone. Michael would take the creature and hang it up on the wall of his store with its underside exposed. Visitors would come away impressed with its grotesque human features. Doctors in the area would be asked to come by and examine it, and when they did, they had no idea what it was. It would eventually be placed in alcohol and sent to the Smithsonian in Washington. The cryptid would later become known as the Hudson River Patchwork Monster, and it's the only sighting of its kind. Well, sorta. See, the Patchwork Monster is just like the name implies. It's a cryptid patched up of different animals and sometimes human, so each one is unique. And the one in Hudson River in 1891 was just the first documented sighting, but far from the last, because 12 years later, in Kansas, a miner on a night shift would take off into the night screaming. When his 3 coworkers turned around to see what he was running from, they seen a creature they described as having long hair, great big eyes, inhuman looking, although it stood like a man. The paper would record that the men thought it was a spirit or devil. Around this same time, in the Surland Mountains in New Jersey, a boy would spot what he thought was a cow until it turned around and he seen what appeared to be a man at the front of the animal, only he was grown into the neck of the animal, sorta like a minotaur. It had horns, hands, 4 hoof feet, a tail, and fire red eyes. The occasional sighting would be reported throughout the early century, and if you think that maybe this could be attributed to the journalism of the time, well, as late as 1996, a patchwork monster turned up as roadkill in DeQuincy, Louisiana. According to the paper, it was the size of a very large dog and was covered with thick, woolly hair. It had the general appearance of a dog, except for the face, which looked somewhat like that of a baboon. The limbs were also small and frail-looking, but had large shoulders and no tail. But back to the Hudson River Patchwork Monster. Was that the imagination of Michael Griffith and the several hundred witnesses who went into the store to view the creature? Most likely not, but there is a good possibility that it came from the imagination of the writer who penned the account in the Buffalo Courier. However, I guess there is a tiny chance that it is some kind of weird cryptid. Tartary, or Tartaria, is a historical name for Central Asia and Siberia, and it's the confusion surrounding Tartary as a place name that has spawned some pretty crazy fringe theories in the past couple of decades, which includes this place called the Tartarian Empire that is allegedly a lost civilization with advanced technology and culture. The theory that this was a suppressed lost civilization originated in Russia, with aspects appearing in Anatoly Fomenko's book, New Chronology. And if you're not familiar with those books, you're missing out, because it's here Fomenko claims that Jesus lived in the 12th century, and that the Trojan War and the Crusades were the same thing, and that the Mongols were actually Russians, and that the lands west of the 13 colonies were a far eastern part of Siberian American Empire prior to its disintegration in 1775. So as you can see, this guy has some great theories. But the one we are discussing is that of Tartaria, and originally it was pushed to be linked to Russia. But since about 2016, the conspiracy theory gained momentum on the internet, and it's kind of been separated from its Russian origin and has taken on a new life of its own. The theory is tied to the alternative view of architectural history, and boy, is it a doozy. According to the theory, demolished buildings such as the Singer Building, the original New York Penn Station, or the temporary grounds of the 1915 World's Fair were actually buildings of a vast empire based in Tartary that has been suppressed from history, as well as lots of other luxurious American buildings constructed in the late 19th century to this Tartarian Empire, which even includes the White House. And how can we forget, they also have ties to ancient Egypt, and they built the Great Pyramid. Now you may be wondering, how did an empire so advanced that it created free wireless energy, and one that supposedly had even achieved world peace, how could this empire have fallen and remain hidden? Well, that's where the mud flood comes in. Apparently, this mud flood wiped out much of the world via depopulation and old buildings sometime in the 1800s, which allowed the nations we know of today to pop up. Some of this is even further supported by the many buildings across the world that have architectural elements like doors, windows, and archways submerged many feet below ground. Most of this is due to the pictures of old buildings that have a basement half window or some random building that was in the middle of construction. They also claim that in early photographs from the turn of the 20th century, you see deserted city streets in many capital cities across the world, but once people start popping up in these photographs, you notice the contrast between people in horse and cart going across muddy streets, but in the backdrop, you see highly ornate stone megastructures which tower above these inhabitants. I guess this is supposed to imply that these people wandered into these beautifully built cities left over from the Tartarians. Finally, the last proof of evidence is basically any photo you find from the 1800s that shows someone digging. Well, that's supposed to be proof of the people digging themselves out of the mud flood. This theory has been described as the QAnon of architecture, and I think it's best we just leave it there. What if you could take something that would allow you to enter another dimension? This was the question and our mystery that the late ethnobotanist Terence McKenna would ask, or should I say claim, back in 1965 after smoking DMT in Berkeley. Because according to McKenna, after consuming the required amount of the psychedelic, he would pass into some kind of hyperdimensional space where these machine elves are said to inhabit. He would claim you would go through a membrane of sorts and then see these self-transforming machine elves singing in a hyperdimensional language that would then surround the person and say, "Welcome, we're so glad to see you." They then transform themselves and the objects surrounding them into a fluorescent playpen of heels and flashing lights. And while it's easy to just blow this off as a drug-fueled delusion, the thing that makes it stand out is Terence isn't the only person who has encountered these beings. Between the years 1990 and 1995, University of New Mexico Associate Professor in Psychiatry, Dr. Rick Strassman, would take a deeper dive into the mystery. He would give DMT to 60 volunteers in a clinical setting and record his findings in the book DMT, the Spirit Molecule. He hadn't really believed McKenna's account prior to this study, but he soon found out that the people who participated in the research frequently reported contact with these machine elves, at least 50% of them, although some reported seeing insectoids like mantises and bees, as well as spiders, cacti, stick figures, reptilian humanoids, and clowns. Some of the volunteers were welcomed with open arms and a loving embrace, while others reported that these beings performed experiments on them. But the most interesting part about this study, none of the volunteers got to speak to each other about their experiences, so the results were not influenced by one another, yet ended up being very similar. Another study was conducted in 2020 by researcher Jennifer Leik, and her analysis showed similar results, but there was one varying difference. The majority of people, 29%, reported to have seen poorly defined or unclear entities, followed by humanoid beings such as regular people, shadow people, hooded figures, goblins, cartoons, etc., then divine beings such as angels, demons, or Jesus, and then aliens, followed by machine elves, which was the fifth most reported being. So the mystery remains, do human beings dream up similar hallucinations when taking DMT, or is this drug somehow allowing people to actually visit a place where these beings exist? According to a study by the Journal of Psychopharmacology, of the 2,561 adults who had encounters with entities while on DMT, 81% of them reported their encounters were real, while only 9% of them believed they had dreamed it up. And as a personal side note, I have an online gaming friend who has actually experienced this twice. I spoke to him, and he gave me permission to speak about it. First, the experience affected him enough that he actually went and got a tattoo of the being he saw in this dimension. You can see it pictured here. Secondly, he wanted me to relay that he fully believes it is a real dimension and not an illusion created by the brain. Have you ever heard the story about those hikers who perished in Russia under mysterious circumstances? No, I'm not talking about Dyatlov. I'm talking about Khamar Daban, a mystery that, unlike Dyatlov, happened fairly recently, taking place in 1993. Our story begins in the Buryatia region of southern Siberia, which is the home to the Khamar Daban mountain range. It's an often traveled to destination for tourists and especially hikers. It's here that the 41-year-old Lyudmila Korovina, a skilled survivalist and hiking instructor, often referred to as a master by her students, would make plans to walk the Khamar Daban mountain range in the summer of 1993, along with 6 of her pupils. Korovina was knowledgeable about the region, and the location was actually a pretty safe place to hike. The student that was closest to Korovina was a 23-year-old named Alexander Krisen, who she viewed like a son since she had known him for most of his life. The other students, and I'll probably mess these names up, were Timur Babanov, 15, Victoria Zelasova, 16, Valentina Utochenko, 17, Tatiana Filipenko, 24, and Denis Fochkin, 19. The 7 arrived at the mountain range in the village of Marino on August 2nd. The forecast showed clear sunny skies. Now, while this was going on, there were 2 other hiking groups in the area. One of these was led by Korovina's daughter, and Korovina and her daughter's group were supposed to meet on August 5th, just 3 days later. The first 2 days of the hike went great, and they were making excellent time, but when they started their descent, the forecast showed to be inaccurate because a heavy rain would begin. The hikers' pace slowed down, caused by the extra weight of the now soaked supplies, and it's here that Korovina would make the decision to set up camp in an exposed area instead of the nearby tree cover because the group of hikers were just too exhausted. They failed to set a fire, but were still in excellent spirits. The next morning, they were able to build a fire and had breakfast. They then left to meet up with the other group, led by her daughter, Natalia. They actually, in spite of this little setback, were making excellent time. However, as Natalia and her party arrived later that day, her mother's group was not there. After waiting for some time, they continued on. Natalia was not worried and actually assumed that the poor weather had delayed them. But it would be 5 days later, on August 10th, the expedition would take a dark turn, when a group of kayakers on the river at the foot of Khamar Daban Mountains would observe something in the tree line while they were paddling downriver, that of a lone girl standing and staring at them. Some variations of this story cite that she was coated in dried blood. The kayakers approached her, and she broke down into tears. She told them she was Valentina Udochenko, the 17-year-old who had been hiking with 6 other people. The kayakers, not knowing exactly what to do, would take Valentina back to the local police department and filed a report there, and were really just getting started, because Valentina, well, it would take her many days before she would tell the officers what happened, and even then, it was confusing and dreadful. According to her, after eating breakfast, they descended the mountain, but shortly into it, a catastrophe occurred. From the back, Alexander, the 23-year-old, began to scream, and when she turned back to look, he was frothing at the mouth, bleeding from his eyes and ears. He collapsed to the ground, shaking before becoming motionless. Korovina, who was like a mother figure to him, sprinted over and told the others to continue on. Meanwhile, she kept trying to wake Alexander, and now things would get worse, because the group had not got far when they turned around to see their teacher was also gushing blood from her eyes and nose and foaming at the mouth. She shook violently before falling on top of Alexander, and it must have been a natural reflex, because the rest of the group, outside of Valentina, rushed over. Tatiana, the 24-year-old, would make it first, and she would begin clutching her throat as if she had trouble breathing, before making her way to a nearby rock, where she bashed her head into it until she went limp. Dennis, meanwhile, would stop and crouch behind a rock, as Tamur and Victoria would turn and flee. Valentina, the one the kayakers had found, had frozen up and had not moved any. Tamur and Victoria did not make it too far. They began ripping off their clothes, spitting up blood, and tearing at their throats, before passing out and dying. The only 2 that remained were Dennis and Valentina, and they sprinted from the scene. However, it didn't take long until Dennis collapsed violently. Now, Valentina, in a panic, continued to flee, with the only thing on her back being a tent and her clothing. She tried to get as far away as possible, and eventually stopped and put up her tent that night. When she awoke the next morning, she realized she was in a dilemma. The only way she could survive and make it back to civilization was to go back and collect the resources she had dropped during the panic. Seeing as she had no choice, she went back, retracing her steps. When she arrived, she discovered none of her friends had moved from the night before, but she did not have time to grieve. She quickly gathered the supplies from their bodies and followed a set of power lines down the mountain for 4 days in hopes of finding a town. She eventually found a river, which she followed, and later that day ran into the kayakers. It took 2 weeks, the 24th, for a search to be carried out, although part of this was due to Valentina not telling the story right away. And 2 days after the helicopters were brought in, the bodies were found. Autopsies would be carried out, and strangely, didn't match up with Valentina's version of events. According to the medical examiner, each hiker on that mountain died from hypothermia, except for the teacher, who had a heart attack. They also had bruised lungs and a protein shortage brought on by starvation. It was ruled an accident, and the case was closed, which leaves all kinds of questions and brings us to theories, which there are many of. The first, and the one most people point to, is they stumbled onto a Russian military experiment and were all killed as a result. The police and medical examiner then covered it up, and considering they had taken a different route than usual through this area, it's possible they ran into someone out working on a top secret military project. However, there's a couple of flaws. First, is there are a ton of tour groups that come through this area every summer. Why in the world would you pick it to do your top secret research? Secondly, the place where the hikers died was an open space, both viewable from the air and higher elevation. Again, would be stupid for a top secret project here, and that doesn't even speak to the larger point, which is allowing Valentina to live. Next we go to the nerve gas theory, particularly the deadly Novichok, which the autopsy findings, like lung bruising, match up perfectly with exposure to nerve gas. It could have even put them into a coma, or rendered them unconscious, and then they did die from hypothermia. And speaking of Novichok, it was created the same year, 1993. But again, a couple of issues. Where did the gas come from? And again, why was Valentina spared? Another plausible theory is that the group indeed passed away from hypothermia, which matches up with the paradoxical undressing, so that makes sense. But maybe the account was so traumatic for Valentina that she remembered details wrong, or had delusions, or PTSD. Remember, it took her days before she would even speak to the police about what had happened. Going to the next theory, Korovina was known as a forager, and she would teach her students the craft, but this theory has proposed that a student picked up the wrong kind of mushroom for everyone to eat, that being psilocybin mushroom, aka magic mushrooms. The effects started to set in as they walked down after breakfast, making them hallucinate, and one of the most common hallucinations is to see other people crying blood. Overdoses lead to psychosis, convulsions, cardiac arrest, or a coma, which again could have led to hypothermia, and Valentina survived because she had fewer mushrooms or had a genetic predisposition that left her less impacted. Another theory was that the group had been practicing extreme survival techniques during their hike, like taking minimal equipment and trying to survive by foraging. In fact, the investigators were only able to find one meal that the group had eaten the entire time. It's thought that Valentina survived by constantly eating roseroot, which is rich in vitamins, while the others died of malnutrition. There's also other minor theories, like that of altitude sickness, or that nerve gas was being tested in the mountains and the rain disturbed it and caused it to fall down onto the group. Have you ever gotten that strange feeling that someone is staring at you, and then you turn around to look and end up seeing that someone indeed is staring at you? Guess what? You're not the only one. This is a widely attested to phenomenon that most people have experienced at least once in their life. In surveys across Europe and North America, between 70 to 90% of people had this experience. It happens most commonly with strangers in public places, such as streets and bars, and maybe not surprisingly, 81% of women versus 74% of men have reported this feeling. But maybe in somewhat of a surprise, 88% of women said they could stare at others and make them turn around, where only 71% of men reported they could do the same. The number one reported reason for staring is overwhelmingly simple curiosity, followed by a desire to attract the other person's attention. Less frequently is sexual attraction or anger. What's really strange with this mystery is what was found with police officers, private investigators, and soldiers. Because detectives, during training, are specifically told that when following people to not stare at their backs any more than necessary, because otherwise the person could turn around and catch them, blowing their cover. This is also learned by paparazzis, as well as military and police snipers, who again are trained not to stare any more than they have to. But this does not apply to humans alone. It seems animals are able to detect stares as well. Sleeping dogs or cats can be awoken by owners who stare at them, while hunters and wildlife photographers have reported being convinced that animals can detect their gaze, while conversely have reported they felt when they were being stared at by animals. So if this phenomenon really exists, is it due to some evolutionary cause, maybe stemming from the context of predator-prey relationship? Surprisingly, there was very little research on this until the 1980s. Before then, there were only 5 reports on it, and 2 of these were never even published, and that may be due to the fact that the early research on the subject stated the whole thing was just an illusion. The first report was by Edward Titchener, a professor of psychology at Cornell University, in which he claimed in 1898 that the rational explanation was that people tend to turn around anyways, and if by chance they see someone looking at them, they remember it. If no one looks, they forget it, and vice versa, someone might attract attention of someone behind them by turning around. He then carried out experiments with his students to detect stares, and then wrapped up the whole experiment saying his theory was right, and that was it. Since he was highly respected, there was very little research after this, as no one really wanted to disagree with him. Actually, his theory is still cited by skeptics to this day. John Coover would be the next, a psychologist who carried out experiments at Stanford. He would have people work in pairs. One was the subject, the other was the looker. The subject sat with his back to the looker, who in randomized series of trials either looked or did not look. The subject would then have to guess whether he was being stared at, Coover found no significant ability to detect stares, and cited the subjects only could detect it about 50% of the time, meaning it was just pure chance. By 1939, though, there would be a more open mind to this research, and that might have to do with both Coover and Titchener being deceased at this point, because Johannes Portman, a Dutch professor of metaphysics, would conduct similar experiments that would show the subject was right more often than wrong about someone staring at them. He would be another 39 years before further tests would be carried out. One was done with a one-way mirror, and again, where the person staring was invisible to the subject, and it again showed that the subject was able to tell when the person was staring, a significant majority of the time. Finally, in the 1980s, a study in Australia set the subject in a room with a camera, and again the subject was able to detect when a person was brought into a different room to watch the closed-circuit television of the subject. These people detected it 74% of the time. Since the 80s, thousands of tests have been carried out. There's small variances in how the experiments are done, but all work under the same principle, that of a subject trying to detect a person staring at them. After the tens of thousands of people tested since 1988, the results are consistent, always hovering around 55% who can guess right, more than the 50% expected by chance. Although, skeptics claim that 5% may be due to the fact that the person is trying to catch someone staring at them versus the people who are not focused on it. And there's very little real-life research done where the participants are not informed, but there was at least one when English author and Harvard scholar Alfred Sheldrake would conduct an experiment in the early 2000s where he brought in a group of people who thought they were coming into a studio as an audience member for a quiz game show. They had their backs to an office window made of darkened glass, and the lights in the office were switched off, so the people were not able to see in. But inside this room were 6 lookers who had random times where they would pick one person from the room and stare at them for 1 minute. In 39 of these stares, 27 times, the person would turn around to look at the dark room, or roughly about 70% of the time. However, skeptics are still, well, skeptical. The late University of Kentucky professor of psychology, Robert Baker, conducted his own test. He would go sit in a library and kinda hide out and stare at students for about 9 minutes. He would then walk over and ask them to fill out a response sheet. 35 out of 40 said they had no idea he was staring at them, while 2 felt they were being observed and felt something was wrong. 3 others were noticeably shook up. They stood up and would look around, shift their position several times, and were distracted. However, and this goes back to the sheep-goat effect, because Baker dismissed these 3 people who claimed they felt like they were being stared at because it went against his theory. He would state they were not affected by his staring, but because they felt something was wrong. He also discarded the other 2 who stated they felt like they were being observed because he claimed they were suspect, as one of them believed they had extrasensory perception. Though I do have to confess, if I found this guy staring at me behind a plant in the university library, I would be mildly concerned. There has been other skeptical research done on the phenomenon, but by and large, they have generally failed. However, it's still not explained why this occurs, and that is the mystery. May 1st, 1995. Brian Hance, a freshman at the University of Arizona, was thumbing through the Daily Wildcat, the college newspaper, when he seen a full-page advertisement on page 16 that kinda made him stop and do a double take. It was jumbled with maps, math, portraits, words and phrases that didn't really make a lot of sense. The ad referred to a group called the Orphanage, and the words Mayday appeared in big bold letters at the top, while towards the bottom, a small illustration of a smirking man with 2 dots for eyes and ears drawn like potatoes seemed to be a signature of sorts. Brian thought the whole thing was odd, but wrote it off as the work of a fraternity and went on. The following year, again on May 1st, he would come across a similar ad. This time, it had maps, math equations, and a quote from the book Moby Dick, in which Starbuck, the first mate, says, "I will have no man in my boat who is not afraid of a whale." The ad also contained the same crude drawings of the same man as the year before. Again, Brian blew it off, but it was the following year that Brian, now a junior, would join the newspaper staff as one of its first webmasters, and this time, when the ad popped up in 1997, he had the tools to look deeper into it. He would begin to go through the newspaper archives and was able to find that this ad went back to at least 1981. Coming on May 1st, over several of the following years, someone had paid thousands of dollars to place it in this university newspaper. But who and why? That is our mystery, and not just ours, but several people, as this has been looked into by podcasts, videos, message boards, and TikTok. It has even drawn in some online detectives for over quarter a century. Brian himself would eventually create the website MaydayMystery.org, which included every scan from Mayday since 1981, along with other clues from the mystery that actually went even further back. It would actually be Brian's senior year that he would get an interesting email about his work, and it was signed by the orphanage, the same name that caught his attention those 3 years before. All it said was, "The day you see the door, you will be welcomed inside," which is pretty cryptic. Brian himself would stay in the area after graduating and continued to try and crack the mystery. He would even get phone calls from people claiming to be from the orphanage, letting him know of a forthcoming ad. Around this same time, a woman named Kate Vesley, who grew up in Tusing and had actually went to the University of Arizona just a few years after Brian, also became hooked on the mystery, spending numerous hours studying it. She would eventually contact Brian and then started a Facebook group in hopes of bringing people together to try and finally crack the puzzle. It would be here, along with other platforms such as Reddit. She would finally come up with a theory. She believed that since the 1970s, a group of University of Arizona alumni had formed some sort of intellectual fraternity, using the newspapers to communicate with each other about subjects that were important to them, and that the ads started as a game before it perhaps became a tradition. Now, who these people were, that was another question, but she did have a good idea of who at least one was. That was a man named Robert Hungerford, an attorney who worked for the county criminal justice system. He had been a student at the University of Arizona in the late 60s, and more importantly, was known to be fluent in 8 languages, including Latin, Hebrew, Russian, and Greek, which is important considering the ads had used more than a dozen different languages. He had also long been rumored to be the go-between for the group who for decades called the newspaper to place an ad. He himself had eventually even hinted at times that he was the lawyer hired for the secret clients. Kate would actually go to his office to talk to him about the Mayday mystery in 2013, but when she got there, she found a business card on the door that said he had retired. She decided to leave a note that said, "I'm a longtime follower of the Mayday mystery. If you are up for a visit, let me know." She included her email and left. The next morning, she had a message in her inbox. The two would continue to correspond occasionally, but he would never meet in person, nor did he ever really divulge much. He has since went on to message some in the Facebook group and sorta encourages the fans of the mystery without actually saying too much. He says that it can be cracked using the info from the website Brian created. Online sleuths have tried digging into his past, but really haven't found much, while Hungerford himself has given a few interviews where again, he doesn't really say much, although in one interview, he agreed to answer at least 2 questions since his clients had authorized that. The interviewer asked who is behind it and what will happen if it's solved. As for who was behind it, Hungerford would say mysteriously, "Total social/theological transformation, incipit, August 30th, 1969. As for what will happen if it's solved, well, his reply was just as vague. He would say, "A dramatic transformation beyond any sea change. You would need to experience it yourself in order to report the gestalt." He would reveal the mystery began in 1969 when he was a college senior at Arizona, but that the clues didn't always come on May 1st, and they didn't start appearing in the newspaper until 1981, stating you would have had to been on the inside to recognize the clues prior to that. The mystery goes on to this day, and it has still not been cracked, but there are a few theories. Some think the orphanage is linked to a group of ex-members of activist groups, such as the Weathermen, which formed in 1969 as opposition to the Vietnam War. Others think it is an alternative reality game which is possible since some clues hint at a reward located in a safe deposit box in a bank in Tusing, while others think it is the work of a secret society or someone with a mental illness. Some, of course, suspect Hungerford is behind the whole thing, and that there's no secret group, and that he does it for the sole purpose to flaunt his own intelligence. Some have even accused Brian Hance as being behind it, in spite of the fact that when the first ad appeared, he was in elementary school. There's even another theory that Hance and Hungerford are in on it together. These are names I am confident I will not pronounce correctly, so I apologize in advance. Our story begins on the morning of May 16th, 2008, in Noida, India, when a housemaid for the Tawar family, an affluent family consisting of Dr. Rajesh Tawar and his wife, Dr. Nupur Tawar, and 13-year-old daughter, Arushi. Now, this housemaid had only been employed 6 days earlier, but in this short time, she had learned that both doctors were late risers, so when she rang the doorbell at 6 a.m., she expected the live-in domestic servant, 45-year-old Hemraj Banjadi, to answer it, but he did not. Even after the second time she rang it, she would push on the outermost gate in an effort to let herself in, but she could not get through. She would ring the bell a third time, and finally, Nupur would open the innermost door and speak through a mesh grill inside the door and tell the housemaid the door was locked, to wait on Hemraj, who probably went outside to get milk. But the housemaid asked not to wait, so Nupur would then call Hemraj on his mobile phone, but the call was cut abruptly. She would try calling him again, but it appeared he had turned his phone off, so she threw the keys from the balcony down to the housemaid, who went in. By now, all the commotion had woken Rajesh, who walked into the living room to see a nearly empty Scotch whiskey bottle on the dining table, surprising him. He immediately went into his daughter Arushi's room, but her door was self-locking, so he had to fetch the key. When he entered, he would shockingly see her dead body on the bed. He began to scream, while Nupur remained silent, as she was in shock, according to her. By this time, the housemaid was in and walked into the scene and saw both parents crying, while noticing their daughter's throat had been slit. The parents both stated Hemraj must be responsible for her murder. They dismissed the housemaid and called the police. Just kidding. They called family and friends. Finally, a neighbor who lived below them would ask a security guard to call the police. By the time they arrived, there were 15 people in the living room and 5 to 6 in the bedroom, totally trampling over the crime scene. Of course, since they were an affluent family in an affluent neighborhood, this attracted much media interest. Hemraj was immediately labeled as the suspect by police, with Rajesh repeatedly telling them to go look for him instead of hanging around their apartment wasting time. They suspected after drinking, he went into her room and tried to assault her. She resisted and he killed her with a knife. Her body was taken in for an autopsy. Now, everything from here on out is he said, she said type of thing, and the truth is unknown, but the police would claim later on that the Tawars suspiciously rushed to have her body cremated. However, the Tawars claimed the body was decomposing fast and that they were told by the police that the body was no longer needed. The police then claimed that the domestic staff quickly cleaned up the room, while the domestic staff claimed they had received permission from the police to clean up the room as the crime scene analysis was complete. Then, the blood-stained mattress was cut and sent to a lab, along with her pillow, sheet, and clothes. The domestic staff would then dump the remaining mattress onto the terrace that was locked, and they had to go get a key for it. But strangely that morning, the friends and family that were invited over shortly after the murder, some of these people would call the police and report they had seen bloodstains on the terrace door, and its lock, and the staircase leading to it. Of course, other witnesses claimed this was false, including the police officers, so it was assumed that these stains were caused by the domestic staff who were trying to take the mattress out to the terrace. However, other visitors from that morning would call on police again to please go check the terrace, even though the police had already dismissed the blood spots on the door and rug as evidence that the killer had tried to escape using the terrace, but left another way upon finding the door locked. Regardless, they would finally give in to the pressure and decide to go look at it. but when police asked Rajesh for the key, he went inside the house and did not come out for a long time, which Rajesh stated he could not recall happening. Rajesh did come back, however, and stated that he did not have a key and he could not open the door. He then left to immerse his daughter's ashes in the Ganges River as part of the Hindu custom. Police would eventually have to break open the lock, and on the terrace, they seen bloody drag marks and a decomposing body in a pool of blood. Rajesh and Nupur would be called home and stated they could not identify the body due to decomposition, but a friend of Hamraj's would later be called in to confirm that it was indeed him. And just a FYI at this point, the crime scene had still not been secured, and an estimated 90% of the evidence at the crime scene was destroyed, but it had been established that both Arushi and Hamraj died between 12 and 1 a.m. They had been first attacked with a blunt weapon, possibly a golf club found at the home, which caused a U or a V-shaped scar. Then their throats were slit, and strangely, both of their phones disappeared afterwards. This mystery has a lot of twists and turns and could easily take an hour or more to cover, so I'm just kinda gonna state what happened and then fill in some of the details. After ruling out the domestic servants, the parents became the main suspects. They believed that Rajesh had caught the 45-year-old Hamraj and his daughter in a questionable position and snapped, or it was because Hamraj had discovered Rajesh was having an affair and started blackmailing him. Rajesh then killed his daughter to silence her on the murder as well as the affair that she had also learned of. However, the Tawars claimed that the police botched the investigation from the beginning, which they did, and that they were trying to cover up for themselves. The case was transferred to the CBI, which I kinda gather is the Indian version of the FBI, who exonerated the parents and suspected the domestic servants instead. But these servants were interrogated narco-style, which means they were using psychoactive drugs to attain information from them, which obviously didn't go over well. So the CBI team handed the case to another team, who dropped the investigation of the domestic staff and again accused Rajesh as the sole suspect, but they refused to charge him because there was not enough evidence. The parents opposed this report, claiming suspicion of Rajesh was baseless, but in a twist, a court ordered that there was now enough evidence to pursue a trial, and in November 2013, the parents were convicted and sentenced to life imprisonment amid criticism that the judgment was based on weak evidence. And if this story wasn't crazy enough, the Tawars successfully challenged the decision in 2017 and were released, and the case remains unsolved. Now, as far as the details for the parents being guilty go, their bedroom was 7 to 8 feet away from Arushi's, and they claimed they slept through the whole thing. Then, the way the police were rushed out of the house to go look for Hamraj was seen as a diversion, and the way that Rajesh ignored police's request to open the terrace door, as well as the fact that someone had tried to hide Hamraj's body. Rajesh also pretended he didn't know it was Hamraj's body. Then they quickly cremated Arushi's body. Witnesses claimed that they displayed no grief and looked nervous, and Hamraj had told friends that someone was threatening to kill him weeks before, presumably because he knew about Rajesh's alleged affair. However, the Tawars had answers for all of this. First, the air conditioners were so loud that they could not hear Arushi's room. This was confirmed by a sound expert team. They also denied tampering with the crime scene, pointing out that they left a bottle of scotch for everyone to see, and also, they did not rush to cremate their daughter's body. The police had given them the okay to do it. And as for the key, Rajesh claimed he didn't remember the police asking for the keys to the terrace. And finally, their friends and family said they showed a lot of grief. To this day, most still point the finger at the parents and claim that the police botched the investigation so bad that it allowed them off the hook, while others defend the parents and claim that one or more of the servants were involved. And there is more about the servants that I just kinda skimmed over, but for the most part, they seem to have been cleared by law enforcement. Regardless, everyone all around agrees that the police mishandled the investigation from the start. But I'd like to know what you think. Was it the parents or someone else? Let me know in the comment section below. On the morning of November 12th, 1945, 74-year-old Mitty Rivers of Benington, Vermont, would go on a hunting trip with his son-in-law, Joe Lozon, and a few others. At some point, the two would come to a fork in the trail, and Mitty decided to head on up a few yards to the camp. But when the others arrived shortly afterwards, he was nowhere in sight. They were not worried at first, since he was an experienced woodsman and guide, but as 3 p.m. came and went, Mitty never made it. The rest of the hunting party would start to worry, and would search the spot he was last seen, as well as the surrounding area, but they did not come across a sign of him. They eventually rushed to call authorities. It was at this point an extensive search was conducted, bringing in 300 residents and soldiers from nearby Fort Devens, who combed the area for 8 days, but the only thing found was a single rifle cartridge that was laying in a stream. It's thought that Mitty had leaned over and the cartridge fell out of his pocket. Authorities weren't sure what happened, but since he was an experienced outdoorsman who was familiar with the area, theories of him getting lost were ruled out. In fact, he was acting as a guide for the group of hunters. He was never found, but this was only the start, because the Benington Triangle, as it became to be known, was a phrase created by author Joseph A. Citro to describe an area of southwest Vermont that a number of strange disappearances occurred in the years between 1945 and 1950. The boundaries of this triangle are not exactly defined, but it is centered around the Glastonbury Mountain and the towns surrounding it, especially Benington. The second disappearance would happen over a year later on December 1st, 1946, around 2:45 p.m., when 18-year-old Benington College sophomore Paula Weldon set out on a hike on the Lone Trail. Many people saw her, including a local newspaper employee who gave her directions. She was not wearing a jacket at the time, and it was around 50 degrees Fahrenheit and dropped down to 41. Paula was allegedly seen by an older couple who were about 100 yards behind her. According to them, she turned a corner on the trail, and when they reached the same corner, Paula was not sighted. The school president called her parents, who confirmed she had not came home. An extensive search would be conducted, and a $5,000 reward was posted by the FBI, but no evidence was ever found. Her case would become the most prominent, probably because she was a young, beautiful girl from a prominent Connecticut family. Since there was no professional police force at the time, her search was highly disorganized and didn't even begin until several days later. It was actually the media coverage of this chaotic search that led to the formation of the Vermont State Police. Some theories about this one indicate that Paula met her boyfriend on the trail and the two went to Canada, while the most likely scenario is she froze to death. Yet, finding no remains is odd. 3 years later to the day, December 1st, 1949, James E. Tedford, a World War I veteran living in the Benington Soldiers' Home, went to visit relatives in St. Albans, about a 3-hour drive away. He was then accompanied back to a local bus station, where he was never seen again. According to witnesses, Tedford got on the bus and was still aboard at the last stop before Benington. Somewhere between that stop and Benington, he simply vanished. His belongings were still in the luggage rack, and an open bus timetable was on his vacant seat. This story has become kinda legendary, as it is said he vanished into thin air while riding the bus, but in reality, there's a gap of time between when he was last seen and when he was reported missing a week later. There's also some conjecture that he may have had some mental issues at the time, which maybe points to him getting off the bus elsewhere and possibly going to a whole new town and starting over. Regardless, he was never seen again. Then we move forward to October 12th, 1950. 8-year-old Paul Jepson was with his mother in a truck when she would walk away from the vehicle to go feed the pigs. This took about an hour in total, and when she returned, Paul was missing. Now this story is a little strange, and there's not a lot of info on it. It's hard to imagine a mother leaving her child alone in a vehicle for an hour like this. There's also some indication that Paul may have had autism, which was not a term used in that time period, and he may have gotten out of the truck and wandered off on his own. Search parties were formed to look, but nothing was ever found. Making this one stranger was Paul was wearing a bright red jacket that should have made him easy to spot. Bloodhounds tracked the scent to a local highway, and it's here that, according to legend, the scent stopped at the same spot where Paula Weldon had disappeared 4 years earlier. But just 16 days after this, 53-year-old Frida Langer and her cousin Herbert Eisner left the campsite near the Somerset Reservoir to go on a hike. Frida would at some point fall into a stream. After getting out, she would tell Herbert if he would wait, she would go back to camp, change clothes, and catch back up with him. but when she did not return, Herbert would go back to camp to find her. It was here that the rest of the campers would tell him that Frida had never came back and that they had not seen her. Over the next 2 weeks, 5 different searches were conducted, including helicopters and up to 300 searchers, but not one trace of Frida was found. It would actually be about a half a year later, on May 12, 1951, where her body was found 3.5 miles from the campsite in an area that had only been lightly searched before. No cause of death could be determined. These 5 cases are not connected in any other way other than the time period and geographic area, but there are other similarities, such as they all disappeared around 3 to 4 p.m. and within the last 3 months of the year. With theories, let's start with the basic ones. A serial killer is often proposed, but the variance in victims doesn't fit the MO of a serial killer, while a more skeptical approach is that it comes down to the dense forest, rugged terrain, and the fact that the area is remote. It's also possible that they just fell into unmarked mine shafts and wells, while animal attacks are considered a small possibility. The other theories are pretty outlandish. Some cite a Bigfoot-type creature abducting people, as there are a ton of Sasquatch sightings in the area, even going back to the early 1800s. But one thing actually kinda going for this theory is, just 2 years prior to when all this started, back in 1943, in a case that is sometimes linked to the canonical 5, a hunter named Carl Herrick went missing during a hunting trip in a ghost town called Glastonbury, about a 30-minute ride from Benington. His body was discovered 3 days later, and it was surrounded by giant footprints, or sometimes cited as bear-like footprints. His death was odd. He had been squeezed so tight that it caused his ribs to puncture his lungs, which has led many Sasquatch believers to point out that the disappearances are all Bigfoot related. Finally, we come to the more paranormal ones, like the mountain is a cursed area that is a window to paranormal activity. A lot of this comes from the indigenous Americans who used to inhabit the area. There's also the talk of a UFO or a Wendigo. December 29th, 2003, 27-year-old Corrie Ottenbreit would meet with an organization called Project CARE, which is really just a task force launched by the RCMP in response to the remains of 9 women found in rural areas of Canada between 1988 and 2003. The task force would collect the hair samples from sex workers to add to the growing DNA database, as well as launching a website to provide people with resources and a tip line. Corrie, who was a sex worker, would voluntarily meet with them to give them personal information and a hair sample for the sole purpose of assisting police in the event she went missing. So it's somewhat strange that would be exactly what happened, because 4 months later, on April 21st, 2004, Corrie would meet with Project CARE early that morning before walking back down the street and out of sight. This would be her last confirmed sighting. 3 months later, on July 15th, Project CARE was contacted by another government agency who was looking for Corrie for a personal matter. Project CARE would follow up by fanning out to policing and community partners to search for Corrie, but this search failed. Detectives would then be called and start working on the case, and found out that on May 9th, Corrie left her home in central Edmonton at 10 p.m. with the intention of going to work. A number of witnesses would cite her in Edmonton and Alberta, but these could not be confirmed, and that would basically be it as far as the search went. Sightings stopped and the case went cold, for a decade at least, when a landowner on April 19, 2015 would find human remains on his rural property near Leduc. A police search of the surrounding area resulted in the discovery of other remains in the area. These would be identified about 2 weeks later as a woman named Dolores Brower. Brower had last been seen in Edmonton around the same time as Corrie, in May 2004. The remains were also found within 5 miles of another woman, Katie Ballantyne, who was found in 2003, and then another set of remains were found in 2012, that of Amber Tuccaro. But it's the same area that Corrie Ottenbreit was found, so obviously a serial killer is suspected. There's not a lot out there on this one. 2 early suspects were that of Thomas Savekla and Joseph Labukin, who are already behind bars for killing other sex workers, both serving life sentences. August 17th, 1996, 65-year-old Jack Robinson of Columbia, South Carolina, planned to go down to the Rosewood boat landing in the neighborhood of Olympia. He had just recently retired and was a military vet with time spent in Vietnam. He was by all accounts a regular guy who kept to himself. But this evening, he would pull into a gravel parking lot about 6 p.m. and walk towards a boat ramp, which was odd because he didn't sail, nor did he have a boat. Actually, he didn't do much at all and may have been described as boring. As he made his way over, he would meet a younger man and speak to him for a few minutes. This was verified by 3 witnesses who described the other man as being younger with dark skin and sunglasses. The 2 men seemed to know one another, or at least that's how it appeared to the witnesses. These 3 witnesses, by the way, were parked in the same parking lot waiting for a nearby concert to get started. While waiting, they seen Jack and the other man meet up in the parking lot and head to a grass clearing in the surrounding woods. When the 2 men got out of sight, an argument broke out. The 3 witnesses only heard bits and pieces of the argument. Primarily, they heard Jack. He was stating things like, "I'll give you money," or "I've got money," while also saying he could get money for the other man. One of the witnesses also heard Jack loudly exclaim, "What is it that you want?" Before the argument got physical, the man that had been arguing with Jack would then be seen running off on foot before Jack came back walking out of the wooded area, clutching his stomach. He was bleeding from multiple stab wounds and pleading for help. The witnesses called for an ambulance and he was rushed to the hospital where he died 3 hours later. The autopsy showed he had suffered 3 stab wounds to the stomach, as well as a cut to the side of his face, although some records state it was his ear. He also had defensive cuts on his hands, which showed he put up a fight. The 3 eyewitnesses described to detectives what they had seen transpire. Detectives, going on these statements, were not sure if it was a pre-planned meeting by the 2 or if they ran into each other and walked together. But according to all 3 witnesses, the conversation was being shared between 2 acquaintances. The eyewitnesses also gave a solid description of the man, and a sketch was made. He was olive-skinned, most likely Hispanic, between 25 and 35. He wasn't big, about 5'5", and between 150 to 180 pounds. He had black hair and a light mustache, and was wearing aviator sunglasses, so the eyewitnesses couldn't get a good look at his eyes. The investigation soon began, and the key question was, why did he even go to the boat landing that day? To buy drugs? Or maybe to drink? Apparently, according to everyone that Jack knew, he didn't indulge in either, and he had no history of it. Detectives then went over his phone records and bank statements, and again, nothing stood out. He was a loner, and outside of visiting his family and volunteering, he didn't do much. However, detectives were able to determine that he had not made plans to go out that evening. At least, he didn't by telephone, which led investigators to think this was a chance encounter. Police also brought out bloodhounds that surprisingly picked up a scent from the crime scene. They followed it to a nearby business, which led to the investigation of a man named Max Nodden, who would eventually be arrested for killing a woman named Kimberly Brown, as well as her niece, Leah Brazil. Kimberly knew Jack as the 2 had worked together, and Max actually worked at the business that the bloodhounds tracked the scent to. However, this was more of a desperation move by police, as Max looked nothing like the description. He was black and not Hispanic, and since this was all the police had, they pursued it before ruling him out. But it was Jack's daughter who, after speaking to police, was surprised to hear their first theory. They thought it was just possible that the man was Jack's lover. Apparently, in the months before Jack's death, he had began visiting a gay club in the area. But what doesn't make sense about the lover theory is why it sounded like a robbery was taking place. Why was Jack exclaiming he would give him money and asking him exactly what he wanted? The whole thing was odd. The case is cold, but police did eventually find a rusty hunting knife a short distance from where Jack had been stabbed, and they believe it is the weapon, but due to the exposure outdoors, they were unable to find DNA. They're hoping with future advances in technology, DNA will be able to be extracted. If you're like me, You probably like hearing a good urban legend story every now and then, especially the ones that are based on some element of truth, and that's what we are going to look at in this next mystery. The crazy story starts on October 19th, 1970, in Burt, Virginia, when U.S. Air Force cadet Robert Bennett and his fiancée were visiting relatives in the area. Around midnight, they would leave a football game and go park in a field off of Guinea Road. He would later tell investigators they were parked across the street from his uncle's, but it seems more than likely that him and his fiancée had chosen a quiet, secluded area to park and enjoy some time alone. While they sat in the front seat with the motor running, they would notice something moving outside their rear window, and it was just a couple of seconds after this, the front passenger window shattered. Outside the window stood a white-clad figure. Bennett, alarmed, punched the gas to get out of there, when the man started screaming at them about trespassing, saying you're on private property and I have your tag number. As the scared couple escaped, they would eventually calm down and, noticing the floorboard, laid a hatchet, no doubt thrown by the man who had ran them off. Bennett would go to the police, and here's where it gets odd. They would ask for a description of the man, and Bennett would say he was wearing a white suit with long bunny ears. Yes, you heard that right, bunny ears. Meanwhile, Bennett's fiancée would dispute this and say that it wasn't bunny ears. It instead looked like one of those white hoods the KKK is known to wear. Regardless, Bennett and his fiancée did state that even though they had seen the man's face clearly, they could not determine his race. 10 days later, on October 29th, a construction security guard named Paul Phillips was making his rounds when he came across a man standing on the porch of an unfinished home. And again, this was on Guinea Road, just like the Bennett altercation. Phillips would approach the man and try to run him off the property when he noticed the guy was wearing a gray, black, and white bunny costume. He was about 20 years old, 5'8", and 175 pounds. The man was carrying a long-handled axe and began chopping the newly constructed porch, exclaiming, "You are trespassing. If you come any closer, I'll chop off your head." The security guard went for his gun, and the man then turned around and ran off into the woods. Now the Fairfax County Police Department realized they had a potential madman on their hands, and they would open an investigation into the matter. But the floodgates had been opened, because in the following weeks, more than 50 people contacted the police with reports of seeing a bunny man. And while we can't go over all of them, headlines like "The Bunny Man Strikes Again" and "Man in a Bunny Suit Sought in Fairfax" sprung up all over newspapers in the area. Maybe the craziest account was that the bunny man had eaten someone's runaway cat. And while the bulk of these 50 reports are unverified or dubious, the mystery remains about the two original encounters, the canonical bunny man encounters. These two incidents are the only two that are widely believed to have actually happened, but the man behind them has never been identified, and stranger yet, his motive for doing so. Of course, maybe the couple that pulled into a field were really on his property, but if so, that should have been easy to identify the culprit. But what kind of rules out the private property motive is the fact that the bunny man attacked a construction site that was definitely not his property. He was owned by a company putting up real estate in the area, which brings us to our theory. In 2013, an article documenting the attacks speculated that it was someone who obviously lived in the general area that was unhappy that the woods were being cut down for new housing. It was a growing neighborhood, and what was once a nice farm community was turning into a suburb, and someone, who may have had a mental illness, did not react well to that. In fact, after the attack on the newly constructed home, the detective investigating the case got a call from someone at the company building homes in the area who reported they had received a call from someone identifying himself as the Axeman, and this man told the company, "You have been messing up my property by dumping tree stumps, limbs, and brush and other things on my property. You can make everything right tonight by meeting me to talk about the situation." A time and place was set up, and police actually staked it out, but the Axeman never showed up. The police, for their part, do not have a record for the assault of Robert Bennett and his fiancée, but they do have a record for the vandalism on the home. Regardless, the story went from these two incidents to one of the richest urban legends in American history. New Year's Eve, 2007, a man who went by the name El Mariachi would attend a New Year's Eve party at the home of Adolfo Valentin Morales. Now this man, known as El Mariachi, or sometimes called the Cowboy, was a mariachi singer in Lynchburg, Virginia. He was a great singer, and many described his voice as being similar to the legendary mariachi singer Vicente Fernandez, and since he was so good, many wanted to be his friend so he could visit their homes and sing for them, and that's probably what he planned this fateful night. But just moments after taking this picture you see here, El Mariachi would get into an argument with Morales and two of his friends. The four men will go out onto the porch where El Mariachi cut one of these three men. Morales ran back into his home and grabbed a kitchen knife, returned, and stabbed El Mariachi in the heart. El Mariachi collapsed and crawled under a van where he would soon die. His body was noticed later and authorities were called, and the investigation was pretty straightforward. Valentin Morales was charged with involuntary manslaughter and sentenced to 10 years in prison. But the mystery is just beginning, because as you noticed, I kept calling him by his stage name, and that's because no one knows who he really was. Apparently, when this local celebrity's residence was searched, authorities found many fake IDs and aliases. Investigators would start the long, difficult task of trying to find out who El Mariachi really was. They chased leads as far away as Washington State, where an alleged cousin lived, which led to nothing. They even had the possible name of his father, but that too led to nothing. Another clue led to the theory that his family was in the iron ore drilling business, but again, none of this could be confirmed either. In 2008, a letter was sent to the Mexican consulate with a kit to collect a DNA sample from a possible father and mother, and they were never able to get that. The man's fingerprints were also not on file with the FBI or Department of Homeland Security. In Lynchburg, detectives learned that he had been doing odd jobs and staying place to place. At the home he had last stayed, police found several items that suggested he was from Mexico, such as a fake driver's license. This one is just crazy to me, that so many people knew El Mariachi, yet they didn't know his real name. But there's also some online conjecture that his family may have actually been informed of his death via other people, but not law enforcement, and that they may have not came forward because they are illegal immigrants, or they were too poor to afford the funeral. Regardless, authorities have not been able to locate these people. December 10th, 1984, Bethany, Missouri. 29-year-old Judy Wardrip would go into her shift at the hotel, but this wasn't any ordinary hotel. It was actually the Bethany Motel, the family's business founded by her father decades ago. So she and her little dog, Moppet, would begin their day. She expected to be relieved by her sister later that evening, as they were the only two employees at the motel, and they spent most of their time running it. Both girls cleaned the rooms and did the check-ins, so it kinda surprised her sister when she arrived to find Judy nowhere. She at first thought she must be in the office, but she wasn't, which was really odd because Judy was very responsible and was not known to be one to leave the motel unattended for an extended period of time. So Janet began to walk throughout the motel, checking the rooms, thinking she must be cleaning one of them. She would finally come across the room that Judy had been cleaning. In there sat a half a cup of coffee, which was setting in Judy's mug, and the TV in the room was still on with the noise blaring, which would have been typically turned off by Judy. After realizing her car, purse, ID were all still at the premises, Janet became very concerned and called the police. They would arrive at the scene shortly and start their own investigation. They would start to go to all the rooms they currently had guests and question the people in them, and strangely, none of them heard or seen anything unusual. Detectives also found that nothing had been stolen. The motel cash drawer still had its money in it. The .38 caliber Smith & Wesson the girls kept for protection in a desk drawer was still in place. Even the room she was in last appeared as if Judy walked away halfway through cleaning, possibly interrupted. Judy would never be seen again. There's really only a couple of theories in this case, and there's really not many details, but one thing investigators originally looked at was Judy and Janet's own mother, who suffered from depression and had actually committed suicide years before. Police wondered if Judy could have done the same, but after talking to people that knew her, they realized she had exhibited no signs of depression and she had already purchased Christmas gifts, most likely ruling out that theory, which led to the second and only real theory. Judy had been abducted, but by who? That is a good question. What is particularly interesting about this is Judy's dog, which was a Lhasa Apso, a dog often used as a watchdog because they bark at everything, especially strangers. This dog was with Judy and was also now missing, which would imply that whoever abducted Judy most likely knew her and was familiar with the dog, which is why no one reported hearing or seeing anything out of the ordinary. It's also possible someone lured her away to a vehicle where they then got the drop on her, but with her having that dog around, this doesn't seem likely. Investigators did find out that Judy had a much older boyfriend, but he was cleared when his alibi checked out. Other than that, I couldn't find anyone else that was looked at. Some have speculated that it was a stranger, maybe someone who had seen her from the highway that ran in front of the motel, and this person pulled off to do it, like a spur-of-the-moment thing. Others have suggested she was being stalked by someone, or less likely, a serial killer. But I keep coming back to that dog. How in the world was she abducted from a room while accompanied by a dog that is known to bark at everyone, and yet nobody reported hearing a dog barking? And how was she presumably taken to a vehicle in the parking lot in front of the motel and highway in the middle of the day and not one person see it? She has been missing close to 40 years, and police are seemingly no closer now than they were then. Angelology is a branch of theological study that delves into the realm of spiritual beings of, you guessed it, angels, particularly focusing on the good angels created by God. Although seen as a pseudoscientific theory, it is regarded by many as a true science, grounded in divine revelation and supported by the acknowledgement of the existence of angels. Theologians, such as St. Thomas Aquinas, approached the study by integrating philosophical and theological observations to develop a coherent understanding of angelic nature and their role in the universe. Early Christian scholars shaped angelology by emphasizing them as servants to Christ, distancing them from pagan deities. This period also saw the development of some of their key characteristics, including their existence, nature, call to grace, and involvement in the divine plan of creation and redemption. It is the 13th century that scholars, particularly St. Thomas Aquinas, made significant strides in philosophical treatment of angels, defining them as pure spirits. While the basic truths about angels are accepted on faith, the Church's teaching emphasizes that the role of angels in man's salvation is secondary to Christ. One of the misconceptions addressed is the belief that angels are human beings who have died. Angelology clarifies that angels and humans are distinct orders of beings created by God, refuting the notion that humans transform into angels post-mortem. The gender of angels is another aspect discussed in angelology. The Bible does not discuss the gender of angels, but with the names like Michael and Gabriel, it's heavily implied they are male. The concept of guardian angels is also looked at, acknowledging the Bible's confirmation of angels serving to protect, guide, and minister to believers, but leaves open the question of whether each individual has a specific angel or not. But basically, angelology offers a divine perspective on angels, portraying them as personal beings created to worship and obey God. And a key verse in all this is Hebrews 1:14, which basically sums up angelology with the following: all the angels are spirits who serve God and are sent to help those who will receive salvation. I'm not sure why this mystery is on here. I think it's the question of, is this a real science or not? The Agamemnon Counterpart video is an internet meme video that has gotten attention for its mysterious and eerie nature, with claims of its creation dating back to 2001, although it did not appear on the internet until 2006. This video comes with a warning, setting the stage for a strange experience, claiming that it was found in the year 2571 amidst the ruins of a blue planet. The content itself features a bizarre, low-quality cartoon accompanied by unsettling screams in the background, making it confusing. Various theories and stories have circulated about the origins and meaning of the Agamemnon counterpart video. One early theory suggested this dark story involving it with a supposed discovery in a Japanese forest and a connection to an assault case. However, this theory was debunked when the video resurfaced in 2013, and the uploader clarified that the backstory was fabricated. According to the research and information from the uploader, the video's creator was identified as a man named Jason Kovac. It was revealed that the video was part of Kovac's submission for Destination Imagination 2001, an art competition known for encouraging unique and unconventional creations. The video's peculiar combination of mismatched audio and visuals can be attributed to its origins in an artistic endeavor rather than a sinister plot. The audio in the video, particularly the screams, was traced back to the French film A Cry from Within, while other music elements were sourced from the American film The Human Tornado. Despite unraveling the origins and components of the video, the title, Agamemnon Counterpart, remains mysterious, and attempts to contact Jason Kovac for clarification have been unsuccessful. One theory proposed a connection between the video's title and the asteroid Agamemnon, a large Trojan asteroid orbiting the Sun. The opening note mentioning a video cassette found in the ruins of a blue planet has led to speculation about a possible asteroid collision, although there's no real proof backing this theory either. The true meaning behind the title and its connection to the depicted visuals and sounds remain unknown. Some missing person cases leave us baffled or confused, while others, we have a pretty good idea of what happened. But some, well, there's so little data available, you have no idea. But what happens when you have a missing persons case where that little data is conflicting and adds more confusion? That brings us to the case of Gail Lenore Cookson. The 35-year-old would last be seen on March 1st, 1984, where already we come to our first bit of conflicting info, because some sources suggest she was last seen leaving a residence, while others state it was her residence. But it gets worse, because sometimes she's listed as disappearing on March 1st, 1984, while other times she's cited as disappearing November 25th, 1984, 8 months later. What is consistent across reports is the suspicion of foul play in her disappearance. Remarkably, the lack of information goes beyond the circumstances of her disappearance, as there is a scarcity of details about her life. Even local newspapers from the time fail to mention her. There appears to be no active search or public awareness regarding her case, making you wonder how much effort really went into finding her. Now, before I continue, I have to state, I'm drawing heavily from the work of whereaboutsstillunknown.wordpress.com, where the admin of the blog did a great job rounding up what little was available. One intriguing aspect of Gail's life this researcher found is revealed through city directory listings from 1971 to 1973, where she is consistently referred to as Mrs. Gail L. Cookson. However, these listings do not reference a husband, leaving room for speculation about her marital status. The absence of a husband's name could imply separation, divorce, or a situation where her husband lived elsewhere, potentially due to military service or incarceration. Further confusion comes from the presence of other Cooksons at the same address in the city directory. Yvette Cookson, as you can see here, was born in 1952 and passed away in 2007, and appears to be a relative. Despite the strong resemblance between Gail and Yvette, the age difference rules out the possibility of Yvette being Gail's daughter, and on Yvette's obituary in 2007, it mentions no relatives, only her ties to Jehovah's Witnesses. The residence also housed a Phyllis Cookson, born in 1922 and died in 2001, but her obituary mentions no children. So were these other two ladies Gail's in-laws instead? The blog then attempted to trace Gail's lineage through Ancestry.com, as well as research on Phyllis's family members, which did not help. as there were no Cooksons that married a Gale, and there's no divorce record or declaration of death for her either, so we don't know if Cookson was her maiden or married name. The blog would even file a FOIA request, but they were denied access since it's technically an open case. Finally, making it even crazier, these others that live with Yvette and Phyllis can be located in the Sacramento City Directory over the decades of the 70s and 80s. Meanwhile, Gale, who appears in the city directory at that residence from 1971 to 1973, completely disappears out of Sacramento's directory after that. Yet, she is not reported as missing from the city of Sacramento until 11 years later in 1984. So where was she during those 11 years? Very confusing case. Gale would be in her 70s now, if she is still alive. (1898), in the town of Gatton, Queensland Colony, in what is today Australia, a family known as the Murphys owned a farm at a location called Blackfellows Creek, about 8 miles from town. It was a very small community, consisting of about 449 people, but it was a major stopover point between the metropolis of Brisbane and a farming region known as the Darling Downs. The Murphy family was big like a lot of families back then, consisting of 10 children, but our mystery revolves around only 3, that of Michael, 29, his 2 younger sisters, Nora, 27, and Ellen, 18. Now Michael was actually out of town working on a government farm about a 40-minute drive away, while their other brother Daniel was in Brisbane working as a police constable. But since it was December 26th, Boxing Day, Michael returned home, where he and his sisters Ellen and Nora would go to a dance. But when they showed up around 9 p.m., they found out that it had actually been cancelled, so they returned home. However, they never arrived. It would be the next morning when the family became worried. Their mother would ask one of her son-in-laws, William McNeil, to go look for the 2. Now Michael, the night before, had borrowed a sulky, which is a lightweight cart pulled by a horse, and he borrowed it from McNeil. So when he was out looking for the 3, he came across the distinctive tracks that sulky left, which was easily identifiable because of a wobbling wheel that it had. He would notice the cart went off-road and through an opening in the fence. After following it through a rough winding trail for about 3/4 of a mile, he would find the 3. Michael and Ellen were lying back to back within 2 feet of each other, while Nora lay in the same east-west orientation on a neatly spread rug to the east of the other 2. Both women had their hands tied behind their backs with handkerchiefs. Forming a triangle, the sulky was facing south, about 18 feet from Michael and 36 feet from Nora. The horse had been shot in the head. The victim's legs were arranged with their feet pointing west. The signature was never repeated in Australia criminal history, and it, just like the murders, remains unexplained. Now the brother-in-law, William McNeil, would actually go to a local hotel where patrons tended to gather and told them of the murder scene first. And just as you would expect, about 40 people rushed to the scene, most likely destroying evidence in the process. After this, William would then contact a local police sergeant who rode out to the murder scene with him. They remained there for about 30 minutes, and this sergeant didn't even make one note about the crime scene, nor did he take statements or make the large group of people leave. They would then go back to town to contact the much bigger and much more professional police from Brisbane to attend the scene. However, after requesting the telegram be marked urgent, he was told that the police had no authority to send urgent telegrams, which was wrong, and this sergeant would later be criticized for not knowing that. He would also be criticized for waiting around all day, waiting around for a reply instead of going back out to the crime scene. The telegram was received at 12:52, but because it was a holiday, it wasn't opened until the next morning at 9 a.m. Meanwhile, this sergeant, William Errol, would send a magistrate and a bootmaker to look after the murder scene. I wish I was making that up. These 2 would also let townsfolk just walk into the scene and look around. Meanwhile, Daniel, the brother who was a police officer, would actually receive a telegram at police headquarters from a family friend informing him of the murders on the day they were discovered. And not surprisingly, he asked for 3 days' leave to grieve, and it was granted. He intended to catch a train to head back home to Gatton, but he missed it, and 3 days later, when he returned to headquarters, he discovered that no action was being taken by the detectives, because rumors were swirling that the whole thing was a hoax. Finally, the inspector was informed it was not a hoax, but this inspector would not inform the commissioner of Brisbane Police for another 5 hours because the information didn't come through official channels. Finally, once the commissioner was told, he immediately ordered detectives to go to the scene. But in what was a comedy of errors, the team of detectives did not board a train at midnight in spite of the fact there was one departing, and instead waited until the next morning at 7:30 to go. It should be noted, a royal commission later slammed the police for all this. The bodies were finally moved to a hotel, where the medical officer would eventually arrive and do an autopsy. Michael had been shot and struck with a blunt instrument to the head. Ellen had her skull fractured by 2 blows to the head. These two were sitting upright and back to back when they were struck. Nora had also been struck to the extent her brain was protruding. She also had a harness strap around her neck tight enough to have caused her death. Both girls had been assaulted and semen was found on their clothes, along with Michael, who may have also been assaulted, while the girls had also been violated with the brass-mounted handle of a whip, which police could never find. William would later testify that when he seen Michael, his hands were not tied behind his back, but evidence showed that they had been tied at some point, with one hand holding an open purse. But every witness that had went to the scene stated his hands were not tied, but a breeching strap lay nearby and the empty purse was a short distance away. But when the body had been removed, the breeching strap was found between his untied hands and the empty purse was in one hand. Michael was said to have had about the equivalent of $100 that night, and it was missing. So detectives believed that one of the witnesses that came to the scene, maybe William, had untied Michael to steal the money, hence destroying some of the evidence. It only gets sloppier from here, because apparently the autopsy was nothing more than superficial, and no bullet in Michael was recovered. It would actually take the bodies being exhumed to recover the bullet from the skull of Michael. So as you can see, even in a time when police investigation techniques were in their infancy, this case was still majorly bungled. But an investigation did eventually begin, and everyone from traveling workers to family members were suspected. There were rumors of cover-ups and of incest within the Murphy family, which were never confirmed. One suggested that the father, upon discovering the incestuous relationships between his children, went crazy and killed all 3 of them, while some accused the father of having relations with his daughters. However, this was just journalism gone bad, because detectives never seriously considered these allegations. However, it did hurt the family deeply, and they chose not to cooperate with police, except for the brother Daniel, who was a police officer. There was also early suspicion on William McNeil, who had a lot of questionable actions, as well as not getting along with his in-laws. His account was inconsistent, and he would later get in trouble for burning down his own family business for insurance, as well as trying to make himself out as a hero to the press. In spite of all the evidence that this had most likely been committed by more than one person, and most likely a gang, police focused in on one suspect, Theo Farmer. He was a butcher in town and lived in a hut just 900 feet from the murder scene. He had been seen by a number of people walking along the road the night of the murders as well, while one witness was even claiming they seen him washing blood from a pullover days later, while another police officer gave evidence that he suspected Farmer had been involved in the murder of a 15-year-old boy named Alfred Hill, and again, his body had been left with his feet pointing west, which took place in Oxley, about an hour away, and had taken place just a few weeks previously, as the same gun was suspected of being used in both crimes, and it was found near the butchery where Theo worked. Theo would be questioned and almost immediately joined the army afterwards, where he deserted later. The next year, he was found under an alias where he was admitted to a hospital suffering from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. He died in 1900, and the government hid that until 1918. He left a suicide note stating he was present during the murders and he couldn't sleep due to the nightmares seeing the victims' heads bashed in. But was he really the killer, or did he just witness it? No one knows. Over a century later, in 2013, another suspect and theory emerged, that of a man named Joe Quinn, a transient with a history of criminal aliases and run-ins with the law. He allegedly harbored a grudge against Michael because he had exposed Quinn's criminal past during an altercation at a barbershop at a time during a strike where Quinn held influence under one of his aliases. This theory goes on to state that 4 years after the strikes, Quinn returned and linked up with some local thugs who helped orchestrate the murders. "11 a.m., June 5th, 1960. A carpenter in Espoo, Finland, was walking along the shore of Lake Bodom when he would come across a grisly sight. Here, at a campsite, lay 4 teenagers who had been viciously attacked. The carpenter would rush to alert authorities. When they arrived, they discovered 3 of the teens were already deceased, that of Mayla Borkland and Anya Mackey, who were both 15 years old, and their boyfriends, Seppo Boisman and Niels Gustafsson, both 18, Niels being the only one who survived, but he had received a concussion, fractured jaw, and several broken facial bones. He would tell detectives later that he only caught a glimpse of the attacker and said that he was clothed in black and had bright red eyes that was coming for them, and this occurred sometime between 4 and 6 a.m. Detectives would canvass the area for witnesses and did come across a group of boys who had been bird watching from some distance away around 6 a.m. They claimed to have seen the tent collapse and a blond man walking away from the site. The murders were also unusual in the sense that the killer did not attack the victims from within the tent. Instead, he stood outside and attacked them from outside the tent with a knife and possibly a rock. The murder weapons were never located. Even more confusing were the items the suspect stole, which included the keys to the motorcycles, yet he left the motorcycles alone. While Neil's shoes had been partially hidden about 1,600 feet away from the murder site. The police did make a couple of big mistakes here, as they did not tape off the site, nor did they record any of the details of the scene. And almost immediately after, officers and other people began to trample all around the crime scene and destroy evidence. This became even worse when they called in soldiers to help search around the lake for several missing items, many of which were never found. Nils's girlfriend, Mela, was found nude from the waist down and lying on top of the tent, and she had suffered the most injuries, stabbed multiple times after she died. Niels was also found on top of the tent. The case was never solved, obviously, but there were a bunch of suspects over the years. But we'll look at a couple of the major ones. Maybe the one talked about the most is a man named Valdemar Gillstrom. He was known in the area to be hostile towards campers. People stated he cut down tents, threw rocks at people coming down the street, would get violent, had fired shots at some people, hid razor blades and apples, and some even said they seen him coming back from the murder scene but were too afraid to tell police. Investigators would also hear rumors that he had confessed to some people that he was the one behind it, but police blew it off because they believed he was mentally ill. He would drown in the lake 9 years later, most likely by suicide. Another man, one in which the general public tend to believe, was that of Hans Essmann, who lived several miles away from the lake, but was linked by a series of popular books which brought up the theory that he was the suspect. He was also rumored to be a former KGB agent, as well as he told people he had been a soldier with the SS in World War II. He was a suspect in 5 other murder cases, and even confessed to one of those on his deathbed. Most importantly, he had went to the Helsinki hospital the day after the attack with his fingernails black from dirt and his clothes covered in red stains. The hospital staff said he was nervous and aggressive, but other than brief questioning, police never pursued him, and that may be because, according to police, he was never considered a suspect because he had an alibi on the night of the murder. Initially, authorities were looking for a man who had been seen in the vicinity carrying a bag containing the victim's belongings. He was said to be walking with a bicycle and had a black beard. He was also seen walking out of the woods wearing a bloody shirt. This was Pauli Luoma, a labor camp escapee and a good suspect at first, but he also had an alibi. Another was Pentti Sonanen, who was known to be violent and told a fellow inmate he was responsible, but considering he was 14 at the time of the murders, it was doubtful. However, the most interesting suspect would pop up in 2004, when 44 years after the events, Niels Gustafsson, who wasn't even publicly known as a suspect, was arrested. The Finnish authorities declared the case was solved on new forensic analysis. According to the prosecution, the bloodstains showed that Niels had been drunk and excluded out of the tent when he attacked Seppo. This led to a fight where Niels got the fractured bones in his face, which escalated to him killing the other 3. However, the defense claimed there was no way Niels could have killed 3 people given the extent of his injuries, but had always known that the shoe prints had been left behind by the killer, and these were the same shoes that were taken away from camp and hidden, and those shoes, of course, belonged to Niels, and he was found barefoot on top of the tent. Then, there's also the fact that only the other 3's blood were found on the shoes, not Niels. So the prosecution contended that his injuries occurred at a different time of the attack than the other victims, and that the only explanation was that Niels had committed the murders, faked the theft of the items by hiding them, injured himself some more, and then going back barefoot, pretending to be unconscious, and that the birdwatchers who spotted the tall blonde man was really Niels. Not only that, but it was said he had been heard making an incriminating remark in the past, as well as boasting to a woman previously about his guilt. However, Niels was acquitted due to inconclusive evidence, as well as not having a good enough motive, and there's some sources that even say that DNA was found on a towel that had been sliced with a knife that came from a 5th person. Finland would actually pay Niels for the mental suffering he went through. But before I close the book on this one, there's one other weird part about this whole mystery, and it comes from a funeral photograph from one of the victims. See, Niels would be put under hypnosis at one point and asked to give as many details of the events as possible. He also described what the attacker looked like, saying he was between 20 to 30 with distinctive features like long blonde hair, a checkered shirt with black buttons buttoned up, a sweater that had several colors including black and green. A sketch artist composed this based on Niels' description. Now, if we pull up the aforementioned funeral photograph, you'll notice it looks pretty dang close. A lot of people claim this was Hans Essman. Early May 2014, 88-year-old Russell Dermond and his wife, Shirley, 87, were scheduled to attend a Kentucky Derby party at their neighbors on the weekend of May 3rd. However, the two never arrived. The neighbors did grow concerned, but did not react right away, instead waiting to hear from them. But 2 days later, on the 6th, one of them would finally decide to walk over to their home to check and make sure they were okay. When getting there, he found the door unlocked, which was odd, and he walked into the home, but nothing could have prepared him for what he would find in the garage. There lay Russell's body, and he had been decapitated. Of course, the neighbor freaked out, ran out, and called the police, who came and roped off the scene. They expected to find Shirley somewhere in the home, suffering the same fate. However, she was nowhere to be found. They started to believe she had been kidnapped, and 10 days later, she would eventually be found by fishermen at Lake Oconee, weighed down with cinder blocks. She had died from either stab wounds or a blunt object to the head. Detectives started tracing their whereabouts leading up to the crime, and they found that the last time Russell was seen was on May 1st, 2 days before the Kentucky Derby party they were set to attend. He had been out running errands, and then sometime later that day, him and Shirley would contact their son on the phone. After that, this was the last known contact. They also found no signs of forced entry or even a struggle in the home. It was also odd that, even though the Dermonds lived in a gated community with security officers and surveillance cameras, these suspects basically got in undetected, and it's unsure if they came in by vehicle or boat. Although, the sheriff did confirm that the security at the gated community was relaxed at the time. The sheriff also noted there were at least 2 other crime scenes, and maybe 3, so it's unsure where the murders really occurred, which leads us to one early theory that Shirley was kidnapped and taken somewhere else to hold for a ransom before everything went bad, or that some kind of argument started somewhere else and the 2 were killed and brought back. The crime scene had also showed meticulous efforts to conceal the murders, such as placing towels next to Russell's body so blood wouldn't seep under the garage door and out into the driveway and alert neighbors. The murders were curious to say the least. Detectives had multiple leads to start off, but none of these went anywhere, and leads in general eventually stopped coming in. And almost a decade later, police have no persons of interest and no known motive, although the sheriff believes there was more than one person involved and they went into the home to stage a robbery, but it is baffling that nothing from the home was stolen. Even stranger, Russell's head was never even recovered, which police believe the only reason he was decapitated was so law enforcement could not recover a bullet. They cite this because of the gunshot residue found on Russell's collar. The sheriff, Howard Seals, has followed leads all over the country and brought in the FBI, who provided a behavioral profile of the killers, as well as reaching out to Scotland Yard for advice, but it still hasn't helped. Although, in one strange aspect, even though he's reached out to all these places, he has not brought in the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. As far as suspect speculation, there's not a lot. Some people thought one of the children could be involved, but they've all been ruled out. There was also the thought that someone targeted the parents to get at one of the kids. Others point to organized crime, but this seems far-fetched, while others think the killer mistakenly targeted the wrong couple. But in May 2023, the sheriff did take boxes of evidence to Othram Labs for forensic genetic genealogy testing, and he stated they got a hit. So hopefully, this case gets some traction this year. July 31st, 1992, Lisbon, Portugal. 22-year-old Maria Valentina, nicknamed Tina, would be found in a large cabin lying in a pool of her own blood. When members of the judicial police arrived to the scene, they were shocked at the brutality. She had been strangled, disemboweled, and some of her internal organs had been removed. The medical examiner would comment that he had never seen such a thing in over 40,000 autopsies. Investigators would begin to take a look at Tina's background and believed she was a sex worker and drug addict. Throughout the rest of the year, investigators would receive several calls and anonymous letters about her murder, but all of these tips were duds. But this would just be the beginning of a reign of terror by a man known simply as the Lisbon Ripper, because about a half a year later, on January 27th, a 24-year-old woman named Maria Fernanda would be found in another cabin, this time by railway workers working at a nearby bridge. Again, she had been disemboweled, but this time, almost all of the organs were removed along with her breast. And just like the first victim, this Maria was a sex worker and a drug addict as well. Now the police had 6 men working around the clock on this case, even sometimes getting help from the drug trafficking division, which loaned officers from its nighttime shift. It's here that detectives would find a few clues, and even find a few persons of interest, but nothing anywhere near being enough to arrest someone. Heck, they didn't even have enough to bring someone in for questioning, and it was super frustrating, because detectives were working under the assumption he would strike again soon, and they were right, because 2 months later, 27-year-old Maria Joao was found near the location of the first victim, Maria Valentina, who was her friend. She had been mutilated in the same way as the other two, but this time, all of the organs were removed. And again, she was a sex worker. In total, that was 3 young brunettes, all named Maria, who were allegedly sex workers and drug addicts, who had been disemboweled with an object that was not a knife, but possibly a scalpel. But at every crime scene, there was no blood other than the victims, no hair, no footprints, no fingerprints, or glove material. Although the investigators had some people that they were interested in, they had absolutely nothing that would stick. They come up with a profile that stated that the Ripper was probably a solitary man and did not know his victims, and his crimes could be considered perfect. He probably knocked them out with a blow to the head, something he most likely practiced, took out their organs, and left. He kept their faces intact, but never cleared away the blood, and committed these crimes at night, probably at dawn, which explains no witnesses. There's only been one publicly known suspect, but this one was kinda odd and seemed more like a publicity stunt, because on November 30th, 2011, almost 20 years after the first murder, on the reality show The House of Secrets, which is a show where contestants are locked away in a house for 10 weeks while each contestant has to conceal a secret that everyone else tries to discover, a 21-year-old man named Joel Geddes would implicate his father Jose as the Lisbon Ripper. Police would take it seriously, and before they even arrested him, Jose had already confessed details of the murders to several online publications, and crazily, Portugal could not try him for the Lisbon Ripper murders, as those had already lapsed under the statute of limitations, but they could try him for a murder in 2000 they thought might be linked. But upon investigating it, they quickly realized that his details didn't match the real facts of the cases, and he was quickly dismissed. But what's really interesting about this one is there are similar murders of sex workers between 1993 and 97 in the Netherlands, Czech Republic, Denmark, and Belgium, which has led to the thought he could be a long-haul trucker. There's even a theory that he was connected to a serial killer we discussed back in part 6 of this series, that of the New Bedford Highway Killer, who was responsible for the murders of 11 women between 1988 and 89. The FBI even flew to Portugal and worked with Portuguese authorities to try and make a connection, as well as Portuguese authorities traveled to New Bedford. The main premise of this theory was due to New Bedford's large Portuguese population, and the theory was that this suspect had left the city at some point and started his crime spree in Europe, maybe because he feared law enforcement was closing in. And yes, because of the crazy statute of limitations law, even if the Lisbon Ripper confessed, he can't be arrested. Although, if they could connect his crimes to other countries, he could be extradited. But it would probably be a long shot, because the canonical 3 murders in Portugal are the only ones that have hard evidence connecting them. And one last note in theory, all 3 of these canonical victims were HIV positive. It's possible that the killer was also HIV positive, maybe contracted from a sex worker, or maybe even contracted from one of these victims, which could be his motive for the killings, and it would most likely explain why he stopped, as he probably died not long after. October 17th, 2000, 40-year-old Regina Boss of Lincoln, Nebraska, who went by the name Gina, would go to a local pub called Duggan's. Gina was a musician, and she could often be found participating in the open mic night at the pub, and that's just what she was doing this night, as the many patrons who also attended noted she was in good spirits and having a good time. One of these patrons was even her ex-husband, who would speak to her before leaving around 10 p.m. A few hours later, around 1 a.m., she would tell her friends she was leaving to pick up her boyfriend Michael Johnson at his residence, and then go home to be with her children for the rest of the night. She would then pick up her guitar and leave. Her boyfriend waited a while before he finally fell asleep, but he woke up at midnight and realized she had still not made it home. He would end up paging her multiple times, but she had forgot her pager at home, and the sound of it going off woke up her children, and when they got up, they also realized Gina had still not made it home. They would call their father and their maternal grandparents, but neither of them knew where she was. That morning, around 6:30 a.m., her boyfriend would also call the children, only to find out Gina had still not made it. He now knew something was wrong and called the police at 6:38 a.m., who then began their search. And it would be later that day, Michael and some of Gina's friends found her vehicle parked across the street from the pub, where it seemed like she had never even left. Police did notice the trunk was slightly open, and inside was her guitar and sheet music. Her purse, however, was not at the scene. There was no sign of a struggle, no blood or DNA evidence, but it was believed she had not left of her own accord. Detectives began a search on foot with cadaver dogs, which led to nothing. Detectives would then begin to run down leads, but there just wasn't anything. She had been married twice before, but both marriages ended amicably, and there was no hard feelings nor motive. They then began to retrace her steps the day of her disappearance. They found out that Gina had attended a baby shower earlier that day before going home, where she would then greet her children and boyfriend Michael. She spent time with the kids, who were 15, 13, and 11. Then, her and Michael would head to the pub, but on their way, her and Michael got into a disagreement, and he decided he didn't want to go and asked Gina to take him home. He then asked her to pick him up on her way back so he could go home with her. So again, detectives hit a brick wall. They believed Gina was taken by someone she knew and trusted, as opposed to being forced by a stranger without anybody noticing. It was closing time when she left, and someone outside would have seen something. And with that, we have another bad break. The pub had video cameras, but the pub owner had forgotten to turn them on. Michael would be the first suspect, obviously, but he seemed to be really broken up by her disappearance. He was then questioned and took a lie detector test and was ruled out fairly quickly. Some of her family still had doubts about him, but police were sure he was not the one responsible. And by 2018, a retired detective who had worked on the case stated he believed he knew what had happened to Gina and that she was most likely murdered. But detectives never had enough evidence to pursue. This seems to match Gina's family's theory that someone she knew approached her and asked to speak to her for a second. This person then lured her to their car and kidnapped her. The open trunk could have been caused by a button on her car keys, or she just didn't have the opportunity to shut it all the way. January 5th, 1981, Moore, Oklahoma. Tracy Nielsen had a great day planned, as it was her 21st birthday. The young lady was a student at Oklahoma State University, where she intended to become a physical therapist. She had already met the love of her life, Jeff Nielsen, to whom she had been married to for 5 months. He was in school at the University of Oklahoma to become a doctor. Tracy would head out that morning, where she had to go run some errands, and returned home sometime before noon. And since it was her birthday, she would receive multiple calls from family and friends, all wanting to tell her happy birthday. However, Tracy never answered those calls. Tracy seemed to be silent, and I imagine most of the birthday wishers assumed that she was out celebrating and thought nothing of it. But that evening, Jeff, after leaving class, would stop to pick up a birthday card and perfume for his wife, and around 5 p.m., he would walk into their apartment to find an utter nightmare. There lay Tracy's dead body across their bed. She had multiple stab wounds. Jeff called 911 immediately, who came to the scene to start their investigation. They soon discovered there had been no sign of forced entry, which set off alarm bells that Tracy most likely knew her killer, which of course, you can see where this is going. They immediately suspected Jeff. However, after checking out his alibi with the university, he was quickly ruled out, and investigators were back to square one. What really made the case even more difficult, though, was only one thing had been stolen from the apartment, and that was a simple keychain that spelled out Tracy's name. Detectives believed the killer had taken it as some sort of trophy. It would also appear Tracy had not been assaulted or violated in any other way, or at least that's never been released if so. However, at the apartment, they did discover something they hoped would lead to a break in the case, that of one fingerprint that did not belong to Jeff or Tracy. And being in the 80s, it was much harder to check fingerprints against numerous known felons, but they did try many and never found anything. As the means to cross-check fingerprints in a nationwide database become available, they did so, but still found nothing, meaning this person has never been arrested for any other crimes. The man was spotted by 2 neighbors, and he was described as being 25 to 35 and around 5'9" and 160 pounds, with dark hair and some facial hair and or sideburns, and a sketch was made. Unfortunately, the case went cold quickly, and there was no movement on it for decades, and this might be why, after 30 plus years in 2015, the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation finally released a crucial piece of evidence in this case, that being a cable ticket book police had recovered. The last ticket showed a cable repairman had completed work at Tracy's apartment at 11:51 in the morning that she died, and considering nobody heard from her after that time, it could be the key clue to the entire investigation. The ticket showed whatever the repairman was called out for, he did complete. So if he finished it at 11:51, I would imagine he was at least there for 5 to 10 minutes before. So it's pretty likely he was responsible, or at the very least, he would have seen something. But obviously, detectives had one problem with this crucial piece of evidence. They were not able to find the owner of the ticket book, and that repairman has never been identified. And it's even more frustrating because the repairman initialed or wrote his name, as you can see here. There's been a huge debate on just what these initials say, and another part of the problem is it's just a generic form, one that does not show a company name, so they're not even sure what cable company this man came from. And since companies change records, sell out, or buy out other companies, it makes the search even more complex. When this piece of evidence was made public in 2015, investigators commented They were now working under the theory that, if these cable companies still exist, they may have been located out of state. However, they were also honest in the fact that they didn't have a lot of hope they could run down which one. They were more hopeful that a cable repairman who worked in the Moore area in the early 80s could come forward and help out with the investigation, but to this date, that hasn't happened, or at least, it's not been made public if they have. I was also able to find some sources that stated detectives did finally narrow it down to what they believe was the form from Southwestern Bell, now AT&T, but I don't think that's confirmed. In total, police have ran down 1,500 leads in the 40-plus years, and none of these have panned out. Of course, the main theories revolve around that cable ticket. Some question why a cable repairman would bother filling out a form that puts him at the scene of a murder, and then initial it on top of that, which leads to speculation that it was a fake repairman, and this would also explain why there was no forced entry. But the problem with this is, how would the fake repairman know a real repairman was scheduled to go to the apartment that day, assuming there was one scheduled to show up, because I'm not sure if Tracy would just allow a repairman in without an appointment, unless he was able to trick her somehow. I wasn't able to find out if Jeff confirmed that there had been an appointment made that day, but I assume that the police checked that out. It's also possible that this individual may have simply stole the cable repairman's book and found the address, or he may have even been a subcontractor from out of town. But the even bigger glaring problem with this is, why would a fake repairman leave a fake ticket? Is he really that thorough or committed to the act? Others speculate that she knew her killer and was possibly even having an affair with him, and the ticket was left as a red herring. And that brings up another question. Did the killer know it was her birthday? See, that's the problem with this ticket. It leaves so many questions. King Tut is no doubt the most widely known pharaoh of ancient Egypt, and this is probably due to a couple of reasons. For one, his tomb was not discovered until modern times, when in 1922, excavators led by Howard Carter would unearth it more than 3,300 years after King Tut's death. Secondly, is the fact that it had not been plundered by grave robbers, and it lay largely untouched until its discovery. And this tomb was luxurious, consisting of more than 5,000 burial goods that were laid to rest with him. It created a media frenzy and brought back ancient Egyptian designs to the Western public. But there's one more reason why King Tut's tomb is so famous, or maybe I should say infamous. Along with Howard Carter was the financial backer of this whole operation, that of the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, a man named George Herbert. Herbert, who had supported the expedition for nearly 5 years, was about to pull out of the project when Carter contacted him on November 4th to let him know of the major discovery. And 3 weeks later, on November 26th, Carter and Herbert were the first people in modern times to see the tomb. But in a swift turn of events, a short 5 months later, Herbert, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, would die on April 5th. He had suffered a severe mosquito bite, which became infected after he accidentally cut himself shaving. This eventually led to blood poisoning and then pneumonia. His death would give birth to the curse of King Tut. This curse is said to be cast on anyone that disturbs a pharaoh's tomb, and does not differentiate between thieves and archaeologists. It can bring bad luck, illness, or death, but we are just getting started, because next would be George J. Gould, a wealthy railroad executive who visited the tomb shortly after the discovery. He died 1 month after George Herbert on May 16th, after he developed yellow fever. 5 years later, A.C. Mace, a member of the excavation team, died from pneumonia. The following year, Richard Bethel, Carter's secretary, died in bed, the victim of a suspected smothering. Sir Bruce Ingham, a friend of George Carter, was given a gift by him, which came from the tomb, but not long after, his house burned down, and then he was hit with a flood during the rebuild. Hugh Evelyn White, a British archaeologist who visited the tomb and may have worked during the excavation, committed suicide in 1924. Sir Archibald Reed, a radiologist who x-rayed Tut before the mummy was given to a museum, got sick the next day and died 3 days later. But this is not just a cute legend that people kinda have fun with. Since the mid-20th century, a bunch of authors and documentaries have tried to portray the curse as being real in the sense that it brings scientifically explicable causes of death, such as bacteria in the Earl's case, going as far to say that the tombs house pathogens that were dangerous or even deadly to people with a weakened immune system, like Lord Carnarvon. Considering that some of the mummies carried mold and the tomb walls had bacteria, it was very possible that the curse is biological in nature, whereas skeptics point out that only 8 of the 58 people present during the opening of the tomb and sarcophagus died within a dozen years, and not the 26 people within 10 years that is sometimes cited. Carter himself, who led the expedition, lived almost 20 years afterwards. They claim that the real origin of the Egyptian mummy came from European cultures, and that it had no connection to a real scientific phenomenon. Furthermore, in spite of popular misconceptions, there's no inscriptions anywhere inside the pharaoh's tomb that speak of a curse. Actually, inscriptions warning of curses inside these ancient tombs are extremely rare. In 1820, New York City, the Rogers family would give birth to a little girl they would name Mary Cecilia Rogers. This girl would grow up in circumstances that left much to be desired, because her father had passed away when she was only 5, putting her mom in a bad situation, although some sources say he did not die until she was 17. Regardless, her mom would eventually begin to make money by conducting a boarding and lodging house where the young Mary would help her mother after she grew older. And Mary, she would turn into quite the beautiful young woman. She was rather tall, had a beautiful complexion, and gorgeous jet black hair. She also had a pleasing manner that unsurprisingly led to a ton of admirers. She seemed to attract attention wherever she went, and this fact did not escape one creative entrepreneur named John Anderson. He conducted a large retail cigar store on Broadway, and after hearing of her marvelous beauty, came up with an idea to employ her as both a clerk and as an attraction. The year was now 1840, and Mary was 20, and John would travel over to pitch his idea to the young woman. And considering Mary had never worked away from home before, her mom was pretty reluctant to permit her to accept the position, as she knew that some of the young men who frequented John's cigar store were not the most upstanding young men around. But John had offered Mary quite a bit of money for those days, and she finally talked her mother into letting her accept the position. And long story short, John's predictions were spot on. As his store was now flooded with customers, Mary was always polite and modest and smiled, but she was not adverse to turning down passes from men. She would continue working the store for 10 months, until late January 1841, when she did not show up for work. John had no idea where she was, and Mary's mother became frantic. She did not waste any time going to the authorities, and this led to the press getting a hold of the story, and soon everyone was talking about the missing famous cigar girl. But this story may not end how you think, because 6 days later, Mary suddenly returned to the store. She was in good health, uninjured, but the girl who had once continually smiled now appeared to be sad and devoid of emotion. And for anyone who asked her where she had been, her answer was the same. She had visited relatives in the country. This would be the same answer her mother and John would give, but it was also obvious that Mary, her mom, and John were hiding something. This whole thing was weird, because at first, her mother reported to have found a suicide note, while the newspapers would eventually write the whole thing off as a hoax, stating that Mary had went to visit her friend in Brooklyn, and many accused John of staging the whole thing to drive up revenue for his tobacco shop. But days later, a rumor began to swirl. It was said that Mary had been seen with a tall, handsome naval officer during the time she was supposed to be in the country. These rumors would eventually get back to her about a week after she returned, and she immediately resigned from the cigar shop and went back to her mother's home. It was here that, strangely a month later, it was announced that Mary was engaged to be married to a man named Daniel Payne, a young clerk who resided in her mother's lodging house. And from here, this strange story only gets more bizarre, because at 10 a.m. on July 25th, Mary would knock on the door of her fiancé and inform him she was going to spend the day with her aunt, to which he replied, "All right, I'll call for you tonight." Then Daniel would spend the rest of the day from home, but instead of calling for her, he instead went home alone. This was due to one fact. It had came a furious thunderstorm that evening, and the rain came down in buckets. Daniel assumed there was no way she would want to walk home in this vicious storm. He would even stop and talk to her mother and explain the situation, and her mother thanked him for not bringing her home in those conditions. But the next day, the storm would subside, and Mary still had not came home. Her mother assumed she would return at some point that day, but as the hours dragged on, she became alarmed. As Daniel made it home that evening for dinner, her mother would inform him that Mary had still not arrived. Now Daniel was alarmed, and he didn't even wait for the meal to get finished. He turned right around and headed toward Mary's aunt where she was supposed to be, but to his fright, he learned Mary had never been there at all. He would return to tell his future mother-in-law this, who of course remembered several months ago when Mary disappeared. But this time, Mary had wore very light clothing. It did not seem reasonable she could have remained away after the storm let up, but her disappearance would be reported again, and this time it caused a greater media sensation than the first time. For several days, there was no trace to be found, but sadly, before long, fishermen setting their nets would find her terribly mutilated body floating near the shore. Her face had been beaten to a pulp and was terribly swollen. Around her waist was a fastened cord. To the other end was tied a heavy stone. Her neck was tied with a piece of lace torn from her dress, tight enough to have strangled her. On her wrist were the marking of cords that had sunken deeply into her flesh. Light kid gloves were found on her hands, and her bonnet hung by its ribbons around her neck. Her clothing was badly torn, and the coroner suggested she had been killed by more than 2 or 3 persons, and she had been brutally violated. Her fiancé Daniel was interrogated immediately, but his alibi was good, and he was dismissed. A week went by, and there was absolutely no traction whatsoever. The police began to take a beating in the papers. Authorities were left with no other choice but to announce a large reward for a tip leading to the arrest and conviction. In addition, the authorities promised complete immunity to anyone having guilty knowledge of the crime, other than the killer himself. I assume this means someone who helped in destroying evidence or something like that. The next day, detectives got their first break. The coroner received an anonymous letter from someone who claimed to have seen Mary on Sunday in Hoboken, but had not came forward because of what he termed motives of perhaps criminal prudence, which I'm not sure what that means. He claimed he had seen her and 6 rough-looking men bringing a boat onto shore. He remembered because of how odd that a girl of Mary's beauty was in the company of these thugs, but she had went willingly, as he noted her laughter as they came ashore. All of them would get out on the beach and walk into the woods. It wasn't long after that a second boat was spotted. This time, 3 handsomely dressed men were rapidly pulling the boat across the river. One of them jumped ashore and met with 2 other men who were sitting on the beach. He excitedly asked them if they had seen a young woman and 6 men from a boat a few minutes before. The man said yes and pointed to the direction he seen them going. He asked the man then if he witnessed any violence being used towards the girl. He said no, she had went with them willingly. The other men made no comment, went back to his boat, got in, and left back across the other side to New York. The writer of this account was never discovered, but the letter was printed in the newspapers, and the 2 men that had been sitting on the beach that were approached and questioned did come forward and confirmed the whole story. They both knew Mary in passing, and said the woman who entered the forest with the 6 men did resemble her, but it was at such a distance they could not be 100% sure. It would be several weeks after this that the next tip came in, when a stagecoach driver named Adams stated that on that fatal Sunday, he had seen Mary arrive in Hoboken at the Bull's Ferry, accompanied by a tall, well-dressed man of dark complexion, and went with him to a roadhouse nearby. Detectives would go to this roadhouse, and the keeper, Mrs. Loss, remembered the man had came in with the young woman that day, and after drinks, they went into the adjoining woods. Soon after this, she heard a woman's screams coming from there, but since the place was already well known to be a place where questionable characters came in, and since such screams like that were a frequent occurrence, she gave it no thought. However, Mrs. Loss would later contradict this by stating that she had came in with a gang of men. It would be the children of Mrs. Loss, however, that would actually find the spot where the assault and murder had taken place. when 2 months afterwards, while playing in the woods, they found a petticoat, scarf, umbrella, and handkerchief marked with the initials Ilmar. The scene showed a terrific struggle had taken place, and a broad track that seemed to have been made by a body was seen going through the bushes towards the river. The items found were conclusively identified as Mary's. For what it's worth, Mrs. Loss would give a deathbed confession stating that Mary died from a failed abortion attempt, which goes against everything the coroner found. This tall, dark-complexioned man fit the same description of the naval officer Mary had disappeared with before. A massive search for him began, but he was never found. It was believed at the time that Mary's mother knew way more about that man than she chose to tell. Daniel never recovered and committed suicide near where his fiance's body was found. The mystery would be immortalized in a short story called The Mystery of Marie Roget, which Edgar Allan Poe based the story on. It was the first murder mystery ever based on the details of a real crime. As far as theories go, of course, the tall, dark-complected man was obviously suspected. But what about her being sided with the gang? Was this his gang? Did they help in the cover-up? What about the guy who rushed ashore looking for her? Could that have been Daniel? Why didn't he speak up? Some actually point out the Daniel suicide note suggested his possible involvement with the murder. Others suggest her boss John could have been responsible, or her former fiancé, Alfred Crommelin, who was also in the area at the time and was the one who would eventually identify her body. September 1726, the strangest news one could ever imagine, would make its way to the court of King George I, told of a 25-year-old woman living in the small town of Godalming, Surrey, named Mary Toft, who according to reports had given birth to several rabbits. Yes, you heard that right, rabbits. Mary was an illiterate servant married to a man who sold clothing named Joshua Toft. Despite the two having just suffered a miscarriage the previous month in August, Mary had gotten pregnant again just a month later, and by the 27th of September, went into labor. Her neighbor Mary Gill and mother-in-law Ann Toft would attend to help her, so they must have been stunned right off the bat to see Mary give birth to something resembling a liverless cat. The family, horrified, would call on the help of an obstetrician named John Howard, who made it to the Toft home the next day, where he would be presented with more animal parts, which the mother-in-law Anne had taken from Mary during the night. Howard, I can only imagine, was confused, but probably smelled a hoax. He left and returned the following day, where this time he would help deliver yet more animal parts. Over the next day, John Howard would record that he had procured a rabbit's head, the legs of a cat, and in a single day, 9 dead baby rabbits. Dr. Howard would send letters to some of England's greatest doctors and scientists, along with the King's secretary, informing them of these remarkable births. King George could not believe it. He sent 2 men out to investigate, that of Nathaniel St. Andre, a Swiss surgeon to the king, and Samuel Molyneux, secretary to the Prince of Wales. But by now, Mary had become a local celebrity, and she had moved from Godalming to nearby Guildford, where she was closely monitored by Dr. Howard. By November 15th, Dr. St. Andre and Molyneux arrived to his home and were immediately greeted with the news that Mary was in labor with her 15th rabbit. She would go on to give birth to several more dead rabbits in their presence. The doctors conducted an examination on the lungs and internal organs of the little furry creatures, and they found that these rabbits most likely did not develop inside Mary's womb. Dr. St. Andre, on the other hand, was convinced the case was genuine. He believed them to be supernatural births, and even took specimens back to London to show the king, where the story quickly spread throughout London. The king then decided to send a German surgeon, Cyriacus Ahlers, and his friend, Mr. Brand, to investigate further, and again, the German doctor would witness Mary give several rabbit births. However, he was not convinced. He would take the rabbit parts back to London and found that several of the dung pellets in the rabbit contained corn, hay, and straw, meaning these rabbits had been raised by someone. Finally, Dr. Ahlers and Dr. Howard would report to the king that they suspected the whole thing was a hoax. Meanwhile, Sir Richard Manningham, another doctor and midwife among upper-class society in London, was contacted by St. Andre to attend. After observing her give birth to what he believed was a hog's bladder. He also seemed unconvinced, but he kept his doubts to himself until he could find proof. By now, though, the story was a national sensation, and interest in this brought people willing to pay to see it. And now, the Toffs saw a way to make money. Mary's story was that in April 1726, she had been working in a field when she was startled by a rabbit. She and another woman ran and tried to catch it, but failed. That night, she dreamed of a field with 2 rabbits in her lap, and she awakened with a sick fit, which lasted until that morning. From that time forward, she had a constant desire to eat rabbits, but being very poor, she could not afford them. And that's where the theory of maternal impression comes in, which is an old medical theory that has now been disproved, that suggested birth defects were caused by a powerful mental or sometimes physical influence working on the mother's mind, which would produce an impression on the child she was carrying. For example, it was often suggested that the elephant man's condition was brought on by the fact his mother had been frightened by an elephant during her pregnancy, thus imprinting the memory of that elephant onto the fetus. You can see why this was later dismissed, but you could also see where Mary had came up with this as an excuse. However, Mary would be brought back to London, where she was watched even more closely, and for 4 days, Mary produced no more rabbits, but continued to appear to go into labor. She was also badly infected and had fits that made her lose consciousness. Then, a carrier from a local brothel was busted trying to sneak a rabbit into Mary's room. He confessed that Mary's sister-in-law asked him to smuggle in the smallest rabbit he could find. The doctors were now satisfied, but Mary would still not confess. She was eventually taken into custody, where she still denied it. However, when a doctor threatened to perform a painful experimental surgery on her to see if she was formed differently, she then admitted the whole thing was a hoax. She admitted to have been inserting dead rabbits into her vagina and allowed them to be removed as if she had been given birth. In several different confessions, she implicated the wife of an organ grinder, her mother-in-law, Dr. John Howard, and a mysterious stranger who was not named. The medical profession would be mocked after this, especially St. Andre, the king's surgeon, who was duped and forced to post an ad to explain why he had fallen for it. However, he lost favor with the court, and his patients deserted him. He retired and died in poverty in an almshouse. Mary was dismissed of charges, most likely because it was deemed too embarrassing to pursue any further. She would spend a few months in jail, and then faded into obscurity. She would be arrested 14 years later, though, for receiving stolen goods, but she was later acquitted and died a little over 2 decades later. However, she would be made fun of by several satirists of the day, and proving that sometimes the jokes write themselves. In that time period, the word used for a rabbit track was prick. No, I'm not making that up. So as you can see, writers had a field day with this whole saga. April 11th, 2016, Kota Baru, Malaysia. A panic would begin at a school on a Monday when several students and teachers would report seeing a black figure in the school. Sightings continued to be reported for the next 2 days, with around 100 people being affected by what they believed to be paranormal experiences, such as some students who reported seeing an alternative dimension of blood and decay. Others claimed to see alternate dimensions which were difficult to explain. One witness would even take a photo of what they alleged to be a shadow vampire creature, although it is uncertain what the object in the photo really is. It got so bad that by Thursday, the school was closed down to bring in Islamic traditional experts, scholars, and even witch doctors to carry out prayer sessions and exorcisms. The school would reopen that Sunday, but screaming and shouting would continue to be heard at the secondary school. A senior school staff member told the press that our students were possessed and disturbed by these spirits. We are not sure why it happened. We don't know what it is that affected us, but the place is a bit old, and these children can be disobedient sometimes and throw their rubbish around the school grounds. And here's the important part. The school staff member then speculated that they had possibly hit a jinn and offended the spirits. And a jinn is a spiritual creature in Islam and Arabic folklore. They can be good, evil, or neutral, and have free will like humans, and unlike angels. And they are more popularly known in the West as the wish-granting genies. But back to the school. The staff member who insinuated that it could have been a jinn would state that when holding one of the students, her arms felt extraordinarily heavy, and when this student recovered and went home, the teacher still felt as if someone was hanging on to the left side of her body and would not let go. She would also see flashes of a black figure. More teachers would also come forward and state that they had seen this black figure, while others would cite the spirits were trying to enter their body, which caused them to feel numb and cry, but after many prayers, they began to feel better. This one is obviously chalked up to mass hysteria due to the factors such as strong religious beliefs and isolation from family, while some conclude the Pingala Chapa creature was a true spirit of some kind. April 29th, 2003, Nashville, Tennessee. 13-year-old Tabitha Tudors would leave her home around 7:30 to 8 in the morning to go to the bus stop to head to school. She routinely caught the bus every day at this spot, just 2 blocks from her home, and when the normally reliable Tabitha didn't return home by that late afternoon, her mom knew something was wrong. She would go to the school to see if anybody had answers, but she couldn't find anybody at the school, so she came home and called her husband and Tabitha's father, and they would go back to the school, and finally a custodian let them in and told them there was a teacher with some other kids around the corner. They hoped Tabitha was there, but to their shock, not only was she not there, but this teacher would tell her parents that Tabitha had not been there all day. So now, they both knew something was terribly wrong, and their daughter had been missing for at least 8 hours. They seriously doubted she would have skipped school and ran off. She was a good student. The Nashville PD was immediately called, and by the time they had responded, it had been close to 10 hours since she had left home that morning. A massive search was launched in what would become one of the biggest missing person cases in Nashville's history. They went door to door asking neighbors, brought in dogs, talked to people, did water searches. They went all out, but there were few witnesses and even fewer clues. Police would just claim she ran away, but after they looked into it more, they were now convinced foul play had occurred, because a cursory search of her room found she hadn't taken any clothes with her, and the little money she did have was left behind. She hadn't packed anything, but the search of her room did find one clue that is a mystery to this day, that of a handwritten note that had the initials TDT and MTL, and investigators and pretty much everyone all agree that TDT stands for Tabitha Danielle Tudors. But who is this MTL? First, they would look at all the students at school, then people in her circle of friends, but there was nobody with those initials. A family friend was eventually found, whose son had those initials, but he was even younger than Tabitha, so he wasn't really looked into. But detectives did find a couple of witnesses who seen Tabitha moments before she vanished. One lady on the corner said she seen her walking towards the bus stop. Further down the street, another neighbor said he had seen her walking down the hill with a piece of paper in her hand. Finally, the last witness was a little boy at the second bus stop that said he seen her getting into a red vehicle. He said he seen her walking towards the bus stop, and the red car pulled up next to her, and she got in the car with the man, or at least he believes she got in the car, because when it drove off, she was gone. It was a red kinda sports-looking car, and he thought it was being driven by a black male wearing a hat, although, in later witness reports, some would say it was a green compact car. Regardless, police had been cautious to confirm if they believed this sighting was legit or not, especially since her parents said they had always taught her not to get into a car with a stranger, so they felt it had to be someone she knew. There was also no screaming or a struggle that took place. However, this little boy was the only one at the bus stop that originally reported seeing this, but during the initial search with the dogs, they did follow her scent all the way to the point where that boy alleged she had gotten into the car, and that's where the dogs then lost her scent. His description of a black male wearing a ball cap and driving a red car did give police an early lead, that of Tabitha's sister's ex-boyfriend, who resembled the description, but since the description was very vague, it didn't mean much. Plus, he had an alibi at work and passed the polygraph early on, so he was cleared. This led to speculation though. If the witness seeing her getting into the red car is accurate, how did he convince her to get in? Did he have a gun? Tell her that her mom was hurt and he was going to take her to see her? Almost everyone that knew her said she would never voluntarily get into a car with a stranger, and police believed this was the case. The search would eventually go cold though, but over the years, there would be some crazy leads. One claimed she was seen in Fremont, Nebraska of all places, some 700 miles away. This was a false lead though. Another time, she was supposedly seen in Vegas. That too didn't pan out. Then another time, on October 30th, 2003, a truck driver reported seeing her in Linton, Indiana. He claimed she was in the company of a man and appeared anxious and afraid. Later, he seen the missing persons flyer and realized it was her and called police. What makes this one really strange though is a hotel clerk in the same town also called police to report a girl resembling Tabitha had came in with a man. Again, these were not confirmed. Another thought that really picked up steam later on was that she had been going to a library where it was reported she may have been going to use a computer where she would go talk to people in chat rooms. Detectives followed this line of thinking for a while before it ultimately became a dead end. By 2020 though, a new lead would surface. Police stated they now believed she had been abducted and trafficked and could still be alive. But even this felt like a shot in the dark. And it all goes back to this: lack of evidence. There's zero in the way of physical evidence, and outside the 3 witness sightings, there's just nothing to go on. And although it is a really tough case, police haven't really done themselves any favors. They have made crucial mistakes and have straight up looked inept. At the beginning, they were convinced she ran away, which caused the public not to come forward and report anything they may have seen, while several potential suspects were never even questioned, or at least not for several months after her disappearance. One of these that came early on was a man seen in the neighborhood that was known to be suspicious. After her disappearance, he would talk bad about Tabitha to other children in the neighborhood, where he would tell them she was not innocent, and went on to make some crude sexual remarks about her. He even said he seen her the morning she disappeared, but police never bothered to interview him, despite the whole neighborhood reporting him. Then, there was a convicted pervert who lived in the area that had also kidnapped a teen just 2 blocks away from Tabitha's bus stop, and he had been known to try and get girls to go for a ride on his motorcycle with him. Again, after multiple reports, police were not interested in interviewing him. There's also another simple fact that there were multiple sex offenders living within a 1-mile radius of Tabitha's home, and it's never been disclosed how many of these people were questioned, if any. There was also another story where a volunteer who was helping with sex workers trying to leave the lifestyle would contact police when a prostitute told her that she and a client had cruised the street Tabitha lived on. She told the volunteer that he had a laptop in his car and told her he was looking to pick up a girl named Tabby. The volunteer went to police to give this tip and never even heard back from them. They didn't even ask how to get into contact with her. And there might be a reason why they ignored all these clues that kept coming in. Detectives were solely focused on one person, that being Tabitha's older sister, Jamie, right from the get-go. But why did they focus on her? There are a few reasons, although not very good ones. She was the only person in the home that morning when Tabitha went to school, but she was asleep, which I guess police did not believe. She would take 4 lie detector tests and failed 3 of them, but she would claim this was because they told her they were going to take her children from her if she failed. So she blamed the stress of that hanging over her head for failing the test. However, she has fully cooperated with the investigation and has never even hired a lawyer, and her family believes police just blamed her because of how bad they started off the investigation. But it does look like they eventually moved on from Jamie, and from the last report I could find, the cold case detective now has 10 possible suspects. March 1898, the British Empire would begin work on a railway bridge over the Savo River in Kenya. It was part of a larger project that connected Uganda to the Indian Ocean via railway. At this building site were several camps spread out over an 8-mile area, mostly home to the several thousand Indian workers who had came to complete the arduous task. And if this job wasn't tough enough, the workers here would be under another threat soon, one that would lead to several films about the events. Because over the next 9 months, 2 mainless male Savo lines would stalk the campsite, drag workers from their tents at night, and devour them. During this time frame, there was a period of several months when the attacks did stop. However, other nearby settlements would then start to experience the same attacks. However, after this little break when they left camp, they would return with a vengeance. Because the two lines were killing workers almost daily, crews tried to scare off the lines by building fires or building thorn fences around the camp to try and protect them, but it did nothing, because they would leap over the fences or crawl through them. Lieutenant Colonel John Henry Patterson documented the bizarre behavior and noted that early on, only one line would enter at a time, but later on, they became much more brazen, entering together to take one victim each. And as you can imagine, as the attacks got more frequent, hundreds of workers left, and at one point, the construction on the bridge had to stop altogether. Even the district officer for colonial affairs, a Mr. Whitehead, narrowly escaped being killed shortly after arriving at the train depot. He did suffer 4 lacerations down his back though. His assistant Abdullah, however, was sadly killed. Colonial officials had seen enough and now decided something must be done. Lieutenant Patterson would set traps and tried several times to ambush the lines at night from a tree, while around 20 Indian infantrymen were deployed to help with the hunt. Patterson, after many unsuccessful attempts, would shoot the first line on December 9th, about a half a year after the attacks began. It was 9 feet 8 inches and took 8 men to carry it back to camp. Patterson would write that he had only wounded it at first with his high caliber rifle by hitting it in the hind leg. It escaped and returned at night to stalk Patterson as he tried to hunt it, but he spotted it and shot it through the shoulder, killing it. The second line was shot 20 days later, but it took 9 shots over an 11-day period before the last shot to the head ended the carnage. Patterson would claim that even while crippled, he was still trying to reach and kill him. Although totals have been far exaggerated about the number killed, some say over 100, the most quoted number is between 28 and 31. Although, this number is disputed too, cause that is the number from Patterson's journal, which only documents the Indian workers, and Patterson did state the number was much higher among the African workers, but those numbers were not documented. In 2009, with much better scientific testing, researchers were able to estimate that in the 9-month period, one line ate around 11 people, while the other most likely devoured 24, giving a total of at least 35. However, the researchers did note the two combined could have possibly devoured 72 people. But the mystery here is why, as lion attacks are really not that common, and for this number of attacks by the same two over a period of 9 months is just unheard of. There are a few theories. One is an outbreak of cattle plague in 1898, which devastated the lion's usual prey and forced them to find alternative food sources, while another theory cites they may have grown accustomed to finding dead humans at the Savo River crossing, and another argument that has been debated since day one is the first lion had a severely damaged tooth which caused him great difficulty in killing its natural prey, which led to it targeting softer prey such as humans. However, Patterson, who killed the lions, commented that damaged tooth came from his rifle when the lion charged at him one night, but a 2017 study did confirm that one of the lions had an infection at the root of his canine tooth, which made it hard for that lion to hunt its normal prey, such as zebras and wildebeest. So as you can see, the tooth theory is one that has went back and forth forever. July 9th, 1973, Crofton, Maryland. A construction crew would show up to a work site to begin work on a parking lot that would be used for some townhouses that were slated to be built. It's here that this crazy mystery would begin, because as the bulldozer made its way over the open ground, the earth beneath it would begin to collapse in. Workers would rush over to see what was happening and were bewildered when they seen numerous underground chambers and tunnels that seemed to go back to a center chamber. The tunnels themselves were only about 20 inches wide. That evening, the executive of the construction company told his son about the tunnels. He, in turn, would contact a friend who was a local art instructor to help him explore the area. These two men quickly realized the formation was extensive with large and long chambers with secondary tunnels split off that existed 25 feet below the Earth's surface. Other than some strange markings found on some of the walls, they were completely absent of any debris, and the two men would find no clues to how the caves had been built. The odd news would quickly spread throughout town, and a local farmer and amateur archaeologist, William Dawkins, would soon hear and offered to help examine the tunnels. He soon realized how big of a discovery this was, and the men soon contacted authorities in Maryland and Washington, D.C., as well as some surrounding states, in hopes of getting the site recognized and maybe even investigated. However, since this was a construction project, the men only had a small amount of time to find a professional archaeologist. The Maryland Geological Survey would be one of the first to look, and they quickly determined that they were natural formations, like that of limestone caves. Other scientists contacted weren't really interested because the discovery didn't really match their forte, while one scientist said it was caused by underground water erosion, which was ironic since he didn't even go look at the site. Sadly, by the time the correct scientists had heard about the discovery and were super interested in studying it, the construction company had got tired of waiting and had already destroyed the tunnels. Luckily, before this could happen, the three men would contact their friends and family to help study it in detail. This led to maps being made, measurements taken, soil collected, and photographs and plaster cast of the odd markings found. However, time would go by and the story was pretty much forgotten until 30 years later in 2003, when the Enigma Project, which is a private-based group in Maryland that investigate claims of unexplained phenomena, was contacted by an independent researcher named Mr. Caroll B., who would reopen the research into the Crofton tunnels. He would find that William Dawkins, who was now deceased at this point, had allegedly written a full report on his investigation of the tunnels, but sadly, this report was never found. Caroll would not give up so easily though. He spent several months visiting friends and family members of Williams's family, where he eventually found the document and sent the Enigma Project a copy. Even though William Dawkins was an amateur archaeologist, his 30-page essay on the tunnels was certainly professional. It was completed with maps, photographs, drawings of the tunnels and chamber complex, numerous references, and overall, a very detailed document. He had provided plenty of evidence, such as the photographs of castings made of claw and tooth marks, and he suggested that it was probably made by a colony of beavers many decades ago, although he claimed beavers had been hunted to extinction in the area in the mid-1800s, only beginning to show back up into the area in the late 1970s. But that led to other questions. If beavers had not been in the area for over 100 years, how old was this tunnel network? Well, making the whole thing even more mysterious was that not one piece of wood was found throughout the complex, and William reasoned that since nothing remained and the whole thing had been sealed off and preserved, that the complex must be close to 300 years old. Although he was not a professional scientist, the ones who were would review the data and would soon echo this theory, claiming that the claw and incisor marks belonged to a beaver. However, while many agree with their findings, there were other more out there theories, such as it was made by a prehistoric human, or maybe even a rodent of unusual size. If you have followed both the Southern and Midwest series, then you'll be familiar with this next mystery. It comes from a very weird half a year in the United States between late 1896 to mid-1897, in which numerous sightings of unidentified airships took place. Sometimes they were just unidentified lights in the night sky, while other times there were very descriptive reports of airships with human crews on it, or something that looked human, walking around on board. It's kinda like the predecessor to UFOs, except in these stories, it was usually believed that some mad scientist had successfully built the aircraft and had kept it hidden from the public. Now many of these stories were unconvincing, but some were really interesting, and the next one has been labeled as one of the most credible in the country's history. But we first have to travel to Washita Mountains near Hot Springs, Arkansas on May 7th, 1897. When Constable John J. Sumter Jr. and his deputy, John McLemore, were out investigating claims of cattle rustling, or, in some accounts, serving a subpoena near the community of Jesseville. The two men were riding northwest over the mountains when they saw a bright light in the sky. They continued to watch it slowly as it disappeared behind the mountaintops, so the men continued to ride after it. They would eventually go a few more miles when they again seen the light. This time, it was much closer to Earth and was in the process of descending, but it disappeared. So the men raced for another half a mile before their horses were too afraid to go any further, or, in some sources, too tired. Not sure what to do, they dismounted and armed themselves. As they started moving forward, they noticed several people in the darkness up ahead, moving around with lights. They slowly approached forward to investigate. The two lawmen would finally come upon the men and told them to identify themselves. One of these men, a tall bearded man with a long black hat, was filling the airship with water from a nearby stream. He walked forward with a lantern and claimed him and his friends were crossing the country in an airship. They then took the lawmen to the aircraft for a closer look. The sheriff reported he was about 60 feet long and cigar-shaped. The man tried to get the two to go aboard, stating they would fly to a spot where it was not raining, but the lawmen refused. The constable was a bit perplexed and didn't know exactly what to do. There were no actual laws being broken, so all he could do was let them go. And from here, sources vary, but one states that the men told them they were on their way to Nashville and flew off. Another source claims the constable and the deputy went to perform their task, but on their way back through, they decided to drop back in and check on the men, but they were stunned to see there was no trace of the men or aircraft that remained, as they had already flown off. And to this day, no one knows for sure what exactly Constable John Sumter and his deputy John McLemore seen. We know that some of the earliest airships were built years before, but none of them were real feasible, and it was during this time frame that the constable reported the sighting that real usable airships were in the earliest stages of development in Europe. So is it possible some mad scientist out in the mountains of Arkansas had built his own homemade airship, or was it built somewhere else and they were trying to do a cross-country flight like they claimed? What's interesting about this story is there is no mention of aliens or anything paranormal. They were all very real human beings, flesh and blood pilots, on an aircraft that was obviously built by man, so that could give the story a little credence. In fact, in at least one source, I was able to find that a resident in Hot Springs had actually applied for a patent for a flying machine around this same time. He was denied the patent, but could this have been his craft? If it was, he never came forward after the story was printed. Not long after, a similar sighting happened to the east over the border of Mississippi. There was also at least one other sighting in Arkansas in the same time period where the pilot told a state senator, allegedly, that the aircraft was bound for Cuba to fight the Spanish, since tensions were on the rise then. May 20th, 1972, Dallas, Texas. 19-year-old Dee Dee Catherine Henson of the Pleasant Grove neighborhood would do as she did most days. The young housewife would get up and take her husband Arnold to work at around 6:45 a.m. Now the record is not clear on this one, but I'm going to assume the young couple only had the one vehicle. After she dropped him off, she headed closer to home and stopped at a nearby laundromat to do laundry at 7:30 a.m. Sometime around 8:45, she left and drove home, making it there around 10:30 a.m., where she would then begin removing laundry from her car and walked into the home. About 2 hours later, Arnold would call to talk to Dee Dee on his lunch, but she didn't answer. He at first was not alarmed, assuming that she was still out running errands. However, when she failed to arrive to pick him up after work, he knew something was wrong. Arnold would end up walking to his sister-in-law's home, who would then give him a ride. The two could never be prepared for what they walked into next, because as they walked in, the first thing they would see were hair curlers and loose buttons from a blouse lying on the floor. Walking in further, they found Dee Dee, deceased in the bedroom, face down in her red robe. Her blouse with the missing buttons were nearby. Arnold quickly called the police. They arrived quickly, and detectives went over the scene. Dee Dee had put up a fierce struggle, as the evidence clearly showed. She had been bound with a man's shirt and a cloth belt had been used to gag her. She was then violated before the man shot her in the back of the head 5 times. Burn marks and gunpowder residue were left behind on a pillow, which was used to muffle the sound, most likely from a .22. Police began talking to neighbors and putting together a timeline. As mentioned, she made it home around 10:30 a.m., where she began taking laundry into the home. She was still wearing hair curlers and a blouse, and we know this because she was spotted by one of the young neighborhood boys. Detectives then found that shortly after she arrived home, a white car would drive into the sleepy neighborhood and slowly cruise down the street. Since one of Dee Dee's neighbors was having her house remodeled, one of the workers noticed the white car and thought it was odd. He said it was a white Ford sedan, 66 to 68 model, probably a Mustang or a Falcon, with a blue paint streak on the left rear bumper, which was damaged. The car would then slowly turn around and come back and pull into the driveway of Dee Dee. A man, about 6 foot tall, with brown hair and wearing a long-sleeve white shirt, got out of the car and walked up to the porch. One of the other men working on this remodel would note that he had a large mole or pimple near his mouth. Sometime after this, the car was seen by another neighbor leaving and then accelerating to the nearest intersection, turning and speeding away. But detectives would speak to the postman, who delivered around 11:30 a.m., and they were certain Dee Dee was dead by that point. In addition, one of the other construction workers would note around the same time he came around to an angle where he could see Dee Dee's home, and the car and the man were gone for sure, but the front door was left wide open. Strangely though, investigators would state that she had been dead about 10 hours before Arnold arrived home at 7, which puts her death closer to 9 a.m. This, of course, did not match what the construction workers' timeline of events were, and instead would put her just leaving the laundromat. In fact, that's one of the oddities with this mystery. There's so many conflicting accounts and suspects, as we'll see later. The 9 a.m. estimated time of death may actually be more accurate because Dee Dee left the laundromat at 8:45, and that laundromat was only 5 minutes from her home. So leaving at 8:45 and making it home at 10:30 doesn't fit unless she ran some other errands, which no witnesses would attest to. In addition, the 9 a.m. timeline would get more proof when a woman and neighbor came forward and stated that at 9 a.m. she had heard a scream in the area. She did not become alarmed because she assumed it was coming from the very nearby elementary school, and she thought it was just kids playing. About 3 hours later though, she seen a car pull into the driveway of Dee Dee and sit there for a few minutes staring at the home. This woman would also tell detectives that a strange man had been lurking around the neighborhood in the days prior, walking around and, according to her, scanning homes. He had stopped at this neighbor's home a short time before the murder and asked to use the phone. He then thumbed through a phone book, dialed 4 numbers, and held the phone to his face for about 30 seconds, then hung up, stating nobody was there. She found this very odd, considering he dialed just 4 numbers. Also, within this few days before the murder, an individual who residents thought may be mentally ill was knocking on doors and asking people to vote for him because he was running for dog catcher, which of course an animal control officer is an appointed position. But apparently, this man left some neighbors a bit unsettled. Likewise, while at the laundromat that morning, one witness would tell police that a young white male was watching Dee Dee as he peered at her while standing near a vending machine. Although, it was noted he left before her. But it would get more complicated because for 3 years prior to this, Dee Dee and Arnold had been receiving strange phone calls very early in the mornings. It started about 4 months after their wedding in November 1969, ringing sometimes at 3 or 4 a.m. It was always an individual who just breathed heavily into the phone, and sometimes had music playing in the background, but never spoke. These calls happened so much that they eventually changed their number and had it unlisted, yet the calls persisted and only stopped a week before the murder. And again, just a few months prior, around Christmas of 1971, Dee Dee would go to a camera store to buy Arnold a Christmas gift. It was here that a man followed her in and then just stared at her, making her very nervous. The store clerk would then use the camera to show Dee Dee how it worked, taking the photo you see here. Dee Dee would demand the photo and left the store immediately, but these strange incidents don't stop here, because one day, around this time frame, Dee Dee would pull up and stop at a busy intersection. The car behind her began accelerating and pushed Dee Dee's car out into traffic before the man drove off. However, police would run down all these leads and eventually ruled them out and continued to focus on the white Ford seen that morning. The only person of interest, or one that we know about publicly at least, was a 27-year-old man named Alfred Ray O'Neill, who was arrested just 4 months later in July for a robbery/murder of 2 teenagers in Paris, Texas, about 2 hours away. He was sentenced to 40 years in that case, and at the time of Dee Dee's murder, he had lived close to her in Arnold and actually only worked about 20 minutes away. However, other than a hunch, the detectives had no real proof, as this was before the days of DNA, and the case eventually went cold. Arnold would die in 1991, and he was never suspected by the family or the police. This case is weird in a way. One of the big issues was there were too many persons of interest and too many conflicting accounts. Obviously, it was most likely the man in the white Ford, as police believed he forced his way inside on her, although they could not conclusively rule out the possibility that the driver of the white car was not involved, and instead, the killer may have already been inside the home waiting. But just who was this killer? Alfred O'Neill? The crazy dog catcher? Was it the mysterious person who called them for 3 years straight, never saying a word? Was it the man at the laundromat? Or the guy at the camera store? Or maybe it was the driver of the car that shoved her out into traffic? Or were none of these events connected to the murderer? It's a very confusing one, without much hopes of resolution. September 25th, 1988, Lake County, Florida. A man would get out of his car and walk over into a wooded marshy area in search of some cypress lumber. Little did he know, what he would find instead would lead to a mystery that has not been solved in nearly 40 years, because it was here he came across the body of a deceased woman, one who had been deceased for many months and was not recognizable, except for the fact that the remains did show long bleached blonde hair, a long denim skirt, blue-green tank top, manicured nails, and pantyhose which had been partially pulled down, which hinted at an assault. Judging by the location, it was likely she was dragged some 30 feet to this area from the side of the road. Police began to canvass the area, but found no identification. There was nothing left to do except take the skeletonized remains to a professional, and luckily, the University of Florida's Department of Anthropology had one of the best in the game. A famous forensic anthropologist, Dr. William Maples. The man was highly respected in the field and was considered to be the greatest in the nation. In fact, in this time frame, he was already conducting an analysis on the remains of Spanish explorer Francisco Pizarro and Joseph Merrick, aka the Elephant Man. So this Jane Doe would get one of the best examinations that there was to offer. Dr. Maples began and determined she was between 24 and 32 years old and was around 5'10" and had an athletic build. He found she had 250C silicone breast implants, which the doctor concluded would have looked proportional to her build. He also found many pits and ridges along her pelvic bones, which led him to conclude she had given birth more than once. He could not determine a cause of death, but police were certain it was a homicide, and that would be all of the case for a long time. It would go cold over the next 2 decades, until 2010, when major advances in DNA analysis came about, that the case would be brought back to the forefront, because it was at this time the state of Florida was making a huge push to solve some of these cold cases with new technologies. The detective in charge of this case made sure that these unidentified remains were one of the ones that got tested with this new technology. It would take about 5 years, but detectives would finally get a break in 2015, and they were stunned, because this Jane Doe was transgender. That's right, the expert doctor years ago that stated that she had more than one child, well, he was using the scientific knowledge of the time that led him to conclude that the pits and ridges he's seen on her pelvic bones were due to hormonal changes from pregnancy. But now, it was known that this came from hormone replacement therapy. The story would get a little bit of media coverage, and soon the name Julie Doe was given. The case obviously had issues from the start, but it's led to questions concerning family. Did Julie cut all contact in order to begin transitioning, as was probably the norm in the 80s? Or did the family live on the other side of the country and had no idea she had transitioned, thus filling out a missing persons report that was not accurate? Or had they totally disowned and cut off ties with Julie, thus never filing a missing persons report? What is likely is she had been in hormone replacement therapy for years, as well as having implants, meaning she needed money from somewhere. This has led to conjecture that her family might have been wealthy, and one of these estranged family members may have been sending money quietly to help her along. Of course, it's also possible Julie was involved in sex work. Another more sad thought comes from the discoveries made during the examination, such as Julie had a healed broken toe, rib, and cheekbones, which indicated a history of injuries or trauma. She also apparently had a rhinoplasty, which was probably to correct the injuries to her face. Further testing has been done over recent years, where ancestral ties have been found in the southeastern part of the country. This one is currently pretty active, and it's possible a resolution comes soon. October 5th, 1980, Wiggins, Mississippi. A story would start in the way we have heard multiple times now, that of two hunters who were walking through a thicket when one of them, 21-year-old Don Ainsworth, would walk up onto something that stopped him in his tracks, a skull peeking out from a bush. He peered at the skull for a second, wondering what animal it could have came from, and it's then that he looked closer to see locks of amber brown hair still attached to it. He would yell for his younger brother Kent, who had walked ahead, to come back. It was here the two brothers would study over the horrific find. The body was laid up against an old fence row, and a bush had grown out around it. And although remains were mostly just a skeleton, they could tell from the length of hair that it was female. Also wrapped around the bones was a now tattered trash bag which had fallen apart over time. The boys rushed home to tell their father, who in turn called the police. Detectives arrived and took statements and sent the remains to the state crime lab since they could not find anything in the way of evidence. But they did assume the remains were from someone that was not local, as there had not been any missing persons reported. And it's because of this fact the Biloxi, Mississippi PD would get involved. See, they had a missing person case that stemmed back to just 5 months prior in May, and it's a mystery we have already taken a look at in this series. Back in part 6, you may recall the story of 61-year-old Marguerite Peggy Maiden, the avid amateur golfer who vanished from her home. When police searched it, they found a trail of blood that had been haphazardly cleaned up. Then a few days later, her car was found at a hotel parking lot. Well, when news spread of this unidentified person, the town of Biloxi became very interested because they feared these were the remains of Peggy. But the state crime lab returned a report that dashed those hopes, because this woman had been deceased for only 3 to 4 months, which would be too short amount of time to be Peggy. Also was the fact that this unidentified woman was too young to be her, and their heights and dental records were different. Peggy would never be found, and it's thought she was killed by the Dixie Mafia. But the identity of this person wasn't the only mystery. The location was very odd as well, because in the thicket along the fence line sat an old abandoned home that had been abandoned for many years and had even caved in. The land actually belonged to an employee at the sheriff's department who used a neighboring field to grow cucumbers, which indicated that someone from out of town most likely drove until they found a safe rural place to dump the body, as most locals knew that the property here belonged to a member of law enforcement and would not likely dump a body there. Meanwhile, further investigations would be done upon the body, and it was found that the Jane Doe, now named Miss Wiggins, was between 32 and 45 years old, 5'3" and 5'6", with reddish brown hair. She also had expensive dental work done and possibly suffered a back injury in a car accident as a teenager, although she was also deemed athletic, so it could have been a sports injury. She was also likely to have been tied up and strangled. As far as who she was, or what she was doing here, there's been various theories. Of course, the one that always gets brought up was she was a sex worker, but not everyone agreed with this. There was actually an early theory that Miss Wiggins was a wealthy woman who had a career in public relations. Where they got this idea is not really elaborated on. Others believed she was a dancer or performer from Vegas, citing one of the only clues, that of a torn piece from an entertainment publication called The Las Vegas Mirror. dated March 14, 1980, which was found in her pocket. Also, her being a dancer could explain the back injury, as spinal stress injuries are common among dancers, and with very little else to go on, the case went cold for years, when police would get an interesting phone call in 2013, that from a local resident, Christy Johnson, who teaches forensics at the University of Southern Mississippi. She had actually investigated cold cases for other law enforcement agencies in the state, and she was passionate about solving Miss Wiggins' case. She had actually learned about it from an officer in a different county, and after looking into it, she was sucked in. She dove in, following old leads using new forensic tools. She re-interviewed witnesses like the boys that had found the remains, as well as the old detectives, and also digging through old file cabinets looking for every little piece of data she could find. In the decades since her taking on the case, she has compiled a detailed binder on Miss Wiggins, from medical examiner reports, facial reconstructions, DNA profiles, and other forensics. Altherm Labs would do their thing, and were finally able to determine an origin for the woman. She was half Brazilian, and then half Syrian or half Lebanese, which is a bit of a surprise, and it's led to speculation that Miss Wiggins was an immigrant, or child of immigrants, or possibly just a traveler, which is actually quite possible because New Orleans, a big tourist destination, is only about an hour-and-a-half drive from Wiggins, and it fit a theory that the original detectives had on this case, which was Miss Wiggins and the Harrison County Jane Doe, an unidentified woman's remains that were found just a month after Miss Wiggins and just 30 minutes away in neighboring Harrison County, could be connected, and the murderer could have picked both of these women up in New Orleans and then transported them to rural dumping grounds in Mississippi. As far as familial DNA goes, no relatives have been found yet, but Johnson and law enforcement are holding out that the right person submits their DNA and solves this 40-year-old mystery soon. May 2005, the seaside town of Lytham St. Anne's in Lancashire, England, would get their own strange cryptid mystery when an animal known as the Beast of Green Drive started being spotted by a number of residents. Lytham is one of the nicer places to live in this area, and Green Drive is a private road that runs close to the edge of town, where it crosses farms and dense woodlands before finishing at Green Drive Golf Club. This so-called cryptid was described as being about the size of a border collie, but had large ears, pale fur, and a strange and large mouth, and moved by making unusually large strides. One of the first accounts came from a woman named Sandra Sturrock, who, while out walking her dog, would come across the strange cryptid that she stated had large ears sticking straight up. It calmly watched her and her dog, which prompted her to put the leash back on. She then took a step forward to get a better look, and the creature turned around and dashed off into the dense forest. Her dog then went to the area where the creature had stood and sniffed around like crazy. This would be followed shortly later by a man named William Davidson, who, while outside, heard a snarl behind him, and he turned around to see the same creature. The story soon went viral all over the country and led to more and more witnesses coming forward with their own strange encounter stories. One woman would claim she had seen the dog too and said it looked similar to both dog and rabbit. More than 20 sightings in total were reported, leading to a frenzy. The police actually checked local zoos and farms and found out there had been no animals missing that could account for the sightings. So what exactly, if any theory, could explain this cryptid? Well, there are basically two. One is that the animal was actually a muntjac deer. The animal is native to Southeast Asia, but someone imported a herd years ago to the grounds of nearby Lytham Hall, and it is possible a small population of that herd escaped where it survived until modern day. There was also some that were imported to southern England in the early 1900s, which then apparently escaped at one point and became known as an invasive species. However, it's thought they wouldn't have been able to spread that far up north by this time. The second theory was that it was nothing more than a fox that had a bad case of mange. In fact, just 2 years after the original sightings, which lasted all of 1 month in 2005, the sightings would begin again in 2007, and this time, a fox with mange was found in a woman's home, where it was then captured by the Royal Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. Unfortunately, the vet recommended, due to its condition and age, should be put to sleep. Although this fox was old enough to be around in 2005, if it had mange that severe back then, it would not have survived until 2007, most likely ruling out this theory. Hans Holzer is a name you may have never heard of, but if you're into the paranormal, you should definitely know. Holzer was a parapsychologist who wrote more than 120 books on the supernatural and occult. He was involved in numerous paranormal investigations throughout his career, which started in 1963 and spanned over 4 decades. In some aspects, you may call him the first modern-day ghost hunter, and it's his account in the 1966 book Yankee Ghost that brings us our next mystery. The story involves a 3-story brick house locked in the Greenwich Village of New York City, where some pretty well-known and influential people live. Now, Holzer had been invited to the house by the occupants of Frank Paris and Ted Lewis, and it was here that Holzer brought along a woman with him named Betty Ritter. Now, Betty was a medium who allegedly could communicate with ghosts, and because of this reason, he made sure to keep Betty out of the interviews with the house's occupants, because he did not want her to be influenced by their details. In addition, the 2 men in the home invited an older lady, Alice Hall, who had been witness to some of the strange events. According to their account, the home was purchased in 1956, and since they had moved in, a number of weird things had happened. For example, one night, when working late in the basement, which they had converted into a workshop, Frank would begin to smell the strong odor of violets, to which their dog also responded as if he smelled them as well, while Ted would claim he smelled nothing out of the ordinary. Another odd thing of the home was Frank reported to hear people walking up and down the stairs all night long, to which they would both go investigate and could never find a source for. Apparently, both men had also left on a town trip at one point, and the friend of the house who sat for them asked upon their return who the people were going up and down the stairs all night. The house sitter had actually even thought the noise may be coming from the house next door, which is later determined had not been. Then we bring in the older lady, Alice Hall, who explained during her visit just 2 months earlier that she had been sitting in the living room when she looked towards the entrance to see an unrecognized man standing there. He had dark hair and was wearing evening clothes with a weatherproof outer coat. It was around dusk at this time, and she would turn around to Frank and tell him he had a visitor, and when they both turned back to look, he had vanished. Frank wrote this off at first, until a week later when he would see the man. He would claim the man's face was obscured by the shadows of the hallway, as well as the outer coat, which hung down like a cape. He also noted he was wearing a hat at this time, but both of them cited his young appearance and sparkling eyes. Even stranger was apparently the dog had even walked up to this spirit. Holzer, now satisfied after hearing their accounts, brought the medium back into the house to get her impression on the home. She claimed she could sense that a crime had been committed in the home, which had been connected to a terrible argument between 2 people upstairs. She also felt the sense of a gambling den, opium smokers, and speaking in a language she could not understand, and felt that the home was connected with a man named Ming. But Betty was not finished. Once she reached the basement, she began to act possessed, mumbling the name Emil twice. She claimed that a woman had been decapitated in the home, and her bones were still there somewhere. She then went upstairs, where she claimed she saw documents with government seals, and felt that a woman named Mary Ellen had lived in the home before, and before that, a well-known government official named Wilkins or Wilkinson. And while not all of her claims were right, I have to note here, Betty was right about 2 of these things, as the 2 men had purchased the home from a woman named Mary Ellen Strunsky, who was a real estate broker, as well as being right about the person who had lived there before her, a well-known government official who was the former mayor of New York, Jimmy Walker, whose last name obviously started with a W, like Wilkins or Wilkinson. And he was a very well-known politician, as his time in office was noted with a lot of corruption. After this, Holzer would wrap up his investigation, and it would actually be 9 years later that this story would get truly bizarre and interesting. On July 5th of 1975, a staff writer named Will Murray, who worked for a small press magazine, had the good fortune of interviewing author Walter Gibson at the New York Comic Art Convention. Gibson, known at the time as Maxwell Grant, had written over 280 pulp novels featuring the fictional detective The Shadow, a character that had debuted 9 years before Batman and was a big influence to the early comics. Now Gibson was 79 years old at this point, but still had a good memory, and it was in this interview that he would bring up the so-called haunted home in Greenwich Village that Hans Holzer had researched about almost a decade before. How they got on this topic, I do not know, but Gibson would state that he had lived in that apartment before the haunted investigation took place, and would bring up the claims of people seeing a man in evening clothes and an overcoat and hat moving in and out of the apartment, and stated that crazily that apartment was where he wrote his very last issue of The Shadow, and that what the occupants of the home were really seeing was the Shadow, or more specifically, his secret identity, Lamont Cranston. Yes, according to Gibson, what Frank Paris and Alice Hall had really seen in the home was called an after-image psychic projection, not some silly ghost. Bet you didn't see that one coming. So basically, Gibson was claiming that the ghost was just a figment of his imagination that must have remained in the home and was later seen by the residents. Gibson would go on to state he did not believe in ghosts at all, but did believe in psychic powers, and that's why he believed this was due to some sort of psychic projection. He claimed the way that Frank and Alice described the person was exactly the same features the Shadow had, shining eyes and all. This is where the tulpa portion of this mystery comes in, which, if you're not familiar with that concept, it's where a being can be created by the concentrated focus of an individual, and that Gibson's focus led to the Shadow tulpa, which now lived in that building. Of course, that leaves out the other parts of the claims, like the smell of violets, and people walking up and down the steps all night, and why there were only 2 sightings of this tulpa. Furthermore, Gibson was telling the story 9 years after the account of the house being haunted became well known, so he could just be making it up, right? And that's when we bring in John Keel, the well-known author of the Mothman Prophecies, which covered many strange events. In it, he would write about this haunted house, as well as Gibson's claim that it was the Shadow tulpa, and this book, well, it actually came out before the interview Gibson done with the magazine, meaning that this story had to be older than the interview, suggesting that maybe it was known in some circles for years. So a bit of a convoluted story, and I'm curious what you all think. Was it a ghost, or a tulpa created by Gibson, or maybe neither of those? July 21st, 1960, 4-year-old Sharon Gallegos of Alamo Gordo, New Mexico, was out playing with her 2 cousins, who were 5 and 11 years old, in an alley next to her home, when a dirty old green car, believed to be an early 1950s Dodge or Plymouth, would pull up next to the children. A woman sitting inside would speak to Sharon and tell her she could take her to buy some candy and new clothing if she wanted to get in the car with them and go. Now Sharon knew about stranger danger. Actually, she knew firsthand, because the people in this car, well, this wasn't the first time they had made their presence known. In fact, this woman and the man who was driving had been stalking this poor little girl for at least 4 days, and more likely, a few weeks. But it would only become known in the 4 days prior, when Sharon and her mother had left church, and the woman in this car would then go probing other church members about Sharon and her mother. The old car would then be spotted around the neighborhood, parking near the home or parking at places where Sharon played. It became so bad that her mother stated Sharon's behavior had began to change. No longer was she the happy-go-lucky kid who loved to accompany her family to the grocery store. Now the little girl was visibly nervous and would refuse to go to the store. There would even be a few occasions when she would see this car out while playing and would ask a relative to come pick her up and carry her past the vehicle back indoors. And just 2 days prior, the woman in this vehicle would knock on a neighbor's door inquiring about Sharon's mother, her real address, and her children, specifically wondering if she had a little girl. The woman would then strangely ask if she had other children and what her financial situation was. The woman would then tell the neighbor she was only asking because they wanted to offer her mother a job. And it's worth pointing out here that their family were not well-to-do and maybe a little below middle class. Her mom worked as a maid and her father had long since left, leaving her mother, Guadalupe, to raise Sharon and her other 4 children alone. Which brings us back to the beginning of this story. It might be why this woman, who was described as short, wearing glasses, heavy-set and in her 30s with dirty blonde hair, was now offering to buy Sharon some new clothes and candy. And as mentioned, Sharon, who had been putting up with this for a week, told them no, she did not want to go. The woman, refusing to be deterred, jumped out of the car, grabbed Sharon, and dragged her in, and the driver, a white man with a long nose and straight sandy hair, sped away. The other children rushed inside to tell her mother, who immediately called the police. And if you're thinking this is one of those stories that shows how slow law enforcement was back then, well, you would be wrong this time, because within an hour, roadblocks lined up all over the Texas-New Mexico border, while they would also stop and search every car that matched the description. But sadly, it did not matter. Investigators were now brought in and were left to figure out who was behind it and where they were now. But this too ended up in failure. And sadly, news would break 9 days later when a partially burned body was found in Congress, Arizona, about an 8 hours drive away. Found when a man searching for rocks to put in his garden stumbled over a body. Detectives on the scene speculated that whoever was behind this had made 2 separate attempts to dig a grave before finally settling on this location, where the remains were now found. In addition, they found tire tracks as well as 2 sets of footprints, one an adult, the other a child wearing sandals. Actually, it was a pair of adult-sized flip-flop style sandals that had been cut down to fit her. There was also a rusted and blood-stained pocket knife that was found, but it was later determined it was probably not used because the body showed no signs of physical violence, broken bones, puncture wounds, or bruises, and a cause of death could not be determined. Furthermore, the girl's toenails and fingernails had both been painted, as well as her hair had been dyed. And if we had covered this mystery prior to 2022, it would be under the unidentified people category, because although there was the thought that this could be Sharon, no one was for sure. For one, her clothing had been changed, so there wasn't anything to identify her by, as well as this was a long time before DNA was a thing. There was also the fact that the remains were found 500 miles away from where she was last seen. Law enforcement also suspected the victim was 7 years old, while Sharon was 4. The FBI would also make footprint comparisons, which showed the prints here did not match Sharon's. So because of these reasons, investigators would rule out the girl as being Sharon, and her mother would never find out what happened to her. But of course, as you probably know by now, fast forward 60 years later, and DNA would prove that the little girl was indeed 4-year-old Sharon Gallegos, and the couple that done this have never been identified, and their motives aren't exactly clear either. Of course, some speculated that it was someone that knew Sharon, maybe a relative, or maybe just an acquaintance of her mother, but this seems hard to believe, as you would think someone from the family would be easily identified by her cousins, which is why the theory that it was her father, who had abandoned the children years ago, is most likely also ruled out. Another theory brought up was the abductors were transients or drifters who were just attracted to Sharon, and not necessarily in the perverse way, but possibly a couple that wanted to adopt another child and thought that she was adorable. And I say another child because witnesses did see a young boy and a little girl riding in the back with the couple, but it might explain why they were asking the family's money situation. It could be they were trying to convince themselves that they would be taking better care of her than her mother could. Maybe that's why they painted her nails and dyed her hair, to make her more presentable or make her feel special. However, conversely, it's also been theorized that it was an abduction for sexual purposes, which might be why Sharon had her nails painted and her hair dyed, although it could easily be argued that was all to help avoid detection by law enforcement. There's also the thought that possibly one or both abductors suffered from a mental illness. It took nearly 6 decades to identify Sharon, but hopefully it does not take long to identify the people behind it and their motives. March 24th, 1991, Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. 4-year-old Michael Donaghy and his mother Crystal would travel to Blanchard Elementary School around 12:30 p.m. It was here that Crystal had actually came to practice on the field where she played flag football. Michael, being like a lot of kids, got bored easily and asked his mother if he could go over to the playground, which was near the field, but she tied his hood since it was windy and let him go since his dad Bruce would be there any minute, but told him to stay there until he arrived. The Crystal would begin practice as Michael walked the short distance to the playground. Within a few minutes, Bruce would arrive and walk to the playground and chillingly could not find Michael. Alarmed, he ran to Crystal and the two began to notify everyone else at the practice field along with their families. In total, around 50 people began the search for Michael, yet they had no luck, and the terrified parents wasted no time and immediately called the police, which led to one of the biggest investigations in Canadian history. It also picked up a ton of media coverage, mainly because of the short amount of time it took for him to vanish. We've all heard the saying, within the blink of an eye, and that could be used here, as it had not been long after Michael made his way to the field that his dad arrived. Because of that key fact, police were quick to label it as an abduction, as it was almost impossible for Michael to have gotten lost himself that quickly. As media attention grew around the case, so did the number of detectives, 15, who worked around the clock. They began receiving hundreds of tips an hour, and not just from the local area, but all over North America. The police were overwhelmed, to say the least. Detectives on the ground, meanwhile, focused a little closer to home, and they searched thoroughly. The first thing they did, naturally, was go round up all the local perverts and interrogate them, which led to nothing. They then began to question everyone they could find who had been in the area the day of the disappearance, and this time, they come up with a few credible leads, as 3 witnesses did place a man in his late 40s or early 50s sitting in a brown van near the playground at the time of the abduction, where at least one of these witnesses would state that they seen the man trying to lure a child into the vehicle with a McDonald's toy, which led to the witness stopping it and calling the police, who arrived too late to see that the van was gone. Another account deemed very credible came from a woman driving through the area that seen a little boy running, whom she described to look a lot like Michael, when apparently an adult woman grabbed him by the arm and started walking off to an alley where a brown van was sitting, waiting with the side door open and a man standing at the driver's door. This brown van would become the focal point of the investigation, but even to this day, detectives are not for sure if the driver was involved or not. In fact, there would be other witness accounts which did not mention a van, like one who stated to have seen a, quote, yucky-looking man with a blonde child in his truck on a logging road just 40 minutes away from the abduction site, and this witness said the man was acting suspiciously. The investigation over the years has been tainted by various reported sightings of Michael, many of these coming over 20 years later. In particular, quite a few alleged sightings have taken place in southern New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the Delaware tri-state area. One of these, Michael was said to be in the back seat of a vehicle being driven by a black male with a pockmarked face, about 5'10" and 170 pounds. However, these sightings have never been confirmed. Then, there was one disturbed man's confession that also muddied the investigation, that of a Milwaukee man named Vernon Seitz, who in his dying days confessed to a psychiatrist that he murdered a child in 1959 when he was 12 years old, which obviously wouldn't be Michael. But he also claimed to have known of another murdered child. The psychiatrist would then go tell police, and by the time they followed up, Vernon had already died from natural causes. But upon searching his home, they did find some disturbing items, and more importantly, a missing persons poster of Michael. Milwaukee police would then get in touch with detectives from British Columbia, who would then ask Michael's mother, Crystal, had she ever heard from Vernon. Crystal would tell detectives she had never spoke to him, but she had heard of him before, and that might be because, according to members of Vernon's family, he would reach out to families of abducted children and offer to counsel them, because according to him, that murder he committed at 12 years old, well, it was because Vernon himself had been abducted and abused, and was threatened that if he didn't kill this other boy, he would be killed as a result. And, as you might imagine, none of that was true. or at least when Milwaukee police followed it up, they found that people who knew Vernon as a child verified he had never been abducted. Furthermore, Vernon had a severe mental illness, and after looking into him more, he was eventually ruled out in Michael's abduction. And like many other cases from this time period we cover, satanic panic would also play a role, as much speculation at the time was that a satanic cult was involved in Michael's abduction. In particular, rumors swirled around the belief that the storm drains and tunnels near the abduction site was used by the cultists to take Michael without being seen. And although there was zero evidence to support this, it did hurt the investigation early on. The one constant as far as theories go is very few people think that Michael got lost or wandered off and succumbed to the elements. Basically, it's almost a certain he was abducted. The mystery is who. Of course, the overwhelming majority believe he was a stranger and not someone familiar with the family. The man or couple in the brown van is a definite possibility, but some believe it's not related at all, and some strongly believe it's just as possible Michael was abducted by a woman who desperately wanted a child. The saddest part about this one is police believe had this abduction occurred just a few years later, the case would have been solved and probably quickly, but it came right before video surveillance was everywhere, DNA advances, and, most importantly, having a computer system to sort out the overwhelming amount of tips they received. February 28, 1989. Miyakiji village of Tamura District, Japan. A 23-year-old schoolteacher, Yumi Tanaka, would leave her shift at school and make her way home through the frigid winter air and back to her single-room dorm not far from the school. And at this time, the area, which was located in a mountain village, was not well developed, particularly when it came to the bathroom, which had a squatting toilet that was connected to a septic tank via a urinal pipe, and on the opposite end had a sewage outlet that occasionally would have to be manually opened and emptied, and this tank was in a U-shape, as you can see in the diagram above. And if you're wondering why I'm spending so much time describing a septic tank, well, it's because it's key to this next mystery. Because as Yumi got back to her dorm, she would go to relieve herself in the restroom, only to notice something odd. She would look down into the pit and see a shoe, which immediately struck her as odd, so much so that she ran outside and lifted the septic tank lid to see a human leg. She of course screamed and ran back to call her colleagues, who in turn called the police. They would arrive on scene shortly and found the man's body was bent up with his hands crossed over his chest, hugging a neatly folded shirt. He was lying on his back, with his face looking up into the hole from the toilet pan, as if he had been peeping. The whole scene was surreal, but got stranger. Not only was he topless, hugging his shirt, but he was also barefoot, with one of the shoes remaining in the tank and the other one missing. They would pull him out and took him for an autopsy, after cleaning him obviously. He was then identified as a 26-year-old well-known man in the village, that of Naoyuki Kano, who had been missing since the 24th and was now discovered here 4 days later. But the autopsy showed he had died on the 26th, and other than some minor scratches on his elbow and knee, there were no signs of trauma or a homicide. So detectives closed the case as an accidental death, stating that he was going to peep on Yumi and succumb to hypothermia. However, his father and people that knew him refused to believe this. They cited how reliable he was at work, as well as how sociable and kind he was, and they could not see him doing such a thing. But it wasn't just blind allegiance that led them to this conclusion. There were some things that didn't add up. First was the size of the tank, which was stated to be 14 inches in diameter, while the average shoulder width of a Japanese man is 16 inches, suggesting there was no way for him to get into that position that he got to. His father would even use the now cut-out septic pipe to reenact the scene and prove that it was impossible for him to get into that pipe by himself in the posture he was found. But there were other weird things. It was freezing cold that night, with 8 inches of snow on, and if he was desperate enough to do this, and he actually found a way to wedge himself in, why did he take his shirt off? And even weirder, why hold on to it inside the tank? And then, what about the shoes? One was found in the tank with him near the head position, which is the one that Yumi saw, but the other was missing. and police would finally find it a good distance away in a riverbed, which made the whole thing even stranger. But we're not done with the weirdness. As we come back to Yumi, the bathroom where this occurred was fairly dark, and it led many to question how she was even able to see down into the tank, which was really dark. Also, why did she run out and open the tank by herself instead of reporting what she had seen? Of course, maybe that was just because she was surprised and just on instinct ran down to check. But there is one issue here. Yumi, well, she knew Naoyuki. Actually, her boyfriend was friends with him, and apparently, sometime before this, Yumi and her boyfriend had been receiving harassing phone calls and asked Naoyuki if he could help in stopping them, and he was able to set up a way to record the calls and handed the tapes off to the police. From that point, all three became good friends, and most importantly, he knew the couple's schedule well, which leads to the other issue. As mentioned, he had left on the 24th, as his father seen him leaving around 10 a.m. to go run some errands, but it's also that same day that a nationwide funeral took place for the Emperor of Japan, and the next few days was declared a national holiday, with businesses and government buildings taking the days off, which included schools. And since Yumi was off for those 3 days, she went back to her hometown to visit family, which Naoyuki knew about, and means that he got into that septic tank on the 26th, presumably waiting on Yumi, that he knew wouldn't be back for 2 days, yet he sat there in the freezing cold. You can see why his family was upset with law enforcement, because none of that made sense. There was also the issue that his car was found nearby with the key plugged into the keyhole and wasn't locked, suggesting that he didn't plan to stop for long and was possibly even attacked then. As far as who was responsible, assuming that it was a crime, well, there's the obvious that Yumi and her boyfriend were involved for some reason, and she knew that the body was there and faked being surprised and screamed before calling her colleagues. Of course, I could not find a motive. Another weird angle on all of this was tied to town politics. Apparently, there was a fierce argument about the Fukushima nuclear plant expanding, which was important to Naoyuki since that is where he worked. And apparently, according to this theory, after getting involved in a tough mayoral election, he stumbled up onto some corruption and was then killed. In fact, he stopped appearing in campaign speeches about midway through the election, and even weirder, his death happened right after the election. Others point to the prank caller, who, Naoyuki, has stated he was close to figuring out who was behind them. Some wonder if this person could have been responsible. However, despite a petition of 4,000 signatures submitted to the police department demanding an investigation into the death be reopened, the police declined. They went with their original theory that Naoyuki was just very flexible, which allowed him to climb down into the tank, but then he couldn't get back out, and sadly succumbed to hypothermia. While some believe he may have had some kind of issue that night that led him to be stuck out in the cold, where he began to suffer hypothermia and then crawled into the pipe for shelter, and then, with the paradoxical undressing that comes with hypothermia, he removed his shirt and shoes. And finally, some believe that he may have jumped in because someone was chasing him, possibly one of the political enemies he made. November 22nd, 2005, North Augusta, South Carolina, at a local huddle house, which, if you're not aware, is pretty much like a Waffle House. This one in particular, set along a busy highway full of other restaurants and tiny shopping centers. Now at this particular huddle house was a group of old retirees that would meet up most mornings to get coffee and chat. But this morning, only 2 of those men arrived, Reverend Earl Carter and 61-year-old William Powell. William and Earl had been best friends for a long time, and it was here this morning that they were exchanging stories just a few days before Thanksgiving that it would all change. It would start around 6 a.m. at a drive-through restaurant just across from the huddle house when a woman named Constance Davidson was waiting to pull forward and get her food. A strange man made his way up to her car and pulled a gun on her. He was ragged-looking and demanded her car. Constance, instead of leaving her vehicle, stomped on the gas pedal and ducked low in the seat as she pulled away, hoping the maniac, if he did fire, would miss. and sure enough, she began to hear gunshots as she pulled away, and the second one would hit her. But miraculously, she lived and kept driving until she reached a gas station down the road, where she promptly called the police and an ambulance. Thankfully, Constance would be okay. But in the meantime, the gunman would move away from the drive-thru and go across the street to the huddle house. Around this time, Earl and William were finishing up their conversation and walking to their cars, when William would point to this young man running in their direction, and he would exclaim, "That man has a gun." Just then, this guy would run up shooting, with the first shot hitting Earl in the neck and the second shot hitting William directly in the head. He then attempted to steal one of the men's cars, but failed. So then, he ran on past both of them into another parking lot of a nearby gas station, where he would carjack a woman named Ida Heath and fled the scene. Of course, by this point, authorities were on high alert and were on their way to the scene. When they arrived to the huddle house, William was already deceased, and Earl clung to life. Amazingly, he would survive, but he had a long road to recovery, while Constance, the lady shot at the drive-thru, would make a full recovery. But of course, capturing this man was now a top priority of South Carolina authorities. It was almost absurd though, because this didn't happen in a secluded area in the middle of night. No, it was in the early morning rush hour on a busy highway. It was also concerning that the crime seemed totally random, which made the situation more dangerous and also worrying, as random murders are the most difficult to crack. But police had one thing to go on: that car that had been stolen from the nearby gas station. It was a 1991 Oldsmobile and was now being looked for by basically every police department in a wide area. And about 6 hours later, it would finally be found, and its location was odd to say the least, because it was sitting at a local hotel less than a mile away from the scene of the shooting. Even stranger, after police were tipped off to the car's presence, they arrived to find the car engine was still warm, meaning the driver had just turned it off. This, of course, set law enforcement into a panic, and they immediately searched the area around the hotel. But unfortunately, they did not find the gunman. But it led to a strange question. Had this car sat here all day? Well, police had a suspicion about that. They were fairly confident he had driven the car a good distance within that 6 hours, somewhere between 100 and 300 miles, probably closer to 100 miles based on gas usage, where he then came back to the crime scene. But why in the world would he take this risk? Detectives had a thought about that too. The man obviously needed a car for something, and when the first attempted carjacking to Constance failed, he became enraged, and most likely, according to detectives, was probably high on something too, which only fueled his rage, which in turn caused him to lash out and randomly shoot William and Earl. But once he gained a hold of his anger, he settled back in on his goal, which was to steal a vehicle, and he did that. But why return? Well, that was the scariest part of all this. Detectives believed that he returned to the area because he lived there, maybe even close to the hotel where he dropped the car off before disappearing. And as far as where he went, obviously, with North Augusta sitting on the border with Georgia, it was very possible he went there. But even North Carolina was a possibility. But what would he need to go to these locations for? Was it drugs? No one was sure. Investigators were also not sure what kind of gun the man had used. Going by the descriptions given by witnesses, they were fairly confident he had used a SKS assault rifle. That gun was described by a gun store owner in the area as being an easy gun to get a hold of and was used by drug dealers as well as other criminals, such as bank robbers. They sold them often because they were cheap and made in China. It was also perplexing because this was not the type of weapon you would see in crimes in a small town like North Augusta. And what would be one of the biggest crimes to ever hit this town suddenly lost steam on the investigation. There was almost zero in the way of evidence. He had lucked up and virtually missed every security camera in town, and witnesses did not get a good look at him, except for the two who had been shot and survived, and their memories were hazy at best. Even the police sketch made of the man, as you see here, is really kind of a wild guess. Others have tried to point to the theory that it was an out-of-towner, and that actually makes some sense since this happened at a busy intersection right off a major interstate. Some have even speculated that he jumped onto the back of a tractor trailer and got out of town. But this has been almost entirely ruled out by the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, who, with the assistance from the FBI, created a psychological profile which stated the gunman most likely lived in, worked by, or frequented the area where the shooting took place, which explains how he got in and out of the area twice without anyone noticing. He was also believed to have an explosive temper and most likely had a criminal history related to domestic violence, assault, and a drug offense. In the nearly 2 decades since, police have cleared at least 12 different suspects and traveled from as far away as Delaware to the Midwest, yet seemingly are no closer to making an arrest. But it is worth noting that they did recover a DNA sample which they believe belongs to the killer. It has not scored a hit in the national database yet, but with the advances in familial testing, one has to think this guy will be identified sooner rather than later. On December 20th, 1959, just a few days before Christmas, Daniel McLeod would start what he thought would be a normal day. McLeod lived in the small town of Osprey, Florida, and had planned on meeting his friend, Cliff Walker, to do a little hog hunting. That morning, he would make his way over to Cliff's house, only to be struck by an odd feeling when he pulled up. McLeod would note that the house was dark and relatively quiet, which seemed off since Cliff, who was 25 years old, had 2 small children, and him and his wife tended to get up early. The home was typically a flurry of activity early in the morning. McLeod would go ahead and knock anyways, assuming that Cliff might have just overslept. With no answer and no sound coming from the home, he would begin to worry. He would decide to cut through the screen door and enter the home, and what he found would scar him forever. Directly in the doorway lay Cliff's 24-year-old wife, Christine. She had been sexually assaulted and beaten pretty badly before being shot in the head. In the corner lie Cliff and his 3-year-old son, Jimmy, both shot in the head. Their 2-year-old daughter, Debbie, was missing. McLeod quickly left to call the police, who would show up and then go search the home. They would find Debbie in the bathroom, shot and drowned in the bathtub. Detectives were shocked. It was just a few days before Christmas, and reporters would note the untouched Christmas presents still lying under the tree, much to the dismay of the small community. In addition, police would find a bloody cowboy boot, a cellophane strip from a cigarette wrapper, a brand that Cliff did not smoke, and what was thought to have been a fingerprint or a thumbprint left on the bathtub faucet handle. Police would also find Christine's bloody heels on the porch, as well as a few months later, recovering bloody clothes that would be discovered in the shed near the Walker home. The shed did not belong to the Walkers, however, but it was in the general area. The clothes belonged to Cliff and Christine, and it's assumed the killer, or killers, used the clothing to wipe the blood off. A much deeper investigation would also discover that some items were missing from the home, but not what you would call valuables, such as Cliff's pocket knife, Christine's high school majorette uniform, and the couple's marriage license, which certainly struck detectives as odd, so much so that the early speculation seemed to revolve around those 2 items, the uniform and the marriage license. Detectives couldn't quite shake the feeling that whoever done this not only knew the couple, but was in love with Christine. The earliest suspect was, of course, Daniel McLeod, who had found the bodies, but also Cliff's cousin, Elbert Walker, who had a reputation for violence. Both would be questioned. These early interviews led to nothing, and detectives moved on. Decades later, both men would be cleared by DNA evidence. They would eventually catch what they thought was a break later on, when serial killer Emmett Monroe Spencer confessed to the crime. But upon further investigation into his claims, it was quickly deduced that the man was a pathological liar and was just retelling facts of the murder that was widely published in the newspapers. After this, the case would quickly grow cold, and no arrests would be made. They didn't even have a serious suspect, as they were able to clear 587 different persons of interest. They went after everyone too. They pulled a meter man in named Stanley Mock, who just read the electric meter for the Walker home. Mock was a person of interest for 2 reasons. One, because he had confided to his psychiatrist he had urges to kill his own family, and 2, because Sarasota PD already had him as a person of interest in another murder where he was doing meter readings at. He would be committed to an asylum shortly after the murders, but there was 0 evidence linking him to the crime, and he was quickly forgotten. Then there was a person of interest the detectives called Dirty Old Man, that lived down the street from the Walkers. His name was Wilbur Tooker, and he was a 65-year-old retired railroad worker that was infatuated with Christine. He had made several sexual remarks to her in passing, and Christine did not tell Cliff for fear of what he might do to the old man. But Wilbur would eventually try to force a kiss onto her. Then she would go tell Cliff. He wanted to kill Wilbur, but was calmed down by a friend. He would eventually just warn Tucker to never come around or speak to his wife that way again. Tucker would be investigated, and he did not have an alibi for the time of the murder. Conversely, detectives had little evidence to prove that it could have been him. He too would be quickly forgotten. For all the shortcomings, the investigation did not fail for lack of effort. The case would go cold for years, but interest would be rekindled in 1965 when one of the most famous true crime books ever written would debut. That book, called In Cold Blood by Truman Capote, would go on to become the second best-selling true crime novel in history, just behind Helter Skelter. It was so big that 3 film adaptations have been produced based on the story, which followed a terrifying crime known as the Clutter family murders that occurred on November 15, 1959, where Herb Clutter, his wife Bonnie, their teenage children, Nancy and Kenyon, were all brutally murdered in their rural home in a small town called Holcomb, Kansas. The 2 men responsible were 2 ex-cons named Perry Smith and Richard Hickok. It turns out these men were in prison together and had been tipped off by another convict that the Clutter family home had a safe with a large amount of money stored in it. Smith and Hickok planned to rob the family. However, when they broke in, they quickly realized the other convict had lied to them. No such safe existed. They would end up taking their frustration out on the family. So you may be asking, just how does this relate to the Walker family? Well, 34 days after the Clutters were murdered, Hickok and Smith would steal a Chevy Bel Air and they would make their way towards Florida as they were starting to feel the heat in Kansas, and they would eventually end up in the area of the Walker family home on the day of the murder. So what took so long to draw the connection between the Walkers and the Clutters? Well, it actually didn't. Detectives had considered it as far back as 1960. Capote would even discuss the possibility of it in his book, but stated there was no connection because Hickok and Smith both had alibis on the day of the Walker murders. But since then, recent investigations by both Florida and Kansas investigators have uncovered contradictions in Capote's account. Several witnesses spotted them at least a dozen times between Tallahassee and Miami, specifically at auto shops and gas stations, looking for work as mechanics. They would also get a room at Miami Beach, about 4 hours away from Osprey. They would check out the morning of the Walker family murders, and at some point during the day, bought items at a Sarasota department store just a few miles away from the Walker home, where at least one witness recorded that one of the men had a scratched up face. As to how they even met the Walkers, detectives had a theory about that as well. Cliff Walker was looking to trade his car in for a 1958 Chevy Bel Air, the exact same model that Smith and Hickok had stolen. The family had actually been running errands the day of the murder, but they must have recently stopped at a car lot because one local car salesman remembered the family coming in, and there were some witness accounts that stated both Smith and Hickok were spotted trying to sell the stolen car to at least 3 different families in the same neighborhood as the Walkers. Investigators speculated that they showed up at the family home before Christine, as she was not parked in her normal spot when McLeod arrived, and the 2 men approached her about selling the car, to which she replied the 2 men should wait for her husband, who was on his way home. She would then enter inside to put away the groceries and hang up her purse when the men entered behind her. It's here they punched and then sexually assaulted her before killing her. She likely fought back as they found her torn high heel on the porch. Cliff would arrive about 15 minutes later with the children. As he walked into the doorway, he was immediately shot, followed by the children. Smith and Hickok would eventually be captured in Vegas just a few days later. They would then be extradited back to Kansas and charged for the murder of the Clutter family. As part of the investigation, they would be polygraphed, and the 2 men were asked about the Walker family murders, to which they both claimed they had nothing to do with. Yet polygraph experts have stated that the lie detector test in 1965 was completely useless, as the technology was still primitive. But by 2012, investigators would start to feel more strongly that it was indeed Smith and Hickok who were responsible, and they would eventually be allowed to exhume the bodies of Smith and Hickok to get DNA to compare what was found in the home. Unfortunately, he was so degraded that it could not be determined if it was a match or not. Making this investigation more difficult were 2 errors made by the original respondent officers. One, The deputy that responded to the scene the morning of the phone call would pull his car in and drive right over the tracks left by the suspect's car, even parking his car in the same exact spot the suspect parked, destroying any hopes of running down a lead on the tire treads. Furthermore was the aforementioned fingerprint on the bathtub faucet. When they compared it to Smith and Hickok, neither were a match, which caused investigators to look away from them. But they would eventually realize that it was not a fingerprint at all. Instead, it was probably a palm print, which wouldn't have helped them back then anyways. And to this day, most detectives still conclude that Smith and Hickok were responsible, because it would be one heck of a coincidence for these two to be within just 4 miles of the Walker home on the day the whole family were murdered execution style, just like the Clutters, and not be involved. Adding more proof was the fact that investigators believed the knife that Hancock had on him when he was captured belonged to Cliff. In fact, one of the Walker's friends would identify the knife found on Hitchcock as the one owned by Cliff, but there was no engraving or no special markings that indicated that it did belong to Cliff, and this knife was fairly common, so it wasn't concrete proof, which leads to other odd facts. Why would Smith and Hickok steal the marriage certificate? Why would they steal Christine's majorette uniform? And what about the bloody clothes found elsewhere in a nearby shed? Doesn't that point to someone else with local knowledge of the area? And lastly, why kill the children? Debbie was too young to give a description, and Jimmy may have been able to give one, but probably not very detailed. So there's no real reason Hickok and Smith would have needed to kill them. Likewise, once they got condemned to death, why not just come clean about it? All these things pointed away from the two men and pointed at someone more local, someone that knew the Walkers personally. This is where the second most viable suspect comes into play, a man named Curtis McCall, who was 21 at the time of the murders and was long rumored to have been having an affair with Christine. The two had dated in high school, but broke up at some point. Then Christine would end up dating and marrying Cliff in May of 1963. Just 4 years after the murder, Curtis would become the focus of the investigation, when his own cousin, Harlan McCall, would go tell investigators that he knew for a fact that Curtis and Christine were having an affair. He would go on to say that the two never stopped seeing each other since high school. Detectives would look into Curtis and noted he was the troublemaking sort of person. He also owned a .22 caliber pistol, which is what the murders were committed with, and if it was Curtis, then it's conceivable she just opened the door for him. Maybe he was waiting on her. Maybe that's why she walked in and put her groceries and purse up so calmly. Maybe they were having a lover's quarrel. Or maybe she was just trying to get him to leave because she knew Cliff was on his way home. What made this even more interesting to the detectives was the fact that Curtis had a long history of violence. He had at one time worked for the Florida Highway Patrol as a dispatcher before being fired after an incident when he was with a state trooper that pulled over a man. The report would read, McCall attacked the arrested subject with his fist and became so violent that the trooper had to slap McCall to bring him back to his senses. McCall said he didn't even remember hitting the arrested subject. Curtis eventually went in for questioning. He would deny ever dating Christine and would also state the last time he had seen her and Cliff was a few weeks ago. He also claimed that while he did own a .22, he had since sold it and did not remember who he had sold it to, which certainly made him look more guilty. He was polygraphed and asked if he was withholding any information, and he said no, and that was determined to be a lie. But as previously mentioned, polygraphs were worthless during this time frame. Although he was never cleared as a suspect, detectives could not charge him either, since they had no evidence, and where he went after the initial investigation is unknown. For all intents and purposes, he would go cold after this, and it would be another 30 years before the last hit came in August of 1994, when a bartender in Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania, would make a phone call to Sarasota County Sheriff's Office. The woman claimed that one of her regular customers came in and struck up a conversation. He would then begin to sob and claimed he killed some people in Osprey, Florida when he was younger. The bartender would tell them the man was in his 60s and was a gun buff who worked odd jobs around town. The man also told the bartender the victim's name was Walker. The bartender said she would call back with more information, but never did, and detectives could never track down this man nor the woman who called in the tip. But if that account is true, then, out of the original suspects, that left only Curtis McCall, who was 56 at that time, or meter man Stanley Mock, who was 59 at the time. All the other original suspects were deceased by then. Of course, it could have been someone that was never identified as a suspect to begin with, and he just got away with it. Or it's just possible that the bartender or the old man fabricated the entire story. Regardless, the crime has remained unsolved for over 60 years.